Hello and welcome everybody to the final day of PAX West 2021. My name is Fickle and I'm joined by Evil Cat today to talk a little bit about Valorant. Today is going to be all Valorant and we're going to have nothing but collegiate and high school players bidding for their $10,000 scholarship monies on the line. How are you doing this morning and how's your PAX so far?
I am doing fantastic. This is my first time coming out to one of the PAX events, and I mean, even though it's COVID, even though all this is going on, it's still great to kind of connect with the community, to get to come forward, and well, of course, to have Valorant, because Valorant has come up during COVID. There has been practically no LANs, practically no events in person, and I'm so excited to get to, I guess, experience the game while we're actually here, and for the players as well, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm seeing some pugs going on over here to my right, and the players are already popping off. So they haven't gotten onto the stage yet, but they are really biding their time to get to there. We're currently in top 8 and we're deciding those in the LAN area, but we will have some matches for you coming up on the stage after some of our segments. But if you missed any of the action yesterday for our Guilty Gear Strive tournament, we have a highlight package for you and you're not going to want to miss that action. Let's check it out. Hope you enjoyed that highlight package there from Razzo. It was basically just the Razzo show. Do you play much fighting games at all? Have you dabbled in that category much?
I'm not really a fighting games person myself, but it's still, it's such a fun game to watch because it feels really cerebral, right? Like, you don't have to know the game to be able to watch it, to be able to enjoy it. And I mean, last night I was here live while it was going on, and just the crowd was just electric. Everyone has such a love for the game, and it was just really cool to watch it progress, especially for a title that's pretty new in the FGC.
Yeah, it was an amazing crowd. That was a fantastic show, and Razzo caught up with us after the win to get their thoughts on that matchup. We have an interview prepared for them, so let's check it out. Thanks so much for that, Me. I'm sitting here with Razzo, who just won Guilty Gear Strive 10K PAX Almost Pro Open, and they did it in such a dominating fashion. Razzo, how are y'all feeling after that amazing win in the set?
I feel awesome. I'm honestly, I was so happy just seeing a full crowd just getting hype over Guilty Gear, and this is the second event I've really been out with that kind of crowd, and it's been awesome. Like, I don't know how to. I'm just overwhelmed with like feelings right now. I've had such amazing support. Both at the event and at home, all my friends' homes. It's been great. And at my own home even, yeah. It's been awesome.
And I was chatting with you a little bit about the matchup going into it. So you played a Soul in Grand Finals, and you made it look free. Tell us a little bit about the training y'all went through in the days coming up to this, because I know you had met some people that helped you train for that matchup here at PAX.
It's actually a very good question. When I first got to this event, I was just kind of at a setup. I was just getting used to the setup, and Mira came over and was like, "Hey, I remember playing you from an online tourney," and I was like, "Oh yeah, Mira, like, what's up?" And so from there, we played probably like 50 games at the setup, and then we proceeded to hang out like the next like 3 days. And I went over to the hotel, and we played more games and more games and more games. We played about 300 or more games, at least 300 games. Both Mira and Eli. I want to give a big shout out to those two because they've been amazing friends, and I'm very glad that I went out here and got to meet them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have.
And that's the power of the FGC. You sit down at a setup, playing some casuals, you meet friends for life. You love to see it. Let's talk a little bit about the future with your competitions. And if I remember correctly, you are from Florida, and so CEO will be coming up. Do you have plans to attend CEO with this win under your belt?
I already have a reservation for a hotel. I want to say the one funny thing, though, is that I didn't sign up for Strive because I didn't know I'd be good at it. I signed up for my other game, Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle. Big shout out to that scene, by the way. All the friends that I've made have really helped me going into Strive. It's just been, and I want to thank them all for why I'm here, honestly. But yeah, I'll see if I can snag a spot for Strive, but I kind of want to focus on that game maybe for CEO. It's one of the few tournaments that game's getting that I really want to show up for and get a crowd.
And so what would be next for you guys with this 4K under your belt? I know it's a huge chunk of money. Are you guys thinking about traveling, entering future tournaments, or do you have other plans for the money?
So I'm already signed up for CEO, and I'm looking around for like travel for other events. I'm not sure which ones yet, but my goal is to show up to as many events as possible, dressed in funny outfits like this, and just kind of put on a show for a crowd. That's what I'm here for, honestly, and that's probably what I'll invest in.
Well, if you're interested in Razzo, they are unsponsored, wink wink. And where can we find y'all at on socials for the next tournament?
You can find me on Twitter, especially Twitter at RazzoSharp, and on Twitch. I'm gonna be streaming soon, to be determined when, but twitch.tv/RazzoSharp again. Thank you all. I've gotten a lot of support from the PAX West crowd and just in general, and I just want to say it's been awesome.
It has been awesome indeed. Thanks so much for joining me on this post-game interview, Razzo. Best of luck in the rest of your tournaments. Back to me at the desk. It's me. Always good to have a host that knows how to interview the the player we have there. But enough kidding aside, I was having a little fun with that segment. So if you didn't know, Razzo was the winner of the Guilty Gear Strive tournament, as well as they also had 2 recorded segments on the Friday before the Guilty Gear event. We interviewed them, and they said they were going to win. They were that confident. They actually won it.
Yeah.
I was very, very impressed and overwhelmed and joyed for them to win this event. They were telling me this is the first live event they've ever won.
Wow.
And it was just a very, very visceral, very overwhelming feeling for them. And they really, really want to show their stuff. And I hopefully get that kind of stuff with Valorant today as well.
Yeah, and I mean, they just seemed like such a genuine person when I was listening to those interviews. They just want to have fun, just want to put on a show. And, you know, a little bit of confidence to back that up is always cool. But, I mean, FGC, Valorant, all part of esports overall. And the event we're about to see for Valorant, it's about students in esports, about high school students, collegiate esports students trying to find their way in, trying to get recruited. And, well, when you want to try and commit to that, when you know you're good at something, it can be hard to talk to your parents as a young person, be like, hey, this is something that's legitimate, that I can actually do. And, well, we got to sit down, have a little chat with a representative from COPE, or the Coalition of Parents in Esports, that helps with exactly that. Let's take a little peek.
Hey everybody, welcome back. This is PAX 2021 here at PAX West. We are here with Chris from COPE, which is the Coalition of Parents in Esports. We have an amazing initiative to cover today as a nice segue into our Valorant Open here for $10,000 worth of scholarship monies going to the collegiate players on the stage. Chris, how are you doing today and your overall feeling with PAX?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. Glad to be here. It's been a great experience so far. It's been a great weekend. Met a lot of great people, seen a lot of great events, and yeah, having a good time.
So let's talk a little bit more about this initiative, COPE. So it's the Coalition of Parents in Esports. And so there's this stigma that video games and esports in general are not fit as a career path, especially for young children. You know, you see all the YouTubers and the Twitch streamers making their lives off of this, but that's the very 1% of 1% difference. And so lots of parents don't truly understand, or maybe you are a player trying to convince your parents that it is legitimate. Talk a little bit about your organization and their efforts.
Great segue, great intro. So yeah, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. We were started last year. We just launched back in October of 2020. And we're all parents of pro players and content creators. We got tired, like you said, we got tired of the stigma that's out there surrounding esports and gaming. We've received, all of us have received some form of backlash from either our school districts or from the media. Just, you know, highlighting how bad of parents we are, letting our kids play video games and taking part in esports. So our main objective is to get the resources out there for parents and kids to highlight some of the great things that are happening in esports and highlight all the great opportunities and careers that are out there for kids that just come from their love of gaming and their love of esports.
And so do you have any anecdotes about parents or players that you've helped convince and the stories thereafter of their success?
Well, some of the parents we've reached, a lot of the kids we talk to are on Twitter. When we launched our Twitter page, we've gotten a lot of DMs from kids asking us, like, why do you support your kids, and how do I get my parents to support me? But we also found that a lot of the parents that we find on Twitter are already engaged with esports with their kids. So we found out that the biggest way we're going to be able to get in touch with the parents who are kind of on the fence or don't really understand a lot is through these in-person events, through the IRL events, whether it be an event like PAX or some of the smaller conferences or LAN tournaments. So we had a booth at a conference a couple weeks ago, and just seeing the parents come up to us and talking to us. Like, we had a couple, the dad was talking to us and the mom was behind him going, thank you so much for explaining to him what's going on here. So it's those moments, those light bulb moments we see with parents when they just see how great these events are. It's just like when you bring your kid to a soccer event or any baseball event, you get to feel the electricity, the excitement that's in the arena, and it's so much fun to see and so much fun to watch.
From personal experience, I can say that I've worked many, many different esports events, and when you finally get the players and the parents at the event and the electricity is in the air, they get it. They finally understand why people would want to watch a video game instead of playing it. That's always a huge thing. It's why would you sit here and watch this when you could be playing instead? And many just maybe don't understand. And they eventually go on to be even the biggest fans and the loudest cheers in the crowd.
Yep.
So last question here for you. Where can we find Cope and their initiative going forward? And what's your overall goal for this company?
Okay, great. So yeah, Cope, you can find us on Twitter at CopeGG on Twitter, and our website, www.cope.gg. Our overall initiative, like I said, is to provide those resources, be that resource hub to parents who might not be aware of everything that's out there. And one of the great things that we started the Cope Community Fund, where the money that we're raising is going back directly to the gaming community. So we're going to be providing scholarships to kids, disenfranchised kids, underserved kids, for scholarships for education and careers, equipment for kids who might not be in a position to afford some of the more expensive equipment for them to take part in these events, and also for travel to lands and conferences like PAX for kids and their families who might not be able to get here.
An amazing initiative. Make sure to check out at cope.gg on their Twitter, CopeGG, for all of your resources for convincing your parents or for players wanting to know more about that. That's all the time we have today. We're going to kick off a Valorant 10K Open here for scholarship prizing, sponsored by Spin and Cope. Take it away, Me. A wonderful initiative from Chris and Cope. That is something that a lot of players struggle with going into esports because there's such a negative stigma around video games are a waste of time. What are you doing? Why are you playing the game? Why are you watching this game? Why aren't you playing instead? And I'm sure you've heard your fair share of those statements coming forward here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I just got out of high school, so it's kind of navigating that with my parents. Maybe there's something that we should check out, but I mean, we're talking about young people, we're talking about students, and well, the Valorant event coming up, it's all about people in that age bracket.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the Valorant event coming up as well, because that's what we're all here for, right? We have the 10K Spin Valorant Showcase, ages 17 through 24, and these are all high school/college attendees. And here's the breakdown on the screen right here. $10,000 worth of scholarship prizings, $7,500 for first place, $2,500 for second place. Third and fourth will be playing on stage as well, and they will collect some PAX merchandising worth $500 per team. So they're not walking away empty-handed, but definitely not in the podium. An amazing event. This, as you mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, Valorant opened at a weird time in the world, and there have been not a lot of cases where we could get to the point where we're playing on land, playing on a stage, playing for high stakes, and I could not be more excited for it going forward. What is going to be your favorite aspect of this event coming forward?
I mean, I think it's just finally getting to see Valorant in person. I mean, we can hear it right now. Players are popping off. Players are excited to be here. And I especially think it's cool for this young age demographic, because for the most part, the Valorant in-person events, it's the VCT. It's the best of the best, just like the very pinnacle of teams. There's not a whole in-person scene for the lower level events right now. And this gives a lot of opportunity for a lot of local students to kind of get the taste for the competition. Because unless you come from Counter-Strike or Rainbow Six or even FGC or another game that's existed before COVID times, you're likely not having LAN experience. So it's something new. You get to be on that stage. You get to feel that crowd behind you and kind of get that fresh experience, which I think is amazing as a spectator and as a player for Valorant. Getting your first opportunity at that is absolutely massive, and that's not even considering the scholarship money behind it, because you win this $7,500, it's split between your team, but that's still over $1,000 going towards your education.
And for playing a video game, that's pretty dang good. There is so much to be stated here about being in person with your teammates. Just being able to fist bump across the table and not have to do it over TS or Discord or whatever your voice comms are. It's such an amazing feeling. And you got your friends cheering for you behind the pipe and drape. They're cheering when you clutch the round. When you win, it's just an amazing feeling. But I think that's all the time we have here on the pre-show. We are going to kick to Spin and Cope doing a panel on stage. So if you want to learn more about the initiatives that those two are doing with parents in esports as well as collegiate esports, we will be having that after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that panel.
All right. First off, thank you to PAX for having us come out for this collegiate esports panel. Congrats to the Valorant teams that have made it this far, and looking to see how that competition winds down as we will be awarding $7,500 to the overall winner. My name is Rick Suarez. I am the Managing Director for Stay Plugged In. And I will let these fine gentlemen kind of introduce themselves and talk a little bit about who they are and why they're here.
Let's go, Chris.
My name is Chris, CEO of COPE, Coalition of Parents in Esports. COPE was founded last year, 501c3 nonprofit. We are all parents of pro players, content creators. We got tired of the negative stigma that's out there around esports, so we decided to band together and provide resources, educational materials for parents and their kids so they know all the amazing career paths and all the amazing opportunities within esports.
Awesome.
My name is Chris Barstad, also Chris. I am the league director for the UFEA, United Federation of Esports Athletes. It's a high school esports league that started in the spring in Southern California and has kind of expanded since there.
I'm Doc. Boise State, I'm going to give you my intro in a haiku. Professor, research, esports is going to be huge. Oh crap, I'm in charge.
For those of you who are not familiar with Stay Plugged In and why we're here, why we're giving away scholarship dollars specifically, we are the premier recruiting program, if you will, in the country for really trying to help high school students find a pathway to the collegiate space. I know a lot of people want to go pro. That's typically what most kids think of, whether it's for baseball, basketball, esports, etc. But it's not an easy pathway. But what we have found over the years is that there are certainly a lot of different career paths that the collegiate scene can provide for a number of students that love gaming, and that's why we're all here. So at the end of the day, my first question, and we're going to treat this more kind of as a fireside chat, where we're just going to continue to talk about some of these topics and give our opinions on it, if you will. But my first question really for the group is the current state of collegiate esports, and we're all coming at it from a different angle. You're in college esports, you're kind of at the high school level, you've got folks that you not only that you know personally, but in family as well that are at the pro side of things as well. But the current state of collegiate esports, how is it in your mind? What's working today? And I guess I'll start off at the other end and kind of work back.
I'll say busy. I'm here today. We have a match in Overwatch against Irvine Valley tomorrow night that we're scouting and prepping for. We've got matches later in the week in Rocket League and in Valorant. In 2 weeks' time, I think we have 9 matches in a single week. So it's busy for us. I mean, we're just aiming at our opponents and trying to take them down while recruiting the next group to come in.
What's busy look like for the student? Meaning from a practice schedule, routine, obviously academics come into play.
Yeah.
How's that look?
At Boise State, we borrow a lot of the philosophy and approaches of our football, our volleyball, softball teams. And so we hold to 20 hours a week of competition, meetings, practice, film review. And so busy for them is a full extracurricular like football or basketball on top of their full-time class schedule. And so we're rotating them into practices in the evenings, afternoons and evenings, and really just preparing for opponents or preparing for travel.
Since you brought up football, I have to ask, is there a Statue of Liberty play?
We always have at Boise State some unexpected approaches that we can pull out.
Understood. Awesome. Chris?
Yeah, I would say that at the high school level, especially because I do come out of a high school program, that's where I did begin my foray into esports.
As a leader, not a student, because you look kind of young.
Yeah, I definitely wish that it existed when I was a student, and thank you for that compliment. But no, as a program director, yeah, at a high school level, I would say that the collegiate space is a ton of opportunity exists right now. Definitely, the kids don't know that. A lot of the students aren't aware that there is a lot of collegiate opportunity.
Why is that, in your opinion? Why is there that disconnect of this high school student realizing what those opportunities could be at the collegiate space?
I think a lot of it is just mass media at this point has not really taken over esports in the way that it's taken over traditional sports yet. There's not a lot of awareness, and I think honestly, and I'm sure Chris will speak more to this in a minute, parental buy-in is still a big part of it. There's still a lot of parents that don't conceptualize esports as a pathway opportunity, a career opportunity, a collegiate opportunity yet, beyond just kids playing video games. And I think we're on the way there, but I just don't think we're quite there yet.
Definitely, I agree with that. The biggest obstacle is getting the parents on board, and there's that, we like to call it the digital divide, where a lot of parents don't really understand the space and they're afraid, and there's that lack of knowledge, lack of understanding that leads to the fear of the unknown. So the more resources we get out there, the more we can provide for the parents, the better it's going to be. More people are going to get on board, and we're only at the start here. So.
Yeah, no, I would agree. So let's talk a little bit about that. That's a little bit more of an uncomfortable topic, but in respect to kind of some of the negative connotations that video gaming has from a parent perspective at the end of the day. I look at it, I have 3 kids. My oldest son loves to play Rainbow Six, and I didn't buy in at the end of the day. That's one of the reasons we started Stay Plugged In, frankly, because through my journey of understanding my child's passion, I started to understand the wealth of opportunities really that lay in front of him if done correctly, whether it's through the collegiate space or really through the job force perspective. So you quickly start to think about the child in the basement or up in their room, in the dark room, kind of eating Cheetos, sipping down some Mountain Dew, and that's gaming. And they're not getting out with their friends. They don't have a social life. You've all thought it, heard it, et cetera. So how do we educate the parent as to really how to navigate this space in an intelligent manner to really take advantage of what some of those opportunities are? And how does that look? And what are those conversations like? I'm curious, obviously, for you when you've got recruits coming in.
I want to hear Chris because he
that's what you do, right? That's what you do.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's what Shay and I do. The biggest thing we tell kids is to get their parents involved. Open those lines of communication. Show your parents all the great things you're learning in the space. And when my son first started out, 13, 14, there were so many amazing things he was learning, not just competitively, but he was communicating, teamwork, marketing himself, branding himself. So it wasn't just on the competitive side. There was so much more real world things he was learning and being able to utilize daily. So it's talking to parents, it's getting them involved, showing them how to watch their kids, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, to watch their streams, to cheer for them. Just like when parents go drop their kids off at soccer, they meet their coaches. They watch the practices. They're involved with it. Why can't we do that here? Why can't we get more parents involved here? So that's what we need to get them on board with.
So that, to me, starts at a young age, meaning I grew up baseball, love it. T-ball, right? Kids are out there playing in the sand more than baseball, but at about age 5, they're out there with their parents, and there's that progression where I think currently in its current state, we don't see that obviously in the esports side, but we're starting to see that trickle-down effect, meaning we heard about pro, we saw the collegiate space really explode, and it still is. High schools are starting to get permeated more and more with teams. We're starting to see that trickle down into the middle school, so I think it makes it easier. But for you, you're in the high school space. What do those conversations, how does that look at that level in terms of trying to communicate what those opportunities look like for parents, and where did you get blowback?
Yeah, when I was working in the high school setting itself, and actually we were talking about this just earlier today, about an hour ago, was I found success in making sure that schools themselves participate in the educational process for parents. That has to be supported by the institution as well. You need institutional buy-in, and once you have that buy-in, it helps move the conversation with parents as well. So participating in those information sessions, when there's like an athletic information night at the school level, having the esports programs represented there is super helpful, because then they're seen as legitimate, and then the parents, oh, my kid plays video games, tell me about this. And then that just opens the door to start having the conversation about, oh, your son or daughter plays video games, great. What do they play? How often do they play? What do you see them doing when they're playing? And then you can start to have the conversations with parents about how to cultivate the right community and the right culture in gaming for those players, so that that trope you talked about earlier, that, you know, basement dwelling, you know, Cheeto eating, Mountain Dew drinking, all that kind of stuff is something that we can really phase out. And if that is something that parents are afraid and they feel like they are seeing in their student, perfect. That kind of student is the kind of student that can be taught how to use the skill set that they're developing in gaming to do something, you know, positive for themselves, and even build that into a career opportunity.
Yeah, understood. And just for the record, I like Cheetos, so, you know.
But that was some of the biggest blowback that I got with my son coming up is, why do you let your kid sit in his room for 18 hours a day playing video games in the dark, not talking to anybody? I'm like, you got it wrong. That's not how it works. He's got friends all over the world that he meets up with pre-COVID and hopefully soon. They meet up every few months. They're always hanging out together. They have, you know, deep conversations with each other. So their social network, he's got more of a social life than I do. So it's really, the stereotype is really, it's wrong. And
it's just a vast oversimplification of a very complex world.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I wonder, you bring up an interesting point, and I wonder, that's probably a much deeper level conversation, but the aspect of what other parents think if your child is into gaming, right? I know, for example, if my daughter's playing soccer and I talk to a neighbor or a good close friend and say, hey, yeah, she's got a soccer tournament this weekend. Oh, great. How does she do? How's that going? It's been great. She loves it, blah, 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 right? Easy. Is it the same conversation? I'll be curious to see your answer, right? Because I think you were alluding to it a little bit.
Yeah.
When you say, yeah, we're going to PAX West. What's that, right? Well, it's this huge esports convention, get-together, et cetera, that they do awesome with. And there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands that go to this. You know, what's that reaction like? And I wonder if that's part of why there's not as much buy-in currently from that, just out of curiosity.
I get a lot of confused looks from even friends and family members who know about this, a little bit about this space. But yeah, parents who don't really have that knowledge and are aware of everything that goes on here definitely give me a confused look and try and lean in a little bit more. And they get very inquisitive and start asking a lot of questions. Right from the very basic, like what are esports? What are you doing here? you let your son do this? Can he really have a career? So yeah, it's a lot of explaining, a lot of providing that information to people. For the most part, by the end of the conversation, they're getting on board. They're a little more open to it, but when they first bring it up, it's like, what are you doing with your kid? Why are you letting him do this? So
Understood. Curious, Doc, on your perspective, you've got them now at an older age. They don't really care what their parents think anymore once they're in college to a degree.
We do. We want their parents.
Well, you do. You do. I'm talking about the student necessarily. You know, they're away from home now to a degree. But what are those conversations like for you?
You know, it's the kind of conversation you've seen a million times, either directly through the recruiting process or on TV and movies, where we sit down in a living room. What was your game? What was your top game?
When I was...
I'm going to recruit you, by the way.
Oh, Counter-Strike.
Okay.
20 years ago.
The family sitting right here, we're having a conversation about, and for it to be appropriate recruiting, I'll do it with a Southern accent, like the good old ball coach. But one of the things that we think is so special about Chris is he's an amazing communicator. He can make the teammates around him even better. He finds what role he needs to fulfill, and he does that for the benefit of his team. And if he's got somebody who's really excellent, he doesn't fight him, he lets them do what they do. We spotted all of that while watching him play a video game, and we think he'd be an amazing Bronco. We'd love to see what he would look like in blue and orange. And we're talking about the things that these parents already see in their child, but they did not realize that those characteristics are evident and developed through competitive team gaming. And for us, that's key. We're looking for really smart people to come to college, to do well in college. And what they do in a game is an important characteristic of who they are. And oftentimes parents are seeing that for the first time. And that's a fun conversation to have. It's fun to see that light go on.
That's awesome.
Room gets pretty bright.
So to follow up on that, because if you think of team sports, I don't think a lot of parents look at esports or video game play as a team sport necessarily. They probably immediately think that's just my son or daughter doing that on his own or her own, and that's it. Talk about what you do specifically at Boise to ensure, not just, obviously we know it's a team sport, but you can explain some of that as well, but to ensure that camaraderie, right, and that team building and bonding and everything else. If you could talk a little bit about what that looks like at Boise State.
You bet. We evaluate every part of their performance, and equal to their competitive level is their communication. We install a very specific communication structure by game, what different call-outs have to be, what's the vocabulary we use versus don't use, and that includes profanity. We're very clear about what the communication needs to be and perfecting that each and every time. If it is ult economy, if it is cooldown identification, whatever that is, that gets assigned across a team. And shot calling, win condition, play style, all of those things are things that are actively communicated during a match. Valorant to be a great example. We understand what if we're going to try to plant here, we're going to go to the B site. We're going to rush pretty quickly with smoke so that we can catch them in rotation because we have someone going through, say, garage because they're going to try to catch somebody in rotation. We have very clear strategies, and communication is 90% or more of the success of that strategy. So team play is critical to us being able to beat the opponents that we have on the schedule.
So, but even beyond that, kind of more so, you think of the evil empire, the New York Yankees. In their heyday, they'd buy salaries, and after the game, there was the saying, 25 players, 25 different taxis, they were out of there, right? A team, on paper, but once they left, it was different. What do you do beyond the gameplay for your players? Is there something that you do from a team bonding, team building? How does that look when they leave your arena? Do you see that, they're a team, they're together pretty much the entire time, those types of things?
It's gonna sound like everything that people already know. I mean, we have camp, we team build during that camp, we give them assignments, we allow them to be and encourage them to be competitive within the group, but also as a group to be competitive in other things outside the game with other teams. GPA, response to emails. We bind them together as a social group while they're together and give them other things to do. Sometimes it's movie night, sometimes it's float in the river, it's those kind of things.
That's awesome. And again, I think that's so critical for parents to understand that it's not a one-off event where my son or daughter is playing on his or her own and that's it. It really is a tight-knit community that you're building through that teamwork because it's just like any other sport.
It has to be because we've seen time and time again teams that were ranked higher lose to teams that were better coordinated, better communicators, played with a better understanding of their win condition.
Yep, and that's similar to pretty much every sport, right?
Every sport,
those teams that
yeah,
really
that's why
bond
I say it's kind of boring. It's the thing you already know. We say all the time that, I mean, the difference between sports and esports is so minute. It's the field that we play on. The only difference is the E.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, you've hit upon some of the opportunities that esports has brought upon for you, specifically for your son, and some of the things like marketing, branding, things that really have helped him spread his wings. But I'm going to pass you to the other Chris, because that's the high school level. What are some of the things that you recognize that you can start, or that you probably do already implement with your structure for the students coming on board beyond the game that really helps accelerate what those pathways look like to a Boise State or beyond?
So some of the things you mentioned, certainly league night type things do a lot of community building. I also think that there's something inherent about the gaming community when they're given a space and an opportunity to be together, especially in person, in a way that's not that they maybe didn't expect because of the kind of the novelty of esports still at the educational level. Anyway, educational institutions, we're still at the inception of it, really. We're in the first 5 to 7 years of this being something serious, and at the high school level, maybe only 3 years. But when we talk about pathway opportunity, I think of 3 or 4 schools in the league that have dedicated casters, they have dedicated streaming teams, excuse me. They have dedicated camera people, just dedicated commentators. They have color commentary. They have play-by-play, and these are kids. entirely run operations by kids. They have social media teams that are all run by kids with an adult who is a faculty member and a, I'll say the term coach because that's the title that they're given, but in a lot of ways they're just signed on a piece of paper and they just supervise, and the kids do it all, from playing to practicing to coaching to everything. So when we talk about gaming and esports as a skill, that's fine and that's great, but at the end of the day, even out of the league, the 2 major scholarships that came out of our league last year were for casters. They weren't even for gaming themselves, and they were kids who they like to game, but they're not as high caliber players as the rest of the teams that they're a part of. So they decided to find another opportunity to be involved, and then they found their way to college by doing something peripherally involved with esports, which, if that's not engagement, I don't know what is.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. So kind of switching gears again to your exposure and your experience, where did that start? At what age did you start to see or recognize within your son that, wow, this is something they're passionate about? And at the end of the day, I want to make a comment on that. For any parent that's really kind of confused as to what is esports, what's game, if they have a passion in it, whether it's esports, dance, baseball, music, you name it, follow that path, right? At the end of the day, we want the best for our kids, and kind of investigate. Take a moment to understand what that looks like and what those opportunities can really cultivate to be. But for you, when did that start? And when did you first start to have an inkling of, okay, he's pretty good at some of these things, and how did that all evolve?
Right. Well, just to touch on real quick on what Chris was saying, even like backstage, the guys behind here, I got a quick tour of behind the stage here, and this doesn't just happen. This doesn't just pop up. There's a lot of work. There's a whole team, whole crew back there doing an amazing job all weekend long, and all these other events. So huge shout out to them. And yeah, like I said, it's a lot of work. But when my son first knew he wanted to get into esports and gaming, he was 10. He was very definitive when he came up to me and he said, "Dad, I want to be a YouTuber. This is what I want to do." And he was very determined with it. He was recording his own videos with his iPad. He didn't have any of the equipment for it. But just seeing him light up when he hit record and started making his videos, his personality really just jumped out. He was a very shy, quiet kid. Not a lot of friends, but when that camera came on, he was a different person. His skeptic personality came out. So that was it. When he was 10, he started introducing me to the scene, everything that was out there. And when he saved up all his money and got all his equipment ready to go, and he turned 13, he started streaming. So that was when I really got introduced to the Twitch world, the competitive scene. I'm a mod in his channel. So I'm in there, I'm active every day, and it was pretty eye-opening how much went on. And I think the thing that I didn't know getting into it was how big the scene is, how big the industry is. And I think a lot of parents still have that misconception.
But I think you're 100% right, which leads to a perfect question, is how big is that space? So again, I'll kind of go back to you, Doc, based on your in the collegiate space specifically. Talk about how big it was, let's say, 3 or 4 years ago to what you're seeing today, and where you think it may even go.
You bet. So I'll go even further back in time. 1869, the birth of college football as we know it. Rutgers, Yale, and Washington State, believe it or not. No, I'm kidding. It was Princeton. And they were the first 3 schools to be given the ability to play as their school, to wear their colors, to play it officially on their. They've been playing football for years. It was a student game. Esports has always been a student game. For us, fast forward 150 years to the Robert Morrises, the UCIs, the Utahs, the Miamis, and a ton of others. In the beginning, it started slow, but student games. Once we understand, okay, so this is kind of like this other thing we know. They grow pretty quick. 880 is the magical number. It's continuing to drop, but a couple years ago there were 880 college football programs 4-year to 2-year. Today there are over 420 recognized college esports programs. More than 300 of them now offer scholarships. That number continues to go up. I think that there'll be a crossing point. Football will never go away. Football will never stop being something we love to watch, and that's good. But the number of universities, especially, and that's a pyramid, right? The pro teams to the college teams to the high school teams are what, 26,000 high schools, right?
Yeah.
So as that continues to be a big part of what we do, I mean, we're just going to see more and more and more, and that's built on a base of youth. Go back down to 5-year-old T-ball. I don't know, there'll be 5-year-old League of Legends. Sometime my team plays like a 5-year-old League of Legends team. There are fights, there's tantrums. There's always a tantrum, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the most accurate one. But for what we do, it just continues to grow. I don't even engage in the why it's important conversation as much anymore because it's kind of unnecessary. I mean, our conversations are more about, well, let's find the people that best fit our way of thinking about it and philosophy.
Right.
Because we're technological determinism, which is basically the theory that once something becomes pervasive in a society, penicillin, railway, electricity, we no longer can decide whether or not it will have value. It becomes its own movement, and we can't put it back in the bottle. We can't put electricity back in the bottle. So that characteristic of esports has already reached that wave point, and now it's just, will we ride it or will we push back against it, with no success? And I choose to surf.
I'm with you there, brother. I'm surfing. What we look at that younger age group, we host a number of camps with like Minecraft or Roblox for those younger age students, right? Because that just increases that energy of creativity. Those are potentially future engineers and everything else, or gamers that learn how to code, etc. So I think there is a way to look at that pathway even at a younger age, but in a different model to a degree. How about high school-wise? We see what colleges look like and what that evolution is today and where it could potentially head. What's been your experience at the high school level? Is it a little bit more of a struggle because of not as much of participation there? How's that look for you?
Yeah, I think I just think that where we are resource-wise is, we're just tracking behind what the collegiate space has been capable of doing is all. I think that's kind of the way of things. The luxury also is that at the college space, your players are adults, and they get to make a lot of decisions for themselves. And at the high school level, we have to get a lot more buy-in from a larger constituency group than just the player themselves. So that's been a part of it. When you talk about public schools and you talk about district level decision making and school leadership and things like that, it's not that school leadership doesn't want to do what's in the best interest of their student population. It's that they still need to learn about why this is in the best interest of the student population. And as Doc was saying earlier, we are close to the pervasiveness in society where that conversation will be moot. Close. At the college space, especially where the program is developed as yours, you probably are there, where you don't have to have that conversation because the pervasiveness in your program at your school. We're not there yet at the high school space. There are a few high schools certainly that are there, but not a lot. I think until we can see labs on campuses in the same way that we see soccer fields and pools and gyms, that we're still going to be battling until it just becomes a thing that you're not picking to go to a school because they have a lab, but instead every school has a lab. You're just picking which one's the best. Once you get to that point is when it'll be a little different. But for now, there's a lot of conversations that still surround, look at these kids who tend to be, disengaged from the school community traditionally. I'm going to engage them in the school community. I'm going to get them involved together and then put them together and then, teach them how to work together as a team under the school's, logo and under the school colors. And that's a lot of the sell point to the school leadership is I'm taking kids who normally don't do anything at school except come to school, and I'm now giving them a thing to do under your school's logo. That's a big part of it. And when I meet with schools, with coaches who say, how do I get my school to buy in? What do I do to get them to help and support? That's what I tell them is you've got kids at your school that want to do something as a school, and you're not letting them. Help them. They will do it. You don't have to give them much. Give them a little rope, and they'll pull. They'll go.
No, I would agree. That's how that space looks, but
Yeah, I'm just curious to know if you get more pushback from, or if you hear about more pushback from the school districts, or if you get that from like parent associations like the PTA.
I think that the parent associations are the ones who probably are helping influence some of what the schools are willing to do. So I would say that I would say the school is the one you're dealing with most often, but the school, in a lot of ways, schools answer to parents, and that's just that's the nature of the beast. But they also answer to state regulations and policies and compliances and things like that. And with the rating system behind games and the fact that not every school is willing to do the same titles, to play the same titles, that creates a lot of complication for league mechanics as well. Every school plays water polo, but in esports, you still have some that are doing Overwatch and some that are doing Fortnite and some that are doing League and some that refuse to do Overwatch because it's too realistic, like guns and things like this. So you're battling all those kinds of things. It's all about trying to negate those with the more important qualities that come out of esports, the things we've been talking about: leadership, communication, verbal skills, social skill development, how to represent yourself online, those kinds of things. Those are the buy-in factors.
Thanks.
So you bring up another good point. So we're building up to the championship here for the finale for Valorant. As we all know, Valorant's being pushed out there. It's an incredibly exciting game to watch.
Yes.
Kids love to play it.
Way better than CS:GO.
Maybe Go, but not CS 1.6.
He said that. He said that. For you specifically, how do you communicate, or what's your workaround? It's a game that has guns in it at the end of the day, right? How do you communicate that? That it's obviously offered at the collegiate space by a ton of different schools, and that's going to grow even more.
Well, that's number one. Is exactly that. Is the colleges are doing it, and the colleges are handing out money for this. So if you want to provide more opportunity for students to get college dollars, to go to universities, not to have to pull out $250,000 to go to college, this is one avenue to do it. So by saying that we can't do this, you're taking away an opportunity from kids. That's what that is. So that's number one. Number two is, and this is the difference between Counter-Strike and Valorant, is there's no firewalls in Counter-Strike. So that's, at the end of the day, that's always my go-to as well.
Fantasy.
Yeah,
it's fantasy combat.
It's fantasy. There's laser beams and there's firewalls and there's all these kinds of things. There's bow and arrows. I mean, there's all kinds of other metrics to the game that take away the realistic violence. And then, of course, at the high school level, I just tell them to play no gore mode.
We also on campuses don't have a sassy Australian lady who can conjure animals from midair problem, right? We don't have a sky problem. It is, by its very design, a departure from reality, and that goes a long way. We've never had issues with Overwatch in our realm because a genius gorilla with a Tesla cannon problem does not exist in places that we know. So, and once they have insight, once they see, you asked this question before, how do you get people on board? You let them see it. You let them listen to it. You let them, I've handed my headset off to countless administrators to go, listen to what they're talking about. Yeah. Now let me explain the strategy. Now here I've got this sheet, and here's what we're trying to do. And the light comes on. Yeah. It's when they don't have visibility into what it looks like. They just hear about it, that we're going to play a game. They need to come and watch it. They need to come see folks cheer. Then they get it.
I would agree.
And from the parent perspective, when you have all these realistic games with guns, and it comes down to communicating with your kids and teaching them that the difference between the fantasy and reality. Like, hey, this is a game. You're obviously not going to take a gun out into the real world and do any of these things, but this is a game. It's all for fun, for competition, for sport. So opening those lines of communication and talking to them, it's one of the most important things for getting parents.
So it sounds like all the way across the board, if you had to check the box, right, whether it be for the student, the parent, the administrative group, et cetera, it's that communication process, right? How do you get them involved to understand, to navigate what is esports? How can it work? I know right now we're talking about specifically a game title and understanding that anybody can play it. I look at it as Star Wars, incredibly popular movie for kids. There's probably more violence in a Star Wars movie that you actually get to see than you would while playing Valorant at the end of the day. So anyway, moving on beyond that, what's success look like? We all have a little bit of a different background, a little bit of a different story. You're at the collegiate space, you're at the high school space, you've got, again, someone who's growing up through the space. How do you define success, whether it's for your organization, whether it's for you personally, whether it's for the student, et cetera? What's esports and success look like in your perspective, your point of view? Anybody want to jump at that?
Ooh, one-word answers. Graduations.
Love that answer.
College.
Love that answer.
It's hard to sum that up.
You got to follow up these guys,
You
right?
set some rules here early on, yeah.
They took my 2 answers.
Yeah, right. No, it's just watching your kids thrive and watching them. The success comes from watching all the things that they're learning, whether it be the communication, the teamwork, the career building skills, all the tangible real world skills that they're taking away from the space. I think that's what success is from a parent.
Got it. And they all tie together at the end of the day, right? To be a good high school participant in sports in general, you got to communicate. You're going to learn quite a few things. You're going to have to work together with a team, et cetera, to get to that next level, which then means college, right? Which is your answer. And then obviously once you have them, it's all about getting that diploma at the end of the day. Get that degree, move forward into the workforce, and then being able to work in an industry that they already are so super passionate about, that they love. They might be future employees at an organization like PAX, right?
Future panel members.
Future panel members. This is hard work. I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far. But
I do think when we talk about success, if I think of personal success, because I do think that at the time that I went to college and all of that, and all of us here, when we were all doing that, this kind of thing wasn't happening. Actually, that's not fair. PAX probably was happening at the time for some of us when we were in college, but certainly not to the degree that it is now. And the fact that I get to wake up every day and work in the esports space, I mean, that's testament to the reality and the viability of this as a growing landscape and career opportunity outside of gaming, but involved in gaming still. I get to talk about games all day long. I mean, that's a part of the job, and to me, how can that be a career?
That's not work.
Yeah, when you think about it, how many people?
It's really hard work. It's just not real work, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're having fun every day at work, it doesn't feel like work. And I think that's the dream for everybody, really. That's success for everybody, is to be able to get up and not feel like it's painful to, slog out of bed and go to work every day.
Sure.
I mean, and there's so many opportunities now because things like this are happening.
Yep. That's the main reason we created Stay Plugged In, frankly. My oldest son, similar to your son, a little bit more introverted, but gaming really got the best to come out of him. And he now works there. And at the end of the day, everyone on the staff will tell you, he's one of the most talkative people. He gets on the phone. He's on the phone with all the colleges and coaches and recruiters and kind of giving the lowdown on the players and everything else. So I see that as my own success with esports, because that's what, as a parent, that's what you live for, right? What's the best possible position I can put my son or daughter in? And where are those opportunities, whether it's in anything at all that they're interested in, and how do we pursue that so that they can make the most out of it? Ultimately, that's the goal. Last thing, as we start to wind down, especially for a lot of the high school students, they think this is somewhat easy. I can get to the next level. I can play as good as some of the pros I see. I just got to grind it out, right? If I go through the grind, I'm going to sign a super large contract with, and fill in the blank for any org out there. Tell me about what your thoughts are on that. And what message would you tell to those high school students?
It is not easy. It's a grind. You have to put in the work. Just like any other sport, you got to put the practice time in. You got to put the hours in, practicing all your skill set, your rotations, your communication, your aim training, even VOD reviewing after your games, matches. It's a lot of time, a lot of work. But don't let that discourage you. Just like any other sport, though, you don't have to be in the top 1% to make it in this industry. Yes, it helps if you want to be a pro and you want to put that time in. But there's so many, that's why we're here. There's so many different career opportunities for you here. And to find that dream job and find that passion job that you love, that you can be happy in, this is the place to do it. But yeah, it's a lot of work. Don't let it discourage you. Put the work in. But just know that there's still a place in the industry.
And I'm just going to add to that, because it may discourage a lot of students that are just starting out with esports, because a lot of kids play for fun, more so than to compete at a high level.
Who plays video games for fun?
I do. If I had to try to compete, I'd lose, even though I'm still Call of Duty. We're doing it.
We're doing it.
We're doing
We're
it.
gonna do it.
At the university level, interestingly enough, as I've spoken with quite a few of them, there are colleges and universities out there that, don't get me wrong, they are striving to be the very best at whatever title they are representing. But there are many others that they just want to get kids on board and come out and create that community and create that connectivity to the workforce beyond just the gaming structure once they graduate and everything else. And to your point, if they're passionate about it already and are able to wake up one day and this is their job, not necessarily as a pro, but as a caster, which we see folks here, or the hundreds of people behind the curtain here that are doing a ton of work constantly, et cetera. So there's huge opportunity in it, whether you're top, somewhere down here, or anywhere in between. And I think that's important for the high school student and parents to really understand as well, that, again, if done foundationally correctly, there's specific pathways forward into college and into the workforce. With that being said, we're kind of winding down here, so I'm going to let everyone take one last parting shot. Anything else you want to either add, etc., but we'll kind of go
shot,
from here to here.
So add anyone, so I can rip on Chris, or
this is free for all right here. Free for all right here.
No, you know, everybody brings up really, really good points. You talk about just competitive level. There are so many colleges. We're doing 150,000 in total scholarship this year. My goal is to increase that amount every year, and we scholarship top level, you know, Radiant, Immortal level Valorant, or Grandmaster, top 500 Overwatch. But we also scholarship the silver player who is really good at supporting everything else we do. They may not get a starting spot on the team this semester, but they're going to be part of what we do on a daily basis. And there's opportunity. I'm a big believer. I mean, I'm a professor of video games, right? So it's the greatest made-up job ever. But the truth is, if you continue to work in a space or in an area, a discipline that you love, eventually opportunities will be given to you that you didn't imagine, even if it's not the first thing you thought of. We talk about it all the time. The most important ability is availability, just being around, contributing, having an interest, trying to do the next thing, accepting assignments and responsibilities. Anybody who wants a career in esports just needs to commit to any opportunity that they're given, and if it's to, you know, it's to be a production assistant with a great crew like this, you know, and just run things back and forth, that's the first step. Because I'll bet you everybody in that line back there remembers the first gig that they had, and it wasn't the most technical gig, and now they're like, you know, running full observers, and they have all this knowledge and experience. You just have to dive in and do it. And if you love it, find a way to contribute to it. Don't place everything on your shoulders of, oh, if I'm not Radiant by the end of the year, then this isn't for me. That's really short-sighted. Anything you love, you'll do for a decade or more.
Yeah, no, I would agree. And I know we've talked offline a little bit about this, but that's pretty significant. 150,000 that you guys have for scholarship monies for students that are interested in, obviously, gaming at Boise State. Is it all just esports, or do you tie anything else into that?
Well, I mean, we access other scholarship programs as well when we bring students in, whether it's a regional scholarship. Grades are important. We can get folks a lot more money if they just bring their grades even up a little bit.
So you're able to tie in the component of GPA and how they're doing in high school,
yeah,
to increase that amount even beyond that, right?
I get that question all the time from high school students who want to be recruited as players. They're good to great players, and they say, what can I do to prepare for college? Raise your GPA, 0.2. Just finish super strong, and we can offer you things that are not available to you now, but will be when you go from a 3.0 to a 3.2. Just little things like that. And it's a big indicator of the kind of success you'll have in college. And our goal is to get you to and through.
Awesome.
So.
Awesome. Chris?
I guess my one last piece would be, and I'll echo a lot of the same sentiment, because I really think that that's probably a nice summary of everything we've talked about.
I stole it from probably AJ Dimmick and Joey Gariziak.
It's that, earlier you mentioned, Doc, that we always want to liken to things we understand, and the traditional sports model is the thing we understand, and we're, in a lot of ways, we're talking about esports in a traditional sports model fashion. a lot of kids that grow up and become baseball journalists and become football agents and become content creators for ESPN and all those people, they all didn't just decide that's what they were going to do. They just probably really liked baseball and football when they were kids, and they realized early on maybe that I like it, but it's probably not my career path to play it, but I can do something that relates to it. It's the same exact thing. That's the same language. There are esports talent agencies out there. There are esports content creation companies out there already. So if you like to game, but gaming isn't the thing that you want to do with your life, but you'd like to be involved in esports, and you're in high school and you happen to be good at video editing, go talk to one of the faculty advisors at your school. Go talk to the esports coach. Go talk to someone in IT or comp sci at your school and tell them that you want to do this thing with esports. And there will be a way for you to create a whole portfolio and a whole set of skills for yourself that are involved in esports, but don't necessarily involve gaming.
And guess what? I guarantee everyone behind that curtain, for the most part, at some point later tonight or when they get home or whatever, are going to start gaming against each other within those communities, but they still work in esports, but not on the professional gaming side, right? So
there are thousands of people that putting this on that are in the esports industry right now that are not playing professionally.
Yep.
Yeah.
Agreed. Chris?
Well, when you think about it, we're still in the infancy of esports. We're still at the beginning. We're on the ground floor here. There's so many opportunities coming up. And I'm just excited to see the growth that's going to happen over the next few years. But for parents, make sure you're talking to your kids. Get engaged, get involved with them. Find out what games they're playing. Even play with them. Even if you want to bust out the Wii and play some Nintendo with them. Just play with them and get to learn why they like to compete, what their passion is. And on the other side for kids, get your parents involved. Talk to them, communicate, tell them all the things that you're learning here. Tell them all the amazing things that you want to do in this space and why you love it. Tell them why you love it.
Got it. That's fantastic. Well, first and foremost, I want to again thank PAX for having us out, frankly, and be able to take some time to kind of just really chit-chat at the end of the day. Hopefully somebody picked up something from that, and if not, I'm super grateful for the three of you just to be able to spend some time communicating.
Just hang out.
Yeah, so, but for anyone watching, listening, take a moment. I know Chris, this makes my job easy. The reason we picked these folks in particular is because I would forget who they are, but it's easy when you're all named Chris. Take a moment and seek out Chris number one to learn a little bit more about his organization and getting that communication to the parents that are out there potentially and looking at esports and what can it be like for my kids. From the high school side, right, we've got the main event is about to start up sooner than later. Players, if you are part of a high school organization, fantastic. If you are not, I highly suggest pick Chris's brain. Hopefully your high school will be able to look at what specifically they can do to bring esports to them. And then obviously at the collegiate level, Doc's a little modest, former coach of the year, has a phenomenal program at Boise State, and they do so much more for the student beyond gaming. Go on their website, check them out. Trust me, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Take a moment, seek them out, especially some of you top-level Valorant players.
Unfounded allegations.
What's that?
Unfounded allegations.
Unfounded. Don't take my word for it. Check out his website. And me and my staff, we have the Stay Plugged In shirts. We will be around if you have any questions on that connectivity. What do some of those pathways look like collegiately and beyond? We'll be more than happy to sit down with you and answer any questions. But again, thank you to PAX. Hopefully that main event will be every bit as competitive as everything I saw here yesterday as well. And then lastly, make sure that for you guys that are out there and listening to this, come to the next PAX event. There's no better place that you can have your parent and or high school student involved in that communication process than to go through the exposure and the experience itself. These types of events that PAX puts on are so phenomenal that the engagement from that by itself lends itself to that communication process between that student and parent as to this is what it's all about. This is the passion I've been talking about. This is why I do what I do. So other than that, again, thank you, and we will sign off now. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
What an exciting night. They also helped me get my scholarship for Columbia College.
And I'm just excited to see my son get involved.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to PAX West 2021, Day 4. How's it going? Yes, Woo is right. It is definitely Day 4. Everyone is settling in for an amazing day of esports here on the PAX Arena stage. It is still PAX Arena, if I didn't already say that. I think I did. I'm still Alex Correa, for better or worse, and we're still the home for amateur esports here at PAX. We have something very exciting today. We are switching gears from Guilty Gear to Valorant Gear. That made more sense in my head when I thought of it, but we are switching to Valorant today for a very exciting tournament. It is the Spin Valorant Showcase, a $10,000 scholarship tournament happening live on stage here. We're gonna have 17 to 24-year-olds duke it out for, again, 10,000 scholar dollars, that is scholarship bucks, live on stage, with the grand finals culminating in just a bit. So you're gonna see the money actually be given away. We have a giant novelty check in the back. You are not going to want to miss it. If you missed the panel a couple minutes ago, again, this is all made possible by Spin. They're an organization that helps bridge the gap between high school and college esports players. Go check them out at espin.gg. They are the reason for the season. They are the reason we're doing this right now, and they're an awesome organization. But enough about that and my yapping. Let's get to the more professional yapping of our casters over on the caster desk. We're going to take us through these epic matches, clutches, headshots, and other terms that I definitely know. Casters, how's it going?
Thanks so much, Alex. It's a pleasure to be here in Seattle, Washington at PAX West 2021. My name is Fickle, and I am happy to be joined by Evil Cat on today's broadcast for the Spin Collegiate Showcase. It's going to be one hell of a ride here for some Valorant. Mimi, are you excited today?
I mean, I'm so hyped. We were mentioning this during the pre-show, but Valorant has not been on LAN for the most part. We had Masters, we have a couple small events, but this is 10,000 scholarship dollars on the line. It's a big tournament. For a lot of these players, it's going to be their first time playing on a stage, and well, for sure, probably their first time ever playing on a stage for Valorant, and I just couldn't be more excited what these people can go show out for us.
And we have a beautiful stage behind us as well, thanks to our sponsors as well, from ViewSonic all the way to Razer, AMD, EK Fluid for providing the PCs, Spin, Cope, as well as SteelSeries for the peripherals. We have some really, really good setups here. Two 40Hz monitors, 3070 equivalents, as well as AMD Ryzen processors. It's going to be very nice to play up on those setups. Let's talk a little bit about the prizing that we have underway here for the showcase for those scholar dollars, as Alex has mentioned. I like the name of that so far. So it's going to be $7,500 going towards the winner of today's tournament, as well as $2,500 for second place. Third place will be going home not empty-handed. They will be taking away some PAX merch, but all of the scholar dollars is for first and second place. So if you're not on the podium, you will not be taking away those monies anytime soon. Unfortunately for not finishing third and fourth, but hey, you're still not walking away empty-handed, and you got a chance to play on one of the best stages in Seattle.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a lot on the line for these squads. And well, what we have remaining is 4 teams. We're going to be working our way through 2 semifinals and then culminating into a best of 3 grand final. We can take a little peek at the bracket here. We have Monkey and Team SG on the upper half, and we have ZZ Top and Apes with keyboards down below. Some interesting names on these teams, but they've had to fight through a lot. These best of 1 format, I mean, it can be tough. You lose one map, you're knocked straight out of contention, Fickle.
And right, the best of 1 format has been such. We had 15 teams of 17 to 24-year-old, either high school or collegiate players. You had to show your ID to be able to get into this tournament, so it's a little bit stringent with the qualifications, but we wanted to make sure that Spin is awarding these prizes to eligible students going either into college or who are already enrolled in a university. So all the players that you see right here on stage, college level and high school players, and I believe we are looking at Team Monkey there on stage left, and that is Mui Minashi, Wizior, Kitsune, P-Man, and B-Man. I wonder if P-Man and B-Man are brothers or some sort. And that is going to be your team on the left. The team on the right is going to be Team SG. And we got a good look over there once we pan over. But again, all college players. Look at those beautiful EK Fluid PCs with the water cooling in the front as well as the RGB. They're absolutely beautiful. Taking a pan over here to SG. We have Fidget God 420, Dragonfly, REO, Lisp, and Max Kara on the stage there. So I'm glad we got to get everybody up on stage. We also have the white noise machines as the in-ear, so it's a very professional stage setup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is just like any big tournament on LAN, and like I said, for Valorant players, this is a new phenomenon. Most of these players are local, the majority of Team Monkey hailing from the University of Washington, and then the majority of Team SG either from Oregon State or from Portland Community College. So some locals just coming out, trying to play. I got to chat with some of the guys on Team Monkey a little bit before they went live. They were just kind of a put-together team. People kept dropping out. They found just kind of this random 5, and it's been working for them thus far. They're just excited from what I heard. They're just excited to be playing on a stage and being able to showcase Valorant. So I think it's really awesome for them to have this opportunity, and we're talking about the maps at hand. It's a best of 1, so just 1 map for the qualification for the grand finals here.
Right, and best of 3 for grand finals. That's really important to note since there is so much delineation there at the top. We are just trying to get everybody into the game thus far, but we do already have some map bans underway. Team SG has went ahead and vetoed both Breeze and Split, while Monkey has banned Haven, and I do believe that the map we are going to be playing on in this best of 1 will be on Ascent. Let's talk a little bit about Ascent and the core agents that you would like to see coming in today's rosters.
Sure. I mean, I think Ascent, when you think about Ascent, it's just good, honest Valorant. There's less so in way of gimmicks. The only gimmick is with those doors. So the comps, you can get pretty wide with it. I was watching some of the games earlier from some of these squads, and you can really vary it up. You're going to need a smoker of some kind. Normally, that's the Omen or Astra on this map. Viper, you can do it, but Brimstone, not too viable whatsoever. We'd expect that. It's North America. It's Pug teams. We're probably going to see double duelist out of most of these guys. Probably that Jet. I've seen a surprising amount of Phoenix, actually, especially with how good Sky has been. But, you know, I think when you're playing in a Puggier environment, when you're not a preset 5 team, when you're not scrimming too much, when you're not practicing too much, where you're just trying to come out here and make a showing, playing to your comfort is really key. Who do you play in ranked? Who do you play when you're just queuing with your friends? Go with who you feel most confident. Yes, there are agents that are meta, but I think at this level, we just want to see these players playing what they feel best at, because the whole point is to showcase their skills, showcase their abilities, and well, pushing outside your comfort zone, yes, that has its rewards, but it can be a big drawback in some ways, and again, especially when it's best of 1.
I'd really like to see a lot of duelist picks here. As you mentioned, it is a more of a puggy environment.
Yeah.
Some of these players actually were kind of free agents coming into this. They joined the free agent pool and then they formed their teams on their own with the communications from the other collegiate players. Shout out to the crowd as well for coming in on a Monday here at PAX West. Thanks so much for showing up, whether you are a parent, sibling, or just a friend of the players. And we are in the match, so let's take a look at character select as we start our first match between Monkey and SG on Haven. Excuse me, on Ascent.
Yeah, well, you know, a map is a map, but we're hopping into things in just a moment here. And I mean, early on for Hovers, we're already seeing something interesting. It's Fitchagod 420 looking to maybe pick into that KO. KO, he's seen some competitive play. 100 Thieves were rocking with him and their VCT run, but he's been kind of here and there. It's a tough agent to learn. It's a tough one to integrate into your team environment, and they're going to be going for it. The rest of Team Monkey, well, it's looking a bit more normal. You got the double duelist, Cypher over the Killjoy, and then the Omen to round things out. But for the side of Team SG, well, you kind of got what you wanted. It's another double duelist setup.
Yeah, no smoker on the side of Monkey locked in yet. Probably going to be an Omen. I much prefer Astra on this map in general. I mean, Astra in general as the utility main just brings a lot more to the map in general than Omen. The smokes are a lot faster. You can get to the map as fast as you really need to be, and you can basically play an RTS while your team is playing an FPS. That character is just utility, the character.
Yeah, and I mean, on the other side of things there as well, they are rocking with the Sage. I think Sage has a lot of utility, especially starting out on this attacker side. The off angles can be excellent, but looks like we're just loading into things here. Starting out on the attacking side, it's Team Monkey, Team SG on the defense, just the best of 1. So you lose here, you're knocked out of contention, but you win, and you're into the scholarship money.
Yep, here we go. Monkey on attack. Let's see what their first pistol round is going to be. Couple of Ghosts on board for our duelists, of course. Ghost on the Reyna, Ghost on the Jet on both sides. We'll see how they have to stack this very first round. Seems like Cypher is hanging out towards A as the anchor. I'm really curious to see where KO goes as a bit of an off-brand pick in meta. I really want to see where they play on defense.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think this composition, it does lean to that aggression with the KO. The pop flashes that you have to work with can be really big, but the drawback is you're lacking out on that Sova, but it goes for both these sides. One of the best agents on this map, he has been neglected, but here we go. It's Team SG on the attack, and they're looking to quick out towards A, but information garnered as P-Man will find a frag out towards mid.
Yeah, instant headshot coming out from P-Man at the mid arches. Seems like they're going to take this push towards doors. P-Man is a one-man wrecking team. Seems that Dragonfly also picks up one on A side. Here's a triple stack coming into A. Pop flash on board. Ooh, gets taken out behind Generator. Kitsune stops the attack. Forwards the attack a little bit more there. Now it's going to be a 2v4 post-plant situation. Pistols round already looking good for Team SG.
Yeah, that it is. Monkey here trying to get something done, but Liss will be taken down. It's one man, Max Kara, to try and clutch this one up. Time still somewhat doable for him and a Paranoid to work with. They're trying to get aggressive and fight forward. He'll find one. Needs a tad bit more than that with already 14 HP to work with and a flank incoming from P-Man. Eventually coming. He'll make his way on up, find that frag, and take the pistol for Team SG.
Yeah, through the wall as well. That's a 3K on the board for the Reyna. They should have, they could potentially buy in for a rifle here. Let's take a replay at that last round. One in mid arches, and they're going to get one around this corner here. The entry of Tree gets traded out nice and easy. That's 2 Devours on board invested in that round. I wonder if the Reyna is going to opt in for a rifle or a Vandal here. We'll see.
Yeah, we will have to take a peek at that. I don't expect a force buy of any kind coming out of Team Monkey. Maybe you invest into a couple lighter pistols here, try and get something done with them. But the name of the game at the end of the day is just damage. And they're going for something aggressive. A la Vision Strikers, the pinch in through mid. Rio has a great position. And, well, they seem to be aware he'll find the headshot. It's not going to be enough to connect the kill onto B-Man. Still the shorty.
Oh, shorty and dark cover not working out, but it was a valiant effort. I like that. The attack is going to be ever so present here onto the B site. It's really hard to take into round 2. Losing the first round, it's just going to be Spectres against Pistols. Nothing much to do there. That's just kind of a take your L and move on. Round 3 is really where you get that rifle buy-in, and hopefully we can turn it around here.
Yeah, and I mean, early on from Team Monkey, when we were chatting about that pistol round, it was the kind of re-aggression. They took an initial loss, tried to fight for that control, and I think when you're working with a comp like they have, aggression really is the name of the game. You have the double duelists, you have the KO, you also have the Paranoia on board that Omen. They made an attempt at it last round, but they didn't have the guns to back it up. We'll have to see if they dive back into that a little bit later on in this game. But taking a peek at this round, as we'd expect, rifles are coming forward. Just the bonus round for Team SG, but it's full armor, it's Spectres across the board. This round can still be a danger.
Yeah, it seems they're using the KO knife to scout into A main there on the orb. They only detected one, so they are potentially not aware of this push coming into mid. Seems like Jet is going to take the first engagement there. It's Rio looking out mid doors, but he's currently smoked off. Kitsune looking into Tree here. He's going to get caught with a Rude Awakening. Gets Cypher traded out on top of mid-cat. But now the push is all the way through Tree. 3 members of Team SG all the way through.
Fidget God, this is a big position. He'll find one. Still needs to anchor this down. He has his flashes to work with. Life's on the recharge, but he swung forward by 2. So the odds even. Plant coming down and B-Man taking an aggressive angle.
Spike planted.
Spike is down. 3v3 post-plant situation, easily winnable for either team. Liss gets 1 kill, using the dismiss to take a peek there behind Generator. He's actually going to get shot a little bit, be underneath Heaven. The info is given. Playing close. That's 1. Gets traded out. 2v1 situation, 1v1 situation, and he is not able to get the frag there. Liss was going to lock it down and get the round back on the board for Monkey. Nice bonus round.
Yeah, I mean, early days here, we're seeing some struggle with the information on the retakes, and that comes with the lack of Sova, the lack of Sky. Sure, your KO is great, but he only really has that one utility-heavy piece of utility in the knife. He had died early on, so they were working with just the flashes that they had to find back into the site. That held position with the Sova, easy to clear. Without that utility, it gets a bit more difficult, but they're still able to overcome. However, we're now seeing kind of the damage that was dealt out of Team SG. They found all but 1 frag, so it's just going to be the SMGs here, while Team SG have a fantastic buy.
Here we go. Round number 4. Empress is online here for P-Man. Taking a few pot shots through the smoke. Rio consistently getting smoked off at mid-arch. They're able to take this grass position pretty easily. Here comes the Lear and the push. Scouting the corners. P-Man sees the smoke come through the wall from the Omen, so he's very, very attentive to this angle here. Does he peek? Comes Rayo unaware. Oh, it gets the... No, unfortunate. Rio takes 2. Very well played from Rio to get that kill.
Dragonfly, good position here. Frigid God will swing off that contact, but he's not cautious of main whatsoever. Still, your players are up, and Dragonfly, he can spam through this Nebula instead. He might just try and push, but it's not happening. Door closed in his face. It's a 3v3. Another retake scenario where they're lacking utility and where B-Man is in an incredibly strong position.
3v3 retake position here. Bladestorm and Neural Theft potentially being able to be used for SG. Depends on the pick. Spectre at long range doesn't find one. B-Man picks up one. Playing behind Generator. They got the door on lockdown. Dragonfly's a bit checkmated here with the smoke and two people on the position. Kitsune is going to easily trade that out. Last member is Lisp up in heaven with the Spectre. Kitsune is going to take that and run. No ults used, and one more on the side of Monkey.
Yeah, Team SG, they're really struggling with the issue of mid-control right now, and that's the power of Astra. You plop down those 2 stars, open up a Nebula right off the rip. You have 2 immediately. You can put them up at the same time and immediately push for that control. They don't have the utility to very easily push forward past that. They tried to make the play. It was Rio specifically on the push-up with the Spectre, but it just wasn't working out. Now their economy is going to be fully reset, stuck into these pistols, and, well, the economy of the Monkeys looking at pretty stellar. If they can convert another clean anti-eco, they'll be looking great.
That knife is working for KO. Detected at least 2 here on the push. And this is a strong 5-stack in A main. They're just going to go right in. Lear is in. Kills the tripwire. P-Man frags 1. Dismisses out 2. Door. And that's a Bladestorm up above heaven. Doesn't clip anybody. And so the push is completely in here for Monkey, and they have completely taken over site as a 5-stack. Here comes the rotation into heaven. Member of Monkey goes down. That's Kara on heaven, getting taken down by Kitsune. Bladestorm is out for Rio, but this is a full site take. Spike has not gone down. There it goes, finally. And now we're in post-plan.
Yeah, that we are. It's just the Sheriffs. They're trying to deal some damage here, but it's just not working out thus far. Dragonfly looking for the head. It's not going to swing their favor. Flawless there in the anti-eco from Team Monkey. And I mean, they're just stoic, getting business done.
Pretty easy to win that round there with just Sheriffs in tow. There was a Bladestorm used on the side of SG, but now we will hopefully be getting rifles on rifles here. And from what I see, actually, we are going to see our first operator come out from the side of Rio, looking into that mid push, which has been so free for Monkeys thus far.
Yeah, they're still going to have to deal with the issue of circumventing those nebulas. You see he's posted up in mid. The stars yet to be plopped down. Monkey has moved away from their mid control in these last couple rounds, and instead they've been leaning into these heavier executes. But despite not having a nebula, they still have the info. Camp spots out the Opper, and well, the tailwind's not enough. B-Man finds him a 4.7 thousand credit investment for nothing, and Dragonfly, he'll fall as well. It's early days, a 5 versus 3, still a minute and a half to work with.
That's how you can tell the sign of a good player, when they're doing that running jump peek in mid where the operator would normally be holding, just to spot it out. And he does, and then gets the swing upon it from tiles, using the information they gathered from that peek. Really clinical stuff here from Monkey so far.
And at this point, you have to consider, do you save this one? Do you commit into this retake? You're looking for one for free here. That's the duty of Max Kara. He'll find it. That's why Zerhu is attempting to get that switch closed. It will go down. But B-Man, he's still holding out towards mid. This extremity control has been great. He might have just found a timing and said it's B-Man for his B-Man as well. The brothers in arms get it done, and it's an operator in a 1 versus 3. Lisp is trapped. He's cut down in another clinical round, as you had said, for the Monkeys.
Yep, and they pick up the operator as well. Thank you very much. That's going to go into my hands. They're going to put it on Jet, and we are back to an eco on the side of SG. It has been a rough first half of this attacking side. on their defensive side for SG.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is pug teams, but you always have to consider you have those 2 tactical pauses available. A minute to just slow things down. Think through your options, try and change up the plan, and ice out your opponents just a tad. We'll have to see if they pop one soon, but I don't expect it on this eco, and it won't be happening. Maybe a touch of aggression. It's out towards A main.
So they moved KO out to mid to try to spot that tiles push, but they have completely taken the wrong guess here, and this is going to be another fairly heavy push into side here into A. Lear comes out, dark cover, but now we have a Cosmic Divide that is completely splitting off Heaven. Ooh, nice little one-tap there from Dragonfly just to keep the pressure on. 2K from the attacking side, both B-Man and Kitsune and P-Man picking up a kill. Oh! I couldn't tell if that was a no-scope or a quick scope. It looked a little bit just like a no-scope. Hard to verify on that angle. But now it's a retake situation. 1v3 here for List. Got Empress. Oh, trying to grab the Phantom, but his grubby little hands were taken down on the angle by P-Man. Couldn't use the extendo hands. Sorry, Randy. You can do a lot, but you can't extend your hands that far.
Oh, that is a tough round. They didn't have the right read, but what we're finally seeing is their aggression succeeding. There was a wrap coming through that entire round from the Reyna of this defensive side. And I mean, just look at that replay. B-Man, absolutely ridiculous. I think in slow-mo, that was a no-scope. That was, a little bit of luck, a lot of bit of skill. You take those if you're the Monkeys. The economy's going to continue to blossom, but Team SG, now they'll have money in the bank.
I've always heard that you have a 100% accuracy buff when you're playing Jet with the operator, and I think they're taking advantage of that.
Oh, Ryu finally finding an opener. He has the tailwind. He wants more, though. The dash not good enough. Somehow finds 3. Rio, this might be the play they need to get back in the game. The greed does get the better of him. And now this round, I mean, it's actually winnable for the Monkeys.
Look at that. They're going to throw the operator off the cliff just to not forfeit any of the economy here. It seems that B-Man and Kitsune have already relinquished this round as a loss. Astra sitting on less than half health, as well as the Jet weaponless now. Picked up a rifle on the backside in B main, and they have rifles on board. Actually, I think Astra gave the rifle over to Jet, and Astra's going to get the rifle in B main. Ooh. So now here comes the push into B. Enough time has gone by that potentially SG thinks they may have rotated over, but Gravity Well is out towards Market. Max Kara sees Jet, gets one. Ooh, I thought he got the spray transfer there, but it's actually just going to be 1 kill each. Max Kara and Dragonfly finally get the momentum stopped from the side of the Monkeys.
Yeah, they're going to be able to stem the bleeding there and find themselves back into the match, but now it's a matter of consistency. What won them that round? Well, it wasn't some brand new strategy. It was just Rio doing Rio things. Gets aggressive there, finds himself 3, and I mean, the utility usage was there as well. Paranoid to back it up. That'll force him away. It's a heads-up play to drop out the operator there, so that's not going to be recovered, but what's coming in instead, the op, it's a judge on Rio. He's got the plate storm to work with as well, and talk of ults, there's 5 of them for Team SG.
Ult economy is massive here for SG, and Rio's getting very, very aggressive out towards A. They threw the knife to suppress, and they sent Rio on a manhunt. They're going to spot one over the half wall there in attacker spawn, but they're not going to press it anymore.
Rotation's underway here. They need to re-clear this space towards A main, but since that play was so early on, they have plenty of time to do it. However, this will at least waste something. No pushing coming out of Team SG as B-Man will clear out main. It might just be a heavy A exec here.
And we have the null command ult popped here for KO. If they choose to aggress this, there's going to be no abilities online for the side of Monkey. They're thinking twice about this. That ultimate from KO does last quite a long time.
Oh yeah, they're still suppressed here, and looks like they're just cutting noise, maybe considering that re-exec. They're leaving B-Man out to do the hunting, but the rest of the team rotating towards the catwalk as B-Man, well, he's kept 3 occupied, and you see, there's already a rotation coming underway. If they hit B now, it could be the perfect call, but instead they're pinching catwalk. Dragonfly with the off angle needs one. It's not gonna happen.
Seems that Monkey has wrapped all the way around to the A side. It is still their intended task. They are just obliterating, eviscerating CG on site. 5 members on site, and this retake is looking ever so grim.
Yeah, this is looking incredibly dire. There's a push coming out from the tree room. That's going to get at least 1 frag. B-Man will fell Max Kara, and in 1 versus 4, yeah, that's not swinging in his favor. 7-2. now the scoreline we're looking at. And I mean, Fickle, this squad of Team SG, they've been so good at pushing the mid control. The one round they chill out is the round that they lack that information.
I'm seeing a lot of utility being used on the B site, especially from the SG Cypher. I'd like to see potentially one of their duelists come mid/tree to get a little bit more presence on that side.
Yeah.
It seems like when they're losing A, they're losing it really heavily. When they lose B, if they just only want to send Cypher with a camera or a tripwire, they don't have to commit as much and just play for the retake situation.
Yeah, and I like that they are putting the trip mid this time. That frees up your market player, and Rio, this time he's back to his old tricks, but B-Man's ready for his teammate. Rio will find the refrag there, but it's aggression for aggression, a push coming every which way as List finds one. A second, it's a Spectre, doesn't matter when you have that Empress, but again, the greed, bit too much. Now we're in a 3 versus 3.
Neural Theft is popped here for the side of the Monkeys, and they're going to get tons of information on this. They only know there's one player here in market. He is going to go down. Sight is completely free here for Monkey thereafter. The rotation will come in through market, but there's a Cyber Cage and a Nebula. Now a Cloudburst in the doorway. Oh, they've dropped in the cubby, but they don't realize it. Turn and flick, Dragonfly picks up one. Now it's a 2v2 retake situation. Cosmic Divide could potentially be used here. Jet with the updraft tries to get information, but Kitsune is sharpshooting. Takes him down with the headshot.
1 versus 2 here. Dragonfly, does he have what it takes? Needs to contend with this tripwire, find some info, but info, it's a bound. Camera up, he'll knock out of that. A swing comes through. Dragonfly, so many angles to deal with, and Kitsune, he gets a little too aggro, and Dragonfly somehow, someway finds the 1 versus 3. I mean, Team SG, every time they need someone, a hero shows up.
That is such a good feeling to do on land, to hit that XP1 situation. It is just out of this world feeling. There's Dragonfly on the screen right there, telling his teammates, we got this, come on, we can do this. This is not over yet. 7-3 scoreline, but you still got 2 rounds in this half. Do not give up.
Yeah, that you should not. And I mean, we talked about the heroics at the end there, but Lisp early on, the aggression with the Empress was absolute perfection. The Spectre, it's an interesting weapon, $1,600 gun, by the way.
It do go burr. B-Man absolutely fragging, as well as P-Man, 15 and 12 respectively.
Yeah, they are having themselves a game. No one on Team SG yet to find that same success, but Rio, interesting off angle. He knows that they have this deep mid smoke. Normally a smoke like this is paired with a dart or a drone for close. There's no Sova though. You don't have that information, so Rio, he could go unchecked.
Look at this mid presence from the side of Monkey. They have basically taken this for free, but Rio playing the off angle there. Cypher and Tree, it looks like Sage picks off a kill from the... I didn't see what that happened actually. Rio, he's gonna get out of dodge. They know he's there. He's gonna relinquish that position and get back into spawn side. Dragonfly gonna get Nebula off there in the entrance to Tree. They're spraying through the smoke. Jumps on top of the box. Great angle for Dragonfly. Picks up 2. Kitsune trades back. List comes in with the Leer. Doesn't pick up any. Jet is here to back it up. B-Man frags 1 in heaven. Sight is now from the side of the Monkey. Spike getting planted on default, but it gets stopped by Rio with the Spectre. 2K on the spray transfer, and that's going to be List taking down the 3rd. Execution stopped.
Oh, SG, this is the first time that we've seen them get rounds on the trot, and it's the exact time that they need it. We're coming up on the end of the half, and they're building this momentum back in towards their favor. It was the mid-control play that we've seen over and over again for Team Monkey, but what Team SG changed this time is that aforementioned position from Rio. He was pushed up deep and was able to pinch so incredibly quickly up through the tree room that they never even had time to establish a post plant. The spike was still coming down when the frags from Rio were coming out.
Here we go. Gonna take down the camera immediately. P-Man, oh, it's blinded by the dark cover. Very nice assistance from the team utility there. Rio still in this angle, gets 2. He's gonna pop Blade Storm and actually just get out of dodge, go and peek the window there with the updraft, but they have run their tails in cowardice outside of B main, and they will have to reassess their attack.
Yeah, and look at this, still a player positioned out towards mid. This frag feels like everything. It's Smoker, but Kitsune yet to find it. One man spotted out, still that player in close, and well, the Shrouded Step will TP him away. You know when you're in these man advantages, you don't want to be the guy to give up that kill, but Max does just that. Now we're back even, 3 versus 3, and there's a lurk up through mid.
Blazestorm is out. Gets a little bit of damage. Astra is in Astral form and does not get taken down, putting the Cosmic Divide. Cosmic Divide is on site. Rio gets one traded out by Wizior. Cosmic Divide does go down. I cannot believe Astra did not die in that situation, but they've completely blocked out Defender spawn. Again, with the Astral form, it's going to be Neural Theft to lock it in, and that's going to be presence detected in the back of site. They're going to pinch him here, one from Catwalk, one from Stairs, and they're going to get another retake on the B site, and we're going to close out our first half, 5-7.
Yeah, I mean, Kitsune, don't be an Astroform at the worst time challenge. A very difficult addition. He's not able to achieve that. Somehow lived through the first one, but regardless, the round it'll swing the favor of Team SG. And looking at that start, it was dire. You lose out on that pistol, you win out versus the bonus buy, but then it's just momentum upon momentum building against you. They find those couple of frags and say they win this pistol round, well, you're right back in it. You win that bonus, or excuse me, you win that buy-up round, you're at a 7-7 scoreline, and you're in a very, very winnable position.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replays here from the first half. It was completely domination for Monkey in rounds 2 through 6, but SG has brought back many of the rounds of their own. They're actually going to end that 5-7 scoreline. Couple of retakes on the B site. The A site, this was a nice spray transfer there from Rio just to stop the plant and the execution. Rio, MVP on the side of the SG. He's put the team on his back just a little.
Oh, but look at that. Bit of aggression out towards main, and it's so successful. 3-for-1 trade. P-Man, you know, he's still trying to fight, but the cage will keep him safe. And, I mean, before we can even look at the ground, it's a 2 versus 4. Team SG going to have to clutch up another one.
And here we are. 2v4 in the pistol round. KO sitting at half health. But they're walking down top cat. Nobody's on the B site, actually. If they had this inkling, it could potentially be a free site take here. They're going to walk very carefully up into mid, going into pizza. Going to put the dark cover up into the connector there. Here comes the B site take, and I think that Monkey is starting to smell something here. They're sending a couple people on rotation, and this should be a spike plant, at least for the credits going into round 2. We're going to see a 2v4 situation for the retake.
In this situation, you have to go aggressive. Find yourself a frag early on. If you just tuck in the site, you're going to get pinched. The 2 versus 4, and they are tucking in. This makes it very difficult, but you see Monkey making the right call. Wait for your team, group up, but that's good information. I think 3 spotted out by the knife.
They're aware, but can they stop it? Max playing underneath, looking at runway, but he's going to get split from the stairs. Dismiss comes in, backside is going to get absolutely stampeded. Takes one, but is traded out by Kitsune, and that is going to be the retake for Monkey, taking the first round in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, Team SG, it is a nice attempt out of them. It's always tough when you find yourself in an early 2 versus X off that aggression we saw from main, but I think in that post-plant scenario, you have to go for a frag early. Just get your confidence up, try and get something done, because otherwise you're just going to be pinched. That's exactly what happened. It was well played by Team Monkey to not overextend, not get overconfident, and to square that one away. There is going to be a force buy coming on in. Spectres purchased up for Team SG. They know how important this round is, and they want to try and turn the tides.
They've invested all but one player's economy into Spectres and half shields, and this is going to be a very, very pivotal round. How do they play it? Sending 2 through B main. They're going to instantly take down the barrier orb. Lear is on site. They're just going to go, go, go. I don't think they know that they have the guns here. B-Man with the judge, an even more expensive investment, taken down. List takes down another. The site take is clean. They have all 4 members of the site on B. Spike goes down. Here comes the rotation to the back.
Oh, List, this is his moment. Just needs to get away and stay alive, but he'll actually tuck in towards that off angle. Might be able to find something from it. It's aggression off the knife. It's 3 for Lisp, and it's got down to 1 man. Lisp for 4. You can hear how happy they are, because that's a massive round for Team SG.
4K to boot. They keep the Spectres and the momentum going into round number 9 here. Excuse me, that's not right, Brad. It's round number 3, round number 15 of the half. Had to do some math there. I'm so sorry.
It's always tough to get that done in the moment, but I mean, look at the buy. This punishment for losing out on that round is absolutely massive. It's going to be a shorty, couple upgraded pistols, not much to write home about. And I mean, Lisp, that beyond just the round count, that bolsters your confidence, right? You do that on a stage, you do that in front of an audience with your friends, that's what gets you hyped up and makes you feel like you can win this one.
A little bit of information garnered here for List. He's going to shoot the Lear out, but not peek, just to see if anybody's looking at that close angle, trying to get on top of the bicycle box jump there.
Here.
P-Man's just looking with a Sheriff onto A main. A little bit of a slower push here. Dark cover going to block off the market entrance as they take up mid catwalk and arches.
Yeah, and I like this little off angle here from Kitsune. Max is going to check on it. Dink's not enough with that weapon. And now the pinch in through A could come to fruition. P-Man, however, able to pick off one, but that's the end of that. It's cut down to a 4 versus 2 retake with the classics.
And this was an economy round for Monkey, excuse me. They invested into last round with the Spectres. They did not win, so they have to. Normally in a round where you would get rifles, they're just going to forfeit this. Frenzies, Sheriffs, Classics, not much to do here. They're just going to try to see if they can get a couple of takes here from aggressive players, maybe find a Phantom. Rio is hunting though. And look at this, D-Man only with a shorty in hand and is going to get sprayed down by Rio. Not much gained there, not much lost, except a round.
Yeah, and I was pretty critical of the KO early on. I'm normally not a big fan of him on the map, and I stay not a fan unless you're rocking with the Sova. But I feel like the knives have been pretty impactful out of Fidget God 420 himself. He's found some good information off of it. In that situation, it was the Jet that was suppressed, so no tailwind. It's just a head-to-head fight, and Rio always was able to get out of dodge when his opponent could not. It's a good piece of utility usage as the gap is now narrowed down to 1 round, but Monkey, they get their chance in the spotlight. They'll have a full rifle buy versus the mixed bonus of Team SG.
Yep. Spy camera on the wall there is actually going to collect information. They're going to take down the barrier orb, but it's only 2 members here. It seems that Monkey hasn't committed to the rotation. This is actually very reserved for them, very patient. Very hot and heavy coming out from Rio, bulldozing their way through B main. But Monkey is paying patiently here. They haven't taken the bait just yet because look at this little lure coming in from the side of A main. The spike is over towards A. We're actually going to get a dark cover towards mid to let that Jet and Cypher cross safely. No information collected with the knife there. I think dark cover comes into guard. We're backed off. Here comes the push into A. Cypher's anchoring on site with the tripwires. Looks like a Lear's on site for Reyna as well. Here comes the push behind Generator. P-Man takes one. Dragonfly gets another. P-Man trades as well. It is chaos on the A site.
Retake here yet again, but it's just aggressive. They're pushing forward. Rio wanted to even out the odds, but now it puts his team in a very, very tough position. They've lost their space out towards 3. They're soon to lose A main. It's going to be a 3-way pinch, and now it's just 1 man. It's Fidget God. Oh, can't find the shot. Clean from B-Man there with 3. Monkey back to their old ways.
I have to really commend Monkey's patience in that round.
Yeah.
They saw the very heavy utility push coming into B main. They did not bait that. Or, excuse me, they did not get baited on that. They stuck with their sight anchor on A, and they paid off by being able to hold it there. Shout out to everybody here live with us at the PAX Arena. Thanks for coming out on a Labor Day Monday here in Seattle. We know that it is a weekend still for some people, and we appreciate you guys coming to support the players, whether you're parents, friends, or classmates. We appreciate you being here. This is a game.
Yeah.
This is a real match here.
Yeah, that it is. 2 rounds is the gap, but Monkey's looking to build things up. You notice it's a pretty standard setup for them. You have the Cypher trip out towards mid. No one actually physically watching that position. Instead, you have your Sage anchoring towards a tree room and a triple lean towards B. This gives you a lot of flexibility around the Senti utility because you can play retake A off the cam. You can leave mid. You can also completely leave A if you plop the wall up. I love how they're picking up this info game, but they might have a misread. Only 1 man to hold down towards B.
And it's going to be Astra as well. It looks like the gravity well is going to get pushed. It actually blocks the tailwind going in, but the sight is already towards runway. And Astra must hear these footsteps coming in behind them, but they do not know she's playing there. Picks up one, gets a spray transfer on the KO, and it's good. Kitsune on the site, taking it on.
Oh, this is huge. There's still players stuck towards main, so it's just Dragonfly isolated. Kitsune for 3. Another frag picked up onto Max, and now it's just Lisp. He's been so clutch before, and well, that's a freebie. Good way to open things up, and the dismiss available, but he doesn't want to waste it now. Knows he needs to build so much more, but here comes the flank. Oh, maybe considering the knife for a minute there. It's not going to be happening. P-Man will steal it away, and it's 4 left alive as the B site is completely denied.
That was so patient again from the side of the Monkeys. That was completely Kitsune's round.
Yeah.
They blocked the entrance of B main with the gravity well, but they did not reveal their presence. It was a complete flank and a 2K free without a trade going into Speedway or Runway or whatever you call it.
Yeah, the spacing there was also tough because you had 3 players on the site. One was still stuck, kind of a missed timing from Lisp where he was chilling out towards mid. And I think it was Max as well late in main. There was no trade potential there, but this time they're sticking together. They're going quick towards A.
Yeah, this is a really fast push onto A. Lisp is going to lead the charge with the Empress pop and the Lear out, but Wizior is going to take down 1. Rio with Blade Storm out. Ooh, potentially going to get up into heaven here. Spike is going down. This is an even site retake here, 4v4 situation, couple ults online. Looks like we're gonna get a neural theft from the side of SG. Information has been gathered. Stay away from heaven because you will get wallbanged through that on the neural theft. Operator shots into hell. Wizard's gonna drop down with the protecting the cyber cage, but KO's on site blocking out utility from the side of Monkey. We're not going to see any utility there. Sprays underneath. Wizior gets 1. Wizior gets 2. Kitsune as well. And that is a site retake for the Monkeys. 3 rounds in a row for our defender side.
Yeah, I mean, Hell Control has been so pivotal thus far this game. It's again because of the lack of utility to easily clear that out. They took the space early on the defense, just tucked in, waited for support to play that retake, but in holding that space, they make it infinitely more difficult. Because if you're an attacker and you're able to hold on to the control out towards Hell, you have the wallbang opportunity. They were going for it for a second, but that was taken away from them, as well as the pinch coming in. You run out of options, and well, yeah, when you have Wizior going massive with his 3K, it gets even harder there. They're forcing into this round, trying to make this work. You lose here, you're against match point. Your money's bad. I mean, this round is really it for Team SG. They need to take this.
Yeah, this is a must-win for SG with the economy's sake, but P-Man is making it rough already. SG has lost 2, only 10 seconds into this round. It is going to be a monumental uphill climb if they want to take this, but they have good position. Oh, Tripwire is going to spot out 1. Information immediately gathered from the Cypher. This is a bit of a kooky round. It seems that SG is going to get all the way into defender spawn without even getting aggressed upon, but they could potentially get split here.
Oh, this is a pinch position. This is a very bad spot to be in, but Liz still good enough to find 1. He's looking for the spray transfer there. Onto a second, not gonna happen as Lisp will fall, but Max will find the trade back still. Look at the support out towards spawn here. All 3 players of Monkeys, well, they're watching an aggression from that direction because they're completely cut off here. Door is still closed. They'll have to break that and make a sound cue if they want to split into B, and well, that's what's happening. Sound cue comes out, but P-Man, great spot in main.
This is a really sneaky spot for P-Man. He takes him down, clean as can be, very smart stuff. Match point for Monkey to move on into grand finals and get into the money. You can see he knows it. They're only 1 round away, and what a position to be in. It is going to be a completely forced buy on the side of SG. Couple of rifles, 1 Spectre to boot. Thankfully, they had the loss bonus coming in with that, so they're able to afford up in this round. We have an operator on site for B-Man who will be holding the A main position.
He will, and it's another kind of default spread here for Team SG. They've been struggling to deal with the aggression. Last round, we saw them lose 2 players early on, and we might be saying this team fate. Oh, it happens. P-Man takes care of Lisp. It's an early man advantage for the Monkeys.
P-Man has been so good on the entry, regardless of what side they're on. Reyna is one of those agents that is completely dependent on your own skill level. If you're a god, you're going to look good. If you flop, it's going to look bad. Cosmic Divide coming up on the B side here from Monkeys. They're going to completely split off defender side as well as a little bit of the back side. What they don't know is that they have someone in the backside there waiting for them. Yeah. I think they have realized what's happening here. Even though they can't hear the rotations on the backside, they know something's up.
Oh, they were attempting a fake out towards A. They have drawn the rotations. Where is this TP going? On top of the box, mid B. That'll find some information, and that'll actually be a double fake. They've been drawn back towards A, and even trades, they're normally good, but now they're even better because it's garnered the resurrection. It's a 5 versus 3, and the only space they have is out towards mid.
Ooh, I was going to say if they could get a good timing here on the rotation there, they could have potentially had a chance in this round, but Resurrection has been used. It's back to a 5v3. No ults on board for SG. Here comes Kitsune with the collateral. Fishigod takes down one, but it's not enough. Team Monkey are moving on into grand finals here at the Spin Collegiate Showcase.
Yeah, big congratulations to Team Monkey. They played a great game of Valorant overall, Fickle. I think their aggression that we saw on their defensive side was just looking fantastic. Rio was going nuclear. I think he had, I'm looking at 300 average combat score, but his team still wasn't able to bring it out. And I think that's because it felt like there was an over-reliance on some of those clutch moments. Yes, it was fantastic when they could get it done. It was really cool when they found these clutches, but there was never consistency, and that's exactly what the Monkeys had. Every single player on their team was finding their impact. Even the player at the bottom statistically, Wizior, I still feel like was having a lot of power for his team. His utility was great at denying information and for anchoring down, and when he was in the clutch, he was looking good as well.
Overall, I believe you have called this matchup from the very beginning. It is the story of the duelists. It's going to be the Raymond on P-Man with the 23 frags, as well as their cohort B-Man with the 21 frags. They have completely dominated that server, and that's kind of what you get with a more puggy game.
Yeah.
You really have your fraggers and your duelists to take the spotlight, but that's not to say we didn't have impactful moments from all of our characters, and let's check that out in our replays.
Yeah, I mean, looking back here, B-Man, B-Man, P-Man, you talked about that duo, but I think the sleeper pick for kind of an MVP of Team Monkey, well, it's gotta be the Astra there of Kitsune. His utility usage was huge, but those operator shots, even bigger.
Well, when you're hitting shots like that, you know the gods are in your favor. It's kind of hard to lose.
Yeah, that it is. Again, Kitsune showing his power in the multi-frag department, as Dragonfly did have a good clutch in this one. Still, it was a generally defensive-sided comp that the Monkeys were working with, and they found such an early lead on the attacker side that those comebacks are infinitely difficult.
Yeah, Rayo had a nice round there as well, top ranking for their side. Rayo picked up 18 on the side of SG, excuse me, but it wasn't enough. I was really disappointed with the KO impactfulness.
Yeah.
I know that it's one of the newer agents and their utility hasn't been completely expressed thus far, but the knife, I feel like these ult utility post plants here, even with the ult on, Monkeys was still able to retake the site with pretty good ease. Potentially just a player diff or a duelist diff, but KO has yet to be completely flushed out and optimized.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like I've said it so many times throughout, but I think Sova's a necessity, or at least this guy on this map. I wasn't convinced by the KO gameplay. Hopefully they'll have time, if they do play more events, to go back, look that through. They're not walking away with nothing. They'll at least be getting the PAX Arena kind of gift bag there. It has pretty good value, so at least you get that. But for the Monkeys, they're into the money. They are into the scholarship bucks. At very least, they'll take home $2,500 towards their education.
And I think we are ready to send it to break, but when we come back, we're going to have the second semi-final here at the Spin Collegiate Showcase. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
What an exciting night.
They also helped me get my scholarship for Columbia College.
And I'm just excited to see my son get involved.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still here at PAX. This is still PAX Arena. I'm still Alex Correa, and we are right in the nougaty center of our Spin Valorant Showcase, where we're giving away $10,000 of scholar dollars of legal tender from the kindest lender, Spin, to the winning team of whoever takes away the grand finals of the tournament. That's going to be happening in just a second. But before we get to more hot Valorant action, I'm seeing people aim training and getting their settings all dialed in. I want to tell you guys about the people who made it possible. Obviously, that's Spin. Spin is the people who made this all possible. They're putting up the money, so thank you to them. And I also want to thank Cope. Cope has been a partner all PAX long. They have a booth actually attached to our booth. They are a kind tendril over in the front of our booth. And Cope is actually really special. They are basically an organization, a nonprofit, that is all about ending the negative stigma that video games have in conversations between parents and kids about esports and education and careers and all that good stuff. So go over, talk to Chris. He is actually a parent of an esports player. You can get a pamphlet from him, get some cool information. Maybe just have a nice conversation about anything. He's a really nice guy, so go check it out at the front of the booth and go check out their website as well as Spin's website. But enough about me and all the great stuff we have going on here. Let's get back to that hot Valorant action. We have the semifinals coming up right now. Over to the casters. How you guys doing?
Thanks so much, Alex. Always a pleasure to be thrown by you. My name is Fickle one more time, and I'm joined by one of our new commentators. It's going to be Bear Light, a.k.a. Bear, who's actually with Spin. How are you doing this morning, man, and how was your PAX?
Well, it's always a great day when I get to see these high school students and college students alike with the chance to get scholarships and really have a great opportunity. It's a beautiful day here in Seattle, Washington as well, here at PAX Arena. I'm excited. I'm amped up after watching a few of those previous matchups here, Fickle. I could not be more excited to see this matchup.
They were surprisingly good. I had some doubts going into it with some of the matches that I saw in the LAN. They were kind of free, but those two matches actually were really, really good. I was really impressed with Monkey's performance on the defensive side, and as well as SG for not giving up going into that. They really brought it back in the first half. I wanted to ask you, what is your role with Spin and your representation with the organization?
Absolutely. So heavily involved in the operations side, which is very cool. I get to piece together events just like this that allow these students to showcase their skills. So being able to organize that, making sure all the equipment's in place, but then at the end of the day, love to get behind the desk, love to describe what's going on, with the games themselves and facilitate those conversations between these students and, of course, their parents as well.
Yeah, well, let's check out what's on the line here today with the showcase on the stage. It's going to be $7,500 worth of scholarship monies going to our high school and or collegiate players. It's open to all 17 to 24-year-old high school students and or currently enrolled college players. So $2,500 for the second place team. Third and fourth will not walk away empty-handed. They still get a nice little swag bag from PAX worth $500 for each player in their t-shirts, merch, as well as some nice little goodies from the PAX team, just so you're not walking away empty-handed. But here's a little bit of the bracket here. So Team Monkey takes down SG in our very first semifinal. They're waiting pretty and grand finals. Next matchup on stage will be ZZ Top and Apes with Keyboards. I see we have some Apes with Keyboards fans in the crowd. Thanks so much for joining us on today's broadcast.
You love to see the energy in this building too. Whenever the fans come alive, that definitely makes it all worthwhile. That's why we love to watch. It's just the energy that comes through with an event like PAX. It's been quite the incredible experience too. And we thank all of you that not only came out to PAX, but also have stuck around for this length of time into Monday, where this weekend has been something very special.
And it is a long weekend. It's a 4-day show, and this is a Labor Day holiday, so thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk a little bit about the map picks and bans while the players are still getting situated there. Some of them have brought their own peripherals. Of course, we want to make them as comfortable as possible. And shout out to all of our sponsors for providing the gear that they will be playing on. EK Fluid with their water-cooled PCs with amazing top-of-the-line equipment from AMD. ViewSonic for giving us the 240 hertz monitors. That is peak performance, especially in a game like Valorant where half split seconds can make all the difference, as well as Razer for providing us our comfy butts in these chairs, as well as SteelSeries for providing any of the mouse and keyboards in the LAN areas, just in case you didn't bring your own, and as well as Spin, of course, and then Cope, as Alex mentioned, with their initiatives for Coalition of Parents in Esports. Thanks to all of our sponsors. And there we can see on the stage left there, looks like from the sound of the crowd, it's apes with keyboards. I'm just taking a guess here.
Nicely done. I think you've secured that. There's no doubt about it.
And they will be starting on the attacking side of Ascent. They have banned out Icebox, they have banned out Bind, and when we go over to the other side, we'll be seeing ZZ Top, who has banned out Haven, and they will be playing on Ascent defense. So
lots of Ascent played today, especially on stream, that is. And ZZ Top electing to go defense first, which I don't think is much of a surprise. I think, on Ascent, it's one of the smaller maps it might be the smallest map, actually, in rotation. So that being said, very defensive heavy, especially at this amateur level. In the pros, you can kind of get creative with your utilities, but I'm not surprised here. So ZZ Top looking to stay strong, as we see them right now lined up on the right side of the stage.
So I actually had to correct myself there. So what we were looking at before is ZZ Top, and that's I'm a Carrot, Banana, DJ Mottos, Dacky, and Frosty NC, representing Oregon State, MT Hood Community College, Portland State, U Washington, as well as Boise State. So have some nice diversity there on that side. And on the other side, I think this is actually apes with keyboards. Can I get a confirmation from the crowd? I'm getting conflicting responses here, everybody, but hopefully we get it sorted, because we're gonna get the names popping up here soon. But as a reminder, apes with keyboards should be Wow, Donnie, Darwin.
There we go.
We also have Typhoid, and then the Sin Booga TSM FTX. I don't know what their actual name is, but that's the name they chose in the client, so that's the name we're gonna show. Who knows what actually their name is? Well, that is apes with keyboards on our screen right there. I have been confirmed: Typhoid, Donnie, Darwin, Wow, and this Booga imposter. Obviously, that's not Booga. Obviously, I don't think they're on TSM or Sentinels. It's impossible to be on both, but I appreciate the meme.
Hey, listen, it's always good to have that influence, right? To have that person that you can kind of model yourself after, no matter what game you're playing, right? If you're talking about Valorant or Rocket League. So good to see some influence here. And if he plays half as good, definitely a good, solid shot here. And I'm excited to see which team really has, the high level and skill that is a duelist. That P-man, B-man combination that we saw last game, if that continues, if you have that kind of aggression and you're able to find that much success early, you're going to give yourself the best opportunity here.
And especially on Haven, I was really surprised to not see Sova on either team. And as a highly acclaimed Sova main myself, I'm very disappointed that we did not get to see that agent. We did get to see KO, no Yoru, of course. I feel that Yoru and KO are among the least represented in the agent pool. Lots of Reynas and lots of Jets on the board today, especially with a more puggy playstyle. They're able to kind of play for themselves, play for picks, be an aggressive duelist as you would normally see on a ranked ladder or just playing with your friends. So that's kind of the picks I'm really anticipating here. Seems like we've got every player but one on the stage ready. So we're going to be getting into it shortly. A reminder that this will be a best of one. So it is a single map to move on into grand finals, where Monkey will be your opponent, and there we will play a best of three because the stakes are so much higher. First place will be getting that $7,500 worth of scholarship. Second place, still getting a nice chunk, but it's only $2,500 of the $10,000 scholarship dollar prize pool.
Yeah. And you saw Monkey pop up there, and of course they've guaranteed themselves the $2,500 in scholar dollars. I'd like to see, who is going to be able to take it on the other side of the bracket here. And for me, it's going to be a lot about consistency. You said it. It's going to be a best of one. You got to start off quick. Consistency was something that really did. It seemed like it hindered Team SG, and they could show signs of success, but unless you actually get that going on a more regular basis, that's when you really give yourself ultimately the best opportunity.
And so what would be your ideal pick for Haven? I want a 5-man roster.
For Haven.
Excuse me, for Ascent. I keep missing that up. It's Ascent. I said twice. How could I do this to myself?
Well, no Brimstone for sure. I mean, you always got to carry in a jet, right? So that's going to be my first off at bat. We saw the success with it as well. The P-Man, B-Man, I think they were doing it right with the Reina 2 because of the aggression. And for my duelists, those are got to be my 2. I think you bring in Sova as well. Obviously, not just because you said it either, but Sova always super important with intel and able to really open up the doors in this small map too. I really like Sky too. I'm not sure, if that's your ideal situation and scenario with a Sin, but that being said, you find yourself in a 1v1 situation and you send out the Seekers and you're good to go there. And I know that's 4, but I kind of want to leave it as a wild card for number 5.
Personally, I actually quite enjoy Cypher. I think that with the narrow entryways into site, especially on both B and A main, there's really only one way to get in. It's very easy to guard it with 2 tripwires. And even if they break into 1, the information is gained. You can always just play for retake. You can just send 1 Cypher onto site, put your 2 trips down, put the cam as well, and just leave. Like, you can play back site, you can play back behind generator, back behind dice. It's a safe spot for Cypher to hang out. I think he has a high impact on this map. Sova, of course, I think Sova can play basically any map except for maybe Split. But again, Sova main, so I want to see Sova on most maps.
Not biased at all. Not biased. Not a chance. Not a chance. So we'll get to see the opportunity here to see if they do end up choosing Sova, as we're about to get into the action very shortly.
Yep, still got some things on stage to take care of. We want to make sure that everybody is completely situated on stage, and because of that, we are actually going to go to a small break just to resolve the technical issues. We know there's a lot on the line here. We apologize for the delay, but we're going to fix that on stage here. All hands on deck, so we'll be right back after this. Welcome everybody back to our Collegiate Spin Showcase here for the 10K Scholar Dollars. I'm Fickle, joined by Bear Light one more time. Seems like we have everybody in the lobby now finally for semifinal number 2 between Apes with Keyboards going up against ZZ Top.
Amp it up. We love to see it. And, you know, when there's so much excitement, of course, you know, sometimes technical glitches will happen. But we're excited to see them take the map here. And, of course, just as a reminder, we're going to be on ascent for this one. And, of course, ZZ Top choosing and electing to defend first. So we're going to see what they're capable of as far as holding off sites.
That's right. It seems that, hey, everybody, nice to see you guys in the crowd. If you guys are here for ZZ Top, right? Oh, yeah. And those are probably college bros and friends of friends, as well as maybe some family members in there. So we appreciate you guys being here in the audience today at PAX, and that's where we are live in Seattle, Washington at PAX West. Final day of the PAX Arena here. We've had so much good action. Guilty Gear, if you missed it yesterday, the day before, and the day after, the day before that. We also had Stream Stars with Brawlhalla, and it was an amazing show. Check out the VODs as well as the memorable moments we have on the screen.
You can see the focus on the eyes of these competitors too, as of course they're playing for these Scholar Dollars. Everything is on the line, and Fickle, sometimes it'll kind of make and force a player to play a little bit differently. But that being said, you want to steadfast to your game plan coming in. Of course, that you found some sort of success in order to make it to the semifinals in the first place. So you can see them kind of zoning in, getting ready, and they're going to be amped up and fired and ready to go. You'll see after some big plays, them jumping up. It's going to be exciting to see this one.
Yeah, I love seeing players sit down in an actual LAN and be able to get into the zone like this. We also have the player cams on them as well. They have white noise in their headsets, and then they have their in-ears to actually hear the game. So this is as professional of a setup as you would get to a major LAN. And we're trying to give the players a good experience here. Shout out to all of our sponsors as well. You can see the ViewSonic monitors there. Nice 240 hertz. I haven't actually made that jump myself. I'm still at 144. So it's an amazing experience to play on a high refresh rate monitor like that as well. And as well to EK Fluid for the PCs, as well as the AMD parts that are in those PCs. Razer for providing the chairs, SteelSeries for the mice and keyboards. Spin, of course, as you will know, and then COPE, which is the coalition of parents in esports. So we are moments away from getting into semifinal number 2. I see all the players in the lobby. Seems like the pregame jitters are in the air, and there we go. We just launched the game. And here we go. Yeah. Semifinal number 2 between ZZ Top and Apes with Keyboards.
The quicker you can shake off that bit of nerves that you get when you get on stage, the better here, Fickle, because obviously, like I said, the nerves will kind of get to you a little bit, and when it's a best of 1 and you want to come out popping, well, that's going to be the least of your concerns, right? You want to start off strong. How do you do that? Well, obviously, it's why winning the pistol round. So the real question here is you see them lock in some of their agents here. As you see, Omen, Sage, Sova, perhaps a Killjoy in of course, Jet would be my suggestion here. So we'll see if WoW goes for it for Apes with Keyboards. And ZZ Top electing to choose them, as most of them with Astra right now. Obviously, they'll change that, but excited to see who they pick out. And looks like they're converting now.
So as opposed to the previous game we saw between Monkey and CG, we also have a Killjoy on the board here. Seems like we're also going to get Sovas on both teams, as we mentioned. And so on the side of ZZ Top, we have locked everybody in. It's going to be Jet, Astra, Cypher, Reyna, Sova. And on the side of Apes with Keyboards, Jet, Omen, Killjoy, Sage, and Sova. I'm seeing a very defensively sided Apes with Keyboards. And now ZZ Top actually did choose to defend first, but it's very interesting that Apes with Keyboards would go with 2 Sentinels being on the attacker side.
Exactly right, especially with Killjoy too, who's known to be that defensive presence. There's no doubt about it. And so to start off on attack with it, well, that's just confident in your late game play, right? You're knowing your front end is going to be really good, to the fact where when you get to the defense, maybe you can take your lead if you can establish it and just keep it flowing. And so I do like that pick and the defensive mindedness of this game.
There we go, showing the teams on the nice setups we have on the stage there. So as the buy phase gets underway, we'll be having pistols coming in. It will be ZZ Top on defense, Apes with Keyboards on attack.
And now we have Omen with Spike lining up on A side in that switch. And, you know, definitely want to consider econ, especially at this level of play. When you talk about amateur level play, you want to make sure that you're consistent with your team. Communication about your econ is going to be ever so important. So to get that start, obviously going to be the most important thing here. And for them, we're going to look to continue to press in. I like the aggression that we saw in the last series. We'll see if they continue with this one.
I think there's already some pre-game banter going on in the in-game chat. I know you guys can't see it on the screen, but we're seeing some players saying that they love each other, as well as they're very excited to be playing on stage. And he says, "This is so cool."
You gotta love the enthusiasm of these teams. Obviously not nervous if you're loving the experience already off the bat. So love to see it as we have a tech pause. It looks like as they're still figuring out some things on stage, but we'll get you into the action very shortly here. And let's check it out. Apes with keyboards. We haven't talked really a lot about this team banning Icebox and banning binds. Obviously, Ascent seems to be the trend here. What kind of goes into that decision-making process?
When you're banning maps, personally, I think Icebox is a very egregious map that a lot of people do not have strategies for. It is widely considered one of the least favorite maps in Valorant, and that is not. It's not very controversial to say. A lot of people just do not like that map. They do not like the verticality. I think instantly getting that out of the way is a good call. Banning Haven is more of a comfort pick. The triple bomb site is a little bit hard to deal with for some players' playstyle. Bind is really that super basic map. Bind is one of those maps that I think completely separates the one team from the other. So guys, if you guys are in the crowd, make some noise for your favorite team. We are so happy to get you guys here on the broadcast. Say hello to the Jib camera there. Thanks for joining us on a Monday here in Seattle. We know you could be anywhere else, but you're choosing to support your team, and we appreciate that.
You know, Fickle, we gave ZZ Top fans a chance to shout. We didn't give Apes with Keyboards. Let's hear it. Who's here for Apes with Keyboards? Who do we have? There you go. All right. Well, ZZ Top looking a little bit stronger in that aspect. But we'll see. Love to see everybody amped up here as we've gotten things settled. We're about to start this pistol round 2, as you already see a couple of ghosts come out on the defense side here. So ZZ Top looking to definitely trusting their ability to get those head pops.
Pistol round also important here. Yep, we're gonna come out swinging into mid arches there. Seems like we have anchored Cypher on the A site. Aldrone is gonna spot, he's gonna take down one of the tripwires. Another reason why Sova is so important. Key to a good Sova in the first round. You always want to buy your drone first. Even though it's not the coolest thing to do, it is the best thing to do with your economy because it's super good for your team.
As a Silver man, I'm definitely gonna have to trust that statement. There's no doubt about it. Wow, with a good pop, 2 in a row here. As they jump right out on site, they will get the plant down here. And now it's going to be up to ZZ Top to try to get this retake. And a bit out of position 2 here is Banana able to get one as well. WoW goes down. That's a big pick because WoW started off so strong.
Yeah, that's going to be a full 50 health and shield there for the Rain on the top side. Entrance into tree, Classic swerving left and right. Darwin making great use of the right click on the Classic. Back over to Daki on top of Heaven. Going to try to retake this. Both jumping down from Heaven. Classic is the bane of existence for them. And we have a defuse on site, but nobody's here to actually block this. They're going to go for the defuse. Killjoy's coming through Heaven. Is spotted, actually. Pausing for a little bit here, and there's the attackers coming back in. Thankfully, they were not able to get back on it. They're playing very far off site, and that's going to be round number 1 to Apes with Keyboards.
Yeah, playing that far off is not usually the common strategy there, but to be able to pull that off early and just that push on site was super impressive. That goes back to the importance of being aggressive on that pistol rounds, and of course, they'll have the econ advantage here moving forward. But I like what WoW did. Very aggressive style of play on Jet, so if we can continue to do that, that's been the ultimate success factor here in this Stay Plugged In showcase.
Interesting to note here that Daki has picked up an Ares to hold down B main, high penetration weapon that could be sprayed through the high utility wall there. But it looks like they are not swinging on the B side there.
It'll be Jet and WoW. Pretty similar story that we saw in the last round as well. Is try to use the Spectre here and for the defense to really pull out. Now jumps in and WoW able to take out DJ. There's one pick on site, so now they'll try to relax and Maybe get a plant off again. This is just basically a complete copy paste of the last one. And Frosty able to get off Darwin, and Killjoy goes down here. It'll be a 4-on-3 here for the attack.
Doors getting closed. Really important to close that when you are taking the site. It's going to be a 2v4 retake here. Astra sitting at half health. That is Frosty NC, and I'm a carrot left for the side of ZZ Top. Just a Sheriff in hand. Coming on the other side of the barrier. There's only one direction they can come from. Trade, but it's actually the sneaky Omen teleporting up to the backside of Heaven to get the last kill in that round.
Ace with Keyboard's not really going the traditional route here, but it's really working for him. And a strong start from them. Of course, it's to be expected after winning that pistol round and being confident in your attacks here as you see them jump on site. It was just a great decision making. It's really all about that timing, when to take this site and when to find and get your picks. And they're doing a great job so far with the 2-0.
They comboed the Shock Bolt as well as the Updraft and Tailwind of Jet to get the player back from behind Dice off of their position. Then the Jet was able to dip back into the Shrouded cover and not get spotted by the Recon Dart from the enemy Sova.
That'll be Sova.
Standing ahead.
Get as much intel as possible here on this A site. No shocker that they go to the A site that has been working for them so far.
Oh, I think that was a little bit of a faked Tailwind. This is super interesting from the side of Ace with Keyboard. That is a clear audio cue, but Frosty NC is going to catch the rotation. Tricky play there, but unfortunately the timing was not right.
Now as you see the spike going to move to mid here. They are on number right now in the 4-5, but just 2 rounds in hand, and now a quick rotation across.
I have the spike.
Stacked pretty heavy here to go to B, and it looks like a lot of rotations quite yet from the defensive ZZ Top, so they should be able to push in here and have a little bit of success. It'll be Astra side trying to hold off. Jackie does hit one on the Omen, a second one on Donnie as well. Maybe a third, there it is. Inside Boy down 2, and a flawless round. That's the way to answer back.
Sitting underneath Speedway like that and gets the 2 scans on the Recon Bolt, they could do massive damage through that medium penetration wall. Just a really great position for that Soba to be playing. Nice defense there from the side of ZZ Top as they get there first.
Yeah, it was a great way to answer back and snap back, and you know somebody had to step up and really be a true leader. For me, that was Dacky. 3 pops in a row, up to 5-2 on the KD, and looking strong in that round. But again, you have to keep that momentum going. We talked about consistency before here. Well, let's see if they can continue that into this next round. Finally able to buy a little bit of breathing space.
Recon Dart out into mid. Not going to spot anybody. This is a very split attack here from Apes with Keyboards. 1 on A main, 2 on top cat, 2 in B main.
Bike solo at A as well. Did the Blade Storm come out from WoW? Just waiting and trying to find the opportunity to come through and maybe get those kills. Frosty will draw first blood.
Playing an Astra on the B main side is a very nice place to play, but hang on. DJ Motto playing in the cubby of the tree entrance is going to take down 1. Trades happening left and right all across the map. Very hard to keep up with, but the crux of the matter is that ZZ Top are winning their gunfights.
Exactly right. It helps when you have that Vandal and have that Pixel peek. It was such an impressive pick there. As they continue to look to do some work, and obviously it's a 4-on-1 here, so Killjoy left solo with that spike and has been chilling at A for a long time here. Let's get one back here. It's Darwin. Trying to get into the zone. That's a big way to jump onto it. And the spike will go down here. And that's the only way that I could fathom having an opportunity here in this round. Well done.
3v1 situation here for Darwin. And then dip down into hell. Avoids the Leer. Look, a bit of the damage coming down. Here's the audio cue. Gravity Well is going to be in the back, and that's excellent utility from the side of ZZ Top just to cover their base just in case someone is down playing underneath Heaven.
And sometimes 1 round is all you need, right? And the confidence comes back. You can tell they're using their utility in a much better fashion. And so they're able to even things up here at 2. And of course, picking the defense side first because they're pretty confident to begin with. But I'm just impressed to see this team piece together after being down 2-0 and just, coming back, being confident. And of course, it's a best of 1. You have to start off quick. So they're not going anywhere.
2-2 here as we check out the replay here from the last round. Just a nice Gravity Well to get both sides of underneath heaven there. Placed right in the middle, so regardless of where you were standing, if you were down there, you were going to get pulled into that.
Almost inevitable. There's no doubt about it. As you see Carrot, you're on Jet. The off Jet, typically you see that in the pro level too. First one that comes to mind has got to be Sentinel's 10s. Have to have that aggression, have that pinpoint accuracy. There it is, right off the bat from Carrot. You're just talking about how you want that to be effective and impressive stuff there on the aim. Maybe a second one too. Oh, Darwin gonna return the favor though. Very quickly, that's surprising. And now suddenly the momentum's shifting as Omen left by himself.
Yep, this was a eco round on the side of Apes with Keyboards. They had a Sheriff beat out the operator at the close range with a one tap, but lost their composure with the secondary spray. And now it's all up to our Sen Booga TSM FTX imposter.
Now just unsure where they're going to come from, looking like now aware where they're going to come from. We'll try to get rid of that dart and be Flance. It's risky if you stay with it. A bit of a fake now. The Lear is going to take him out, though. Banana able to clean up that round. That's 3 in a row now.
A lot of utility used there. That's an expensive drone, but a win's a win, so just chalk it up.
Not about it. So, again, we mentioned the strong start here from Apes with Keyboards, but since then, ZZ Top has been a whole different team now. Communication came in handy, and of course, it helps when you're able to get these picks, as you can see. A very awkward trade there, as Sheriff doesn't typically take out op, but at short range it certainly can. And that's what we're able to see. And now it's all in the hands of Apes with Keyboards as they are able to get a little bit of econ back, and Garrett remain with that op. To get even more picks. Very patient with it too, and does get the one. And able to tailwind out as well. That was impressive.
And that was really good patience as well, because they saw the movement of the owl drone, but they did not react to shooting it. They waited actually for the Omen to pop out. A bit of a misplay from Apes and Keyboards to not let the owl drone spot first before they swung a player, and they got punished for it.
The drone, the opponent, still able to get the one. Back. Get out as well. It's a 4-on-5 situation here with Apes with Keyboards. We can take it, and Carrot with another pick has been super impressive with this op.
And now the question comes in, do you save? Wait a minute, Carrot on the apex here of an ace. They let him go for it. Dacky plays spoiler. Darwin takes the trade. Dacky takes another. That is, does he pick it up? They're questioning it that he's going to drop it. That could have potentially been 2 ops on the side of defense, but I think they just need the one with their Jet player. They've been playing pretty lights out so far.
Listen, as much as you want to allow that ace to happen, right, or at least a potential for that to happen, I guess you have to take care of business, right, especially when you've had this momentum. So excellent job from them to stay with it here. And but just 3 in a row from Carrot, showing off the skill level of his aim. That is some impressive stuff to start things out. And defense, again, 4 in a row here. Just needs to find a way, if you're Apes with Keyboards, to regain the momentum. As Hunter's Fury coming out here from Typhoid. Not able to connect with anybody, able to get a little bit of intel here. As now Carrot another one. That'll even things here at 3. As Banana gets another one on Donnie too. And we'll back out of this one.
So I think there was a lockdown that got put very far back into the attacker spawn. They actually got destroyed. Didn't actually get a chance to see that, but hang on, we're in a 1v2 situation. Nixed by Banana, who's in the Empress on Reyna. Another defensive win for ZZ Top.
Banana finally coming alive. Here we saw a couple of picks early, but as Reyna, obviously you feed off of those kills, right? Your utility, you have to have those kills in order to feed them. And so that will definitely, again, just build even more momentum as if they haven't had enough over the past couple of rounds. So again, they'll move in with the 3-round advantage here and looking sharp in the process.
Yep, eco round coming in for Apes with Keyboards. They've opted into a couple of Sheriffs and a Marshal. Probably going to be sending this Marshal out to top Cats here. See if we can get a pick. Recon Dart is going to spot the Astra through the wall. Can't really wallbang that situation, but here comes the operator, and that's a collateral for I'm a Carrot. Well played.
What can he not do? This has been mad impressive as Typhoid. Able to return the favor and look to calm things down a little bit. It's been super high paced. Heavy punch here as we're watching mid. Spike very, very patient here on the attack. Apes with keyboards, of course, you know, the past 5 rounds just can't find any sign of life, so sometimes it's good to try to slow it down, maybe pull the defense out of position, but with the patience of ZZ Top, it's not looking like it.
Ooh, secondary is shorty as well, but they're going to take down the op finally. They should be able to reclaim that. Oh, look at this. Typhoid sitting on literally 1 HP. He's won.
The Lear comes out, but not going to do much with it.
Oh, taking a couple shots to the wall. Those do land. DJ Motto finally puts one into the foot of the Sova, takes him down. Killjoy's going to get spotted by that recon dart, and this round is basically over. You got to shoot that down. Wallbang is clean for Banana. Another defensive win for ZZ Top.
Yeah, sure enough, coming alive here. They really want it. You can tell in their eyes that they kind of came alive. I don't know if it has to do with the nerves coming in. We mentioned that, you know, to start things off, and perhaps maybe that's what it is. Regardless, Carrot has been a large part of this. As you saw the collateral on the op, and then Banana able to finish the rounds, which has been a reliable strategy here on the defense.
Yeah, nothing going for an attack here, so this is going to be the bonus round coming in for Apes with Keyboards. Lost bonus is in max effect. They will be able to buy twice in a row. Aggressive op shot. They're marked. Oh, they know it. They can see the outline of that op there. They do not challenge it.
At this point in time, the way things have been going for it, gotta come down. Able to get a pick. It's been a while since we've seen their name pop up too. Carrot with a rare miss there, but we'll have the Blade Storm. That with it does get one, so that'll reset the knives. And Banana on this backside, trying to fight off that Sage Wall. As Banana gets to it either. Spike has been set. Time for the retake here, but now it's got it backside here, and Attack is able to pull off that round as well. Gets his third of the rounds, and finally they get one back.
So I'm noticing that there's a player from Ace with Keyboard sitting on the position where you would use post-plant shock darts. So even if ZZ Top were to be able to get onto the spike and attempt to defuse, it probably would have been covered by the Sova there. I don't know. It's something that I look for in the post-plant situation. I'm always keeping track of where the Sova and where the Viper, even though we don't have a Viper in this map, you know, the shock bolts as well as the snake bites coming through on the post-plant is very, very strong. Almost dominating the current meta just to be able to use that utility. So strong it had to be nerfed a couple patches ago. But that's usually what I keep my eye on.
I can imagine as a main, you love to see it. Carrot's still sitting with that off for how many rounds in a row, right? Maybe put an eye on mids. Wow, does get one. So, opponent jet. He's doing his best impression. Now they're being, again, this patience just continues to build and build. As DJ able to get one on Donnie. We'll even things up.
Sneaky little play there. Tried to use Barrier Orb to go over Cyber Cage to get a little bit of the advantage there. But the problem with that is that if you Barrier Orb yourself, you do not have enough time to pull out the gun in case somebody is looking over. And that's exactly what happened. Got punished. But I like the effort.
Well, let's see a 3-stack here through mid. As Jet again watching with that op, guiding the way here on the attack. He'll turn B-side. Omen with the spike. Brando watching the backside here, so they might have a free chance to maybe get into the zone quickly, as now they will turn around. It might be a situation here so close. Killjoy turning around, but being taken out by Banana as well. The spike is down at B. They do have good positioning here as well to cover that. Oh my, Carrot wasn't able to watch it. Typhoid able to get the 2K in a row. Well done there. They will have and own this spike at this point.
I think the round is all but lost, but this is a fantastic win for Apes with Keyboard's economy. I think they're able to pick up that op on the backside off the great patience, even though they lost that round. Oh, I think we got a kill off screen there at the end of the round.
Sure enough, yeah, it was Decky that got one at the very end too.
Yeah, so that actually is not as good of an economic advancement as we would have hoped, but nice little play from the side of ZZ Top to take that away.
Yeah, while doing his best Carrot impression with that that quick pick with the op. Obviously, the Jet op combination very popular and for good reason, right? When you have the mobility to move from your original spot, set up it elsewhere, and get that target right back on the heads of your opponents, super effective. There's a reason it's been used so often. And so now you see a clear advantage here, and Apes with Keyboards didn't look strong to start off, but since then they've just been killing it right now, and they'll have the ultimate advantage most likely going into the second half. They'll be up to ZZ Top to really try to get even just a couple of rounds at this point before the half would be huge.
This Jet is so rich, they're able to buy Op and Shorty multiple rounds in a row, being able to take that defense. But we're going to get a Shrouded step over Arches here through the smoke. I wonder if this Astra is aware of this. Omen in the corner there. Omen through the smoke. Astra turns. Sit down, Omen. Lots of chaos on the field. Bladestorm happening across the site. They are into A, but Spike has not moved from Cat. Even though they do have the site, they're going to have to walk it through.
Right back here. Pace amps up. Carrot gets another pick. And now it's left to just Sova and Jets. And a Jet Sova on both sides. And there's the attack. Great job from them to get one back as well.
Very interesting the way that round ended up. It was actually Carrot who spotted the spike outside of the cubby of tree. They're basically blocking it from being picked up from the attacker side. Even though the attacker side had made their way into the site, they didn't have spike. They eventually do close that round out, but a little bit interesting how it played out.
Yeah, I love the Jet and Sova on both sides, so definitely guaranteed to be an interesting finish to that one, and sure enough it was. As now heading into closer into the half, it's a good job from ZZ Top to finally get one back here, and Carrot just doing what Carrot does in this round too, and a little bit of a closer one. That's one of the couple of rounds that they did need back here, and so they'll move into the next round pretty confident. As now, this next round, you'll see Carrot with a pick and Banana as well. And now, WoW able to get one too. They're already down 2-4 so quickly. WoW gets another one though. And with the res Donnie on Darwin, but WoW gets taken out immediately by Carrot.
Bladestorm is out. This is the final chance to use any of your utility if you have it. It's a 2v3 situation, excuse me. They still have a Cosmic Divide if they want to split this attack. Sova goes down on Speedway. Frosty. Back site playing stairs, and that's going to be another one for Carrot. Bladestorm. Now it's a 1v1 situation, and Carrot is sitting on less than a pixel of health. Spike is going down on site. Rotation all the way from back. Wait, we're going to bait it, and Carrot is going to use Updraft and Bladestorm to pick the head right when they stood up after the fake spike plant you got in your own head, and you paid for it.
You did. And what a job to stay with it, too, when you could be discouraged, but it is hard to be discouraged, especially with that deadly combination of Jet's ults and, of course, the updraft as well. Always a good combination and well handled there too, needless to say. So,
30 seconds left.
Great job from them to really get things back and going as, Apes with Keyboards have been super strong throughout, but ZZ Top looking to make a statement here. Let's see what happens with their strategy will be moving forward, because, it's always tough when you have somebody as talented as Carrot on the other end when you're well.
Yo, double shock dart on the orb, I invented that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's be a little bit about that.
There it goes, right there in the corner. You just saw it. Shout outs to me.
Oh my. In your good old days, is Carrot able to get a pop on Zadi? And Banana, another one too. WoW returns to favor, good trade. Spike already down very quickly. Definitely a lot quicker than it typically is here. They'll have the 4-2 advantage as well. Luckily, Killjoy and a Jet on the fence.
So this is doable here for the retake, because two players on the attacking side are sitting at less than half health. Both have ghosts. A jumping classic shot gonna put a huge dent into the side of the Jet. Knifing down the wall here. We're ticking pretty low. Okay, nice little trade there. He's gonna get stuck with a dart, so they're gonna know where this Killjoy is coming from. The door. Long range ghost shot from Cypher is gonna take him down, and we will see another ZZ Top victory.
Yeah, they saw where the Killjoy was, and at that point, the Jet had been detected as well, so not much of a chance there on the retake, but it is a great start nonetheless, and just loving what I'm seeing out of this Aves with Keyboards team. They've been establishing great teamwork. WoW has been excellent, matching the energy from Carrot, which is just destruction, pure destruction.
Carrot currently sitting on 17 frags. WoW currently sitting on 16. So battle the Jets on both sides. Again, and Ares comes out second round for the Sova. But they're actually not playing on B main. They're actually playing in tree. Bit of an interesting position for the high pin weapon, but looking like a push onto A main here with some mid presence. Looking out for the lurks.
And checking out the A site with the drone as well. You've spotted him top right, tries to go left again with Omen taken out now. So Spike down at A, and they have eyes on it as well. Wow, we'll take one out. And we got a 2-on-2. Banana popping up with 3K. Well done and handled there. With the Reyna. But not able to get the weird though. Good trade off, but it doesn't matter as DJ able to close out the rounds. And that'll be another win here for Aves with Keyboards.
Even though that was a fantastic 3K from the Reyna, the entry into the site, the Leer was put just close enough to the Sage so that even the nearsightedness still allowed Sage to trade out Reyna as they walk through the door. Let's take a look at that 3K one more time.
Yeah, just a great job to get out on sight, and
one enemy remaining.
There you see it. Just quick turn, quick reaction time. You gotta love it. That's impressive play and confidence. And the Cypher, of course, finishing off the round.
Ooh, early updraft with the Sheriff of all things. That would have been a shot and a half floating up above the bars in B main, but I guess you gotta get creative.
If you got it, you gotta flaunt it. Yeah, how much success they have with it. Keyboards lined up. They're gonna go B here, it looks like. Kind of angled that way at least. Been eyes on mid as well, as they have been doing. Good mid control. I don't think it's any surprise that that's why they found so much success, why they have this 6-round lead. Just being able to control this map of Ascent. Super important to have that mid control on such a small map. Carrot, kind of awkward to not see him with the op, right? Has eyes. We'll see much through, so going to back off a little bit. And the rotation is to A. And they're going to quickly move their way up there, too.
Oh, a bit of timing, unfortunately. WoW takes down with the Sheriff from the far range underneath arches, and here comes the attack on the site. Everybody's making a mad dash from Aces with Keyboards to the rotation on the side. Banana's got Empress on with the Spectre. And if it's not a rifle, it still does go burr inside of Empress.
Plant down, so the retake can happen really quickly here. So Taki now gonna get one Frosty as well, and now Banana, and they have a clear advantage now in full control of site.
Mistake on my part, that is a Phantom. I did not recognize the skin. Phantom with the Empress.
They got new skins all the time. But it'll be left Omen with very little health. Killjoy as well. Gotta get that retake. But that's gonna be tough. Looking like Aves with Keyboard's gonna have a very strong advantage here.
And this just looks like, even with the Sheriffs, they're not going to attempt to retake this. They got one rifle away from it. Darwin managed to pick it up. He's currently sitting over by the switch next to all of his nano swarms, keeping him nice and safe. But that's going to be the 11th for ZZ Top. 2 rounds away from moving on to Grand Finals to play against Monkey, who are sitting, waiting.
Looking sharp as well. I like Monkey and the way that they played their semifinals matchup, and super impressive too, as we have a timeout now. So Aves with Keyboard's going to take that tactical timeouts, and maybe just looking to find a strategy to close out. While you have this impressive lead, maybe find a way to close it out. You have 2 rounds to do it. You've been looking strong on the attack so far. No need to change any strategy really. Continue that mid control, and very clever plays coming out from them as well. This is one of those teams that don't take the traditional strategy, but they've been finding success regardless.
This is a great time for a timeout with Aves with Keyboards, because this is going to be their bye round. They are going to have rifles in this round. If they lose this one, it's most likely going to be over, because they will not have money to buy into the next one. They have to really make sure that this strategy works. because even if they lose this round, it's not over, but it's over.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So you see them getting together, kind of talking about it too. Communication, ever so important. One of those skills you'll need when you get in play for the collegiate level as well. Obviously, we developed those strategies too at Stay Plugged In. One of the biggest parts of, gaming in general, especially at that collegiate level, is communication, being able to build a strategy. And so players looking for that guaranteed $2,500 in scholarship dollars. They're able to pull this one out right now. And like ZZ Top with a lot of the momentum.
Aldrone up through mid. They get a little bit wishy-washy with the Nebula, but he's going to get a good eyesight. At least nobody's taken up mid just yet. Patient play there. No frags traded there, but tons of damage done to ZZ Top's Astra. No Sage on the roster as well, so they're going to have to hold that.
Now looking to go B side here, but I'm going to deal with that ice wall instead, so second guessing, and now it'll be the tripwire coming out from Cypher as Carrot has to peek the zone, looking to try to maybe pull out of position here. Quick tailwind into the zone as well.
Huge entry into sight. Spike is on runway. They get Spike down on runway. Donnie with 2. Gonna clear it out, and the Spike is down. All man forward going towards the B site.
30 seconds left.
Just pure presence too. Wow, it does get one back, but it doesn't matter because Carrot with a quick trade out, and sure enough, they get it done. And the timeout coming in handy here as they're able to earn one back.
And a pop-off on stage as well, because that was a huge round. Even if it's an uphill battle from here, that is the first step in a road of many.
Yeah, it's going to be a long way to go for them, but that's a step in the right direction. I like the boldness, right? The aggression. It looked like they were playing a little bit more conservatively, and to amp that up a little bit, obviously if something's not working, you got to change it, and that's exactly what we saw from them, as you see. All rifles, one judge, I believe, from Puga as well on the defense.
Very aggressive from this Jet. They're pigeonholed themselves into Cubby there, but they should have tailwind to get out. It's going to get spotted into B main. Oh, beautiful wall there to cover. That could have been really bad.
As well, what a shot from Frosty. Feeling it now with a couple of them. Spike picked up though, and rolling right back to mid as Cypher gonna rotate with them. Yeah, 3-stack at mid 2. Killjoy maybe not knowing what they're in for, so now backing off. Yeah, recognized what was developing. And yeah, sure enough, that push is gonna go most likely directly on site, knowing the Killjoy is the only one available. Now the rotation comes across in heaven. Unable to get 1-2. Great job to hold the site. Tried for a third, but Zach able to get to it. And we'll get the plan off here too, perhaps. Carrot able to take out Typhoid. And that will certainly allow Daki to get this plan off.
Even if this is a 2v1 situation, still doable, but it's going to be very hard. Door is closed. You either have to enter through door or jump down and make the audio queue through heaven. They're completely aware of this. So they can know that the door is safe, and they're both going to be playing underneath heaven here. It's Audi with 1.
Nicely done.
Oh no! Goes for the res, unaware that there were 2 players lurking in hell.
Oh my. I mean, it was a good idea, right? But you have to time it correctly, and so unfortunate for them as well. But 1 round away now, as they've been so effective. Carrot leading the way here. Just a pure duelist at heart, you can tell with the 20K right now. Wow, of course, doing a great job on the other side of things. But again, for me, Fickle, it has to be a full team effort. You have to be together. And although the timeout helped temporarily, well, you gotta get more than just temporary. You gotta make it more permanent.
Wow.
We'll spot one too.
A lot of information here, and this is going to be a full 5-man push onto the B site. Tailwind's already in. Cosmic Divide is up. They've completely split off the backside here. The back defender spot, I should say. Jackie.
And Jet with the backside now. We'll try to pop in, but Omen to try to get around 2, but Carrot gets one on. Wow, another one on Darwin. And nicely done to get this spike down, and And it's looking more and more like a reality, and sure enough, a flawless victory. And why not to end it off? Great job from them as they advance and guarantee themselves $2,500 in scholarship money, and they're moving on to the finals.
Well played from ZZ Top. They used the aggression at the final push there. They pretty much used all their utility, Cosmic Divide to split back site as well as market, and they just bull rushed into the site. And that is an amazing feeling if you've never played on a LAN stage before and won. Your heart is going.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But again, Carrot just led the way as ZZ Top. Again, not the strongest of starts, and we always emphasize, the importance of the pistol rounds. And although they dropped the first 2 rounds of this one, they're able to go and make it 13-5, and an impressive showing there from these individuals. They're super excited. They're amped up. You can tell. And of course, they'll be moving on to the finals against Monkey.
And there we have it. It's going to be ZZ Top and Monkey in our grand finals here at the Spin Collegiate Showcase. Let's look at the replays from that last match as we see how ZZ Top dominated over their opponent.
Just willpower, aggression as well, and it's all about timing. Picking your times to strike. Do you want to play patiently? Do you want to play aggressively? And they just had the better of those opportunities all around. It was impressive to see, Pickle.
30 seconds left.
Was really, really impressed with the post-plant situations coming in from the side of ZZ Top. I do not believe they dropped a single post-plant situation. That collateral mid-round as well. You could tell that Carrot was on fire. I don't think they missed very many. I could see one pop shot they missed the entire time they were holding it. Just great plays from every single member of ZZ Top.
Yeah, and shout out to Aves with keyboards. They showed their moments, right? They definitely showed some times where they wanted to play. It seemed like every time they were trying to find a little bit of their success. It just seemed like they were able to get there sometimes, but other times the communication kind of fell apart. They had to regain, and maybe just not enough in this situation.
Well, it is hard to come together as a pickup team here on the LAN stage and be able to perform. At the end of the day, it's mostly about having a good time, but we will be seeing 2 teams walk away with at least a minimum $2,500 worth of scholarships, with the lion's share, $7,500. Your 2 teams in the finals, ZZ Top and Monkey. Going to be a great show, and that'll be a best of 3, and that'll be a whole different shebang with map bans and map picks, and I'm excited to get into that as well.
Yeah, and we're going to have a discussion after the break, too, about these 2 teams. The B-Man, P-Man show that was the duelist, that's going to be tough to handle for this team and in this squad, but ZZ Top, more than capable of it, in my opinion, but regardless, it's going to be a show.
Yep, and I believe we will be having a short little break here because when we come back, it will be the grand finals between Monkey and ZZ Top. Best of 3 in Valorant at the Spin Showcase Open. We'll see you after the break.
What an exciting night.
They also helped me get my scholarship for Columbia College.
And I'm just excited to see my son get involved.
All right, this is the moment you've all been waiting for, the culmination, the climax, the top of the mountain, the grand final of our Spin Valorant Showcase. On the other side of this best of 3, it is one team walking away with a whole boatload of scholarship money and another team walking away with a slightly smaller boatload of scholarship money. So there's really no losers here, but there is only going to be one winner. On one side, we have Team Monkey. Give them a round of applause. And on the other side, ZZ Top, who had quite the audience before cheering their name. I didn't think PAX is where I'd hear a bunch of bros cheer ZZ Top over and over again, but I guess you can do that every 50 years. So on the other side of this, again, there will be one winner. It's going to be a very exciting matchup, 2 fantastic teams. But before we get to the action, I want to let you guys know that this is all possible because of our partners. I want to thank Spin or Stay Plugged In one more time for putting all this together, for putting the scholarship money up. It is a fantastic thing that they're doing. And I also, speaking of fantastic things, want to thank one more time for the show, the person at the end of our booth, Chris, the CEO of Cope. Cope is here. Cope is very important. On your way out, go talk to him. Cope is a nonprofit founded last year that is here to destigmatize video games and conversations between parents and children about esports and video games when it comes to education and careers. I've been saying it a lot, both because I told them I would say it a lot, and also because it's super important to me. I have a career in video games and esports, and it wouldn't be if I didn't have my parents supporting me. So that's what it's all about. Go check out Cope. But right now, let's run it back to video games one more time for the finals here at the Spin Valorant Showcase. Casters, how's it going?
$2,500 in scholarship money has been secured by the 2 teams in the finals. We have Monkey facing off with ZZ Top here. And joining me in the booth right now is Mimi. Welcome to the booth. I'm glad to have you back for sure. This is destined to be a great matchup between these two to set things off in this Stay Plugged In showcase. And I'm excited to get right into the action. Mimi, welcome back.
Yeah, it is good to be back in action here. And I mean, I'm glad to finally be getting to rock with the best of 3. We've had best of 1s, we've had ascent upon ascent, but now we get some variety. We get to see these teams' strengths, we get to see their weaknesses, and well, we get to see them fight for a lot. But let's take a little peek at that prize pool that we've already been chatting at, because it is big. $10,000 going towards your education in that way of that scholarship. Like you mentioned, $2,500 secured, but $7,500, $5,000 in way of scholarships. That's a pretty big gap to be fighting for here.
Oh, no doubt about it. You mentioned it earlier, over $1,000 a person. That's incredible. Yeah. So of course, you know that they're going to come up amped up. You know they're going to come out fired up, and I'm excited to see that because you can siphon that energy in a way that, you know, really helps you succeed, or you can actually, you know, it can get you a little bit nervous. So we'll see who can better fight that off, who can get that positive energy rolling, and who's able to get to it as we bring up the bracket as well. Again, let's see how these teams got here. Monkey again taking out Team SG 1-0. Other side of the bracket, ZZ Top taking out Apes with Keyboards. That's of course the matchup that you just watched, where although Apes with Keyboards came out strong, ZZ Top able to get the best of that one.
Yeah, I mean, ZZ Top, they have the fans behind them, and they were a team that was looking to impress. I think I mentioned this earlier, but I got to chat with a couple of their players before we got things going here for the semifinals, and they're just a pug team, right? They were playing yesterday with a different set of players. They got someone in the last minute, brought him out, and I mean, they were just looking fantastic. Carrot, especially, every time he got the operator in his hands, he was going absolutely mental. And I mean, overall, it looked like a pretty convincing game in their favor, but it was the same case for the Monkeys in that first semifinal.
Exactly right. The P-Man, B-Man combination, if you've forgotten, let's refresh your memory because they were absolutely outstanding. They also had that combination of Jet and Reyna, just the duelist combination of their dreams, because it really worked for them. They like to play aggressively, definitely playing with that Reyna really quickly to get on sites, and that found some success in the semifinals. The difference is, in the finals, it might be a different story. You're looking at ZZ Top right now, as they're just coming off that victory too. They got the momentum going because, well, they're just out of a game, right? So they want to get things going faster, sooner rather than later for sure. And so you can see the look of determination in their eyes.
Yeah, and I mean, I love love the energy that they've brought. Again, when I got to talk with a couple of their players there, it was just like the excitement to be there. You saw it in the game chat the last time. Everyone's just excited to be on stage, to play at a bigger event, get their opportunity for the scholarship money. But here they are into the grand finals. And if we look over on the right side of the stage, well, it's Team Monkey. They had that earlier semi-final matchup. Now they're going to run it back and try and take that grand prize. And I mean, they look just as focused in.
Oh yeah, they're in the zone, there's no doubt about it. And even though you've been resting for a little bit of time, you do get a bit of an advantage because you got to sit and you got to watch your opponents and kind of the process they were doing mentally during the game, the adjustments that they were making in order to find that success. Well, you can put that in your back pocket. And the thing is, you want to get creative when you use that against them, right? They know that that this team has watched you, so you want to make sure that you strike at exactly the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be absolutely exciting to see. And of course, it is, like we mentioned, that best of 3 format. So we're looking at 3 maps of play, and here they are up on your screen now. ZZ Top getting rid of Split, Monkey banning out Breeze. So we'll head into Bind, the pick of Monkey, Ascent, followed by Icebox.
So again with the Ascent, and it just seems to be a common theme, a lot of the players enjoy it. It's a pretty simple, straightforward map too, and if you can take advantage of it, it's good, especially with that pivotal second map too. Yeah. But starting out on Bind is super exciting for me, first of all, because it's one of my favorite maps, but also very versatile, right? You have, of course, the portals that you can use to your advantage too. There's just so many ways that you can get creative with rotations, and it just allows so much open play, so I'm glad to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, looking at this map pool, obviously it's pluggier teams. We're not going to know exactly what they're strongest at. It's just a matter of kind of that personal comfort. But I think that the Monkeys definitely had a bit of an advantage in the ban phase. It's now 6 maps in Valorant, so that makes things a little bit wonky sometimes. And that one team for a BO3, they get to pick out 2 of the maps. And here it was the Monkeys. They get to start strong on Bind, and they also get to close out with Icebox, which was their choice. And I mean, when we talked about these teams in their semifinal matchups for the Monkeys, it was kind of that P-man, B-man, and it was that operator. I'm really excited for the Jet head-to-head here between, I can't remember if it was P-man or B-man. It's so confusing with the names, but between one of those 2 brothers, I suppose we'll call them, and I am a Carrot. Both those absolutely huge on the Jet. But here we go. Agent Select queued up, and well, it's B-man on the Jet, P-man on the Rain, and it looks like they're going to go with that KO choice again.
Last time, yeah, exactly right, which is, you know, not as common these days, but of course a relatively new agent, so good to see it get a little bit of use, although, you know, not a lot of has been established for KO, so we'll see, you know, exactly how they can fight this one. But crowd, let's get amped up. It's time for the finals, game 1 at Bind.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. Looks like we're going to have another little bit of a technical pause. What's a grand finals without a pause? You got to kind of let the hype ruminate a little bit. We see you guys out in the crowd. Let's get excited. I mean, we heard from the ZZ Top fans, but who out there is supporting the Monkeys tonight?
Who's got the Monkeys?
All right. They got a couple, but how about the other side? How are the ZZ Top fans feeling?
There you have it, ZZ Top with a little bit of advantage on the crowd, but luckily for the teams, for ZZ Top that is, it doesn't matter. They got the skill behind it. We saw it in the last series as well. And of course, that was a best of 1 previously, but this best of 3, it's even more important to have that consistency. Both of these teams proved to have it in the last series.
Yeah, that it is. And we're still in a bit of a pause here, waiting to get things underway, but we can chat a little bit more at the agent picks on standby. We talked about the Jets, but one thing I really want to bring up is kind of the combination between the difference between that Sova and the KO pick. The primary source of your information, if you're on that attacking side of the Monkeys, is going to have to stem from the Cypher KO kind of combination. You don't have that Owl drone. You don't have that Recon Bolt. That's a department where you're kind of lacking.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of shocks me to see it too. And you know, Fickle is like kind of scratching his head too as a Sova man saying, hey, maybe I should have maybe somebody has to take advantage of that, right? Because I mean, I think Sova's become a staple over the past little bit.
For sure.
I think Sova's like a must-have going into just about every map, but Bind especially. I feel like that's almost the most commonly found, you know, Sova play. But regardless, you have, of course, like you mentioned, the two Cyphers on each side. Of course, the Jets they match too, and also an Astra there also on defense starting out. Frosty's been using that Astra all night long.
Yeah, and I mean, the Astra looked really strong in his hands. Astra, I would consider her probably the toughest agent to frag on. You have to juggle a lot. I think Fickle called it like you're playing an RTS on top of the FPS you're playing. There's so much that you have to contend with when you're rocking with that agent. And, well, he's been doing really well to balance that out, to adjust in the mid-round, and to also work well in the execs. A good Astra player can completely change the game.
So, while we're still paused here, I'm going to throw in my prediction, if you don't mind.
Oh.
So I'm going to give it a little bit of a shot here. And right now, it's going to be a close one regardless. However, I'm honestly going to have to favor Monkey here in this battle. The reason I'm saying that is, you can tell, not the biggest fan of that one, but P-Man just absolutely rocking on the Reyna. Definitely aggressive B-Man to follow it up to that 1-2 punch. But when it comes down to the Reyna frag battle that's going to happen between these two agents, at least, of course, just in map 1 where they determined, I think he's got an advantage here. I like what I saw out of this Monkeys team.
Yeah, absolutely. The Monkeys look fantastic, but ZZ Top did as well. It's map 1 here. It is the choice of the Monkeys. Show your support for your teams, because this is the moment that they need it. 10 seconds left in the pistol round, soon to come underway.
And of course, we talked about the importance of the pistol round, although it didn't really favor in this last semifinals matchup that we saw, where Ace with the keyboard's able to get that going. A couple of ghosts coming out here quickly as well. As B-Man and a P-Man both rocking the Ghost with good reason. I mean, their accuracy is ridiculous.
Yeah, that it is. The one-way popped up with the Nebula and an early 3-2 split leading out towards the A site. P-Man, he's already claimed this space out towards Showers, and Daki might be the point of contact with Shock Dart for some damage, and the conversion there. It's a classic right-click from the Sova, but it is the reveal going the other way. Frosty for another. Now we're into a 3 versus 5, and the spike soon to come down. Daki still has a great spot, though. He'll pick off Kitsune, and it's Frosty for 2. A flawless round. A statement there from ZZ Top.
All right. Maybe I should, I'm not going to take it back so fast, but that was an impressive start off to the matchup is all I'm going to say. Listen, that was impressive from Frosty, who comes alive too. We've been talking about Carrot all day long. Well, Frosty needs some love too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the Astra, it's the util, it's the gunplay, the dangerous combination. Bai's going to come on in here. Monkeys, just the pistols to work with.
Absolutely, which, of course, the right thing to do, especially after dropping an unfortunate flawless victory to start things out. Excited to see this buy and play for sure. As P-Man you're looking at on Arena, a bit of a slower push this time towards B. The spike about to go through Hookah, it looks like. Yeah, knows this now. And maybe a rotation over from Jet as well. But still just holding off on this site.
Yeah, they're just chilling out for the moment. Want to keep this nice and clean. DJ should do that. He'll find one. Carrot to combine it with your picks off at least something. Some damage put in, but the spike's on the floor. That's not going to be planted. And Banana, so precise. The headshot to close. Only one body has been dropped throughout this entire map thus far.
Movement and positioning was absolutely outstanding on that play. And just showing up now. 2 easy rounds there, it seems like. So they definitely come alive and proving me wrong. ZZ Top coming off again that last semifinals matchup, so got to play more recently and maybe carrying over a little bit of that momentum to get a head start. It's looking pretty sharp so far.
Yeah, that it is. And, well, the buy will come back on in here for ZZ Top. Rifles aplenty. It's just the bonus round for the Monkeys. And, well, now this kind of tips against their favor. They're looking to get some damage into this one as it's a slow 3-2 split leaning towards the B site.
Of course, looking to attack Luka perhaps again. Jump out in front. And a slow push here. Banana, of course, posted up on B side, which you'll see all game long, of course, on the defense, or at least for the first half. That spike will move towards Hookah now. 3 on the side, though, for the defenders here on B, as they know. Carrot picked off. That's a big pick, too, especially when you have Carrot, a top fragger.
Yeah, that it is already into a 3 versus 5, and I mean, this B site notoriously tough to retake, but they're given one. Nebula fades at a rough time. DJ, Spectre, no matter, he'll find himself a double kill, and well, now we're back to even odds. 3 versus 3 here, but the push coming through towards Elbow. It's DJ again to receive. Will the shot come through? DJ needs to win this. That he does. Man advantage found. The Spectre Demon still tucked towards Elbow.
DJ feeling it too. You have 1B back as well. Despite they're thinking about getting it down 4K now. To keep your eye on DJ. with this Spectre right now, just shredding through their opponents now. But Jet trying to get the plant off. Now's the time to strike. Fake plant here. A chance! Oh, but Beeman able to get that 4K. And the attackers take the round.
Oh, that is heartbreaking there if you're DJ, but 4 kills, Spectre. I mean, what more can you ask from this man? It's a valiant effort, and I mean, think about the damage they did.
Absolutely insane. B-Man versus DJ show on that one as they traded back and forth through sight. Obviously, they're favoring B right now on the attack, so we'll see if they keep up that same kind of vibe. As DJ's been outstanding. Frosty started off. We haven't seen much from Carrot yet. Kind of shocking in my opinion. Obviously, with the Jet likes and prefers the operator, it can go both ways with the attack and the defense, but regardless, haven't seen much of it.
Yeah, when I was talking to him, I heard that he injured his leg, so maybe he's just waiting for his crutches, his operator, to come into play there. But here we go. 5 versus 5, just the save round for the Monkeys.
It sure is, as now the Spike aiming towards A this time, it looks like, is a little bit of a mid to A push. They're right now on his switch. But relatively slow. Carrot trying to prove you wrong here. Able to get one finally. Unfortunately, KO didn't really look back very much in order to recognize that one, but still, regardless, that's a good pick.
Oh!
Anna with a great shot there on the far side, too. Now backing out. They recognize that they have been handled. Spike continues to sit there. Frosty with one as well. This will be a 5-on-1, a pretty easy round here for the defense. Or is it?
Oh, maybe. B-Man, he's looking for something. He's found himself 2 frags thus far, and now Wizziar's going to get this plant down. B-Man pushing around the cage, looking for another frag. The HP, well, it's already wounded onto 2, but the same is true of his teammate. He has to fashion himself a hero. He has to make his stand, and, well, he can't do it just now. Dash away. Headshot found. 3 now for B-Man. Still needs more. That's 4. Looking for the last frag. An ace on the line. Wizziar, he's just baiting in for it, and now it'll have to be just that. Cloudburst forward, a dash back, and he's just aggressing. B-Man playing this to perfection just on the other side of the smoke. They've timed each other. They're behind each other. It's 2 bullets. He needs to hit it now. Oh. But Dacky shuts down the play, denies the ace, and wins it for ZZ Top.
I was so convinced. 2 smokes goes down. B-Man working it precisely, but just not able to get it up. And the clutch with his Soma with just that much AP you see on your screen. Wow. Incredible.
Absolutely mental stuff there. And I mean, the buy going in, it was weird for both sides. You had a couple Spectres on the board. You had the Sheriffs for this defensive side, but I mean, they were still able to get some work done and of course pull off the round. That's going to be a big punish on the economy of the Monkeys.
There's no doubt about it here. As you see the buys on your screen right now, mostly rifles, of course, as B-Man continues to just shred opponents. Looking super strong. Not a whole lot of B-Man. But regardless, it doesn't matter when you're playing like that. B-Man, right on cue, takes out DJ. Spike rotating towards A.
Yeah, that it is. And, well, it's a bit of a push here up towards short. Now we'll drone past the Nebula, but instead it'll take the TP, and Dacky will reveal at least one. However, he might just get walked up on here. It's B-Man tucked into the Nebula, and it's contact play towards this position. Supporters far away. It's the Astra up towards heaven, but Frosty at range finds himself a nice double there. Dacky adding into that equation, and well, they've just been cooked alive in towards short. A 2 versus 4 now, but the Astra at very least wounded, and Payman's still up. Reina can become an unstoppable train if she gets started, but he needs to get it going now. Kitsune 4-1, the operator in the hands of Carrot for a double. I mean, the crutches are out. The op is out. This is his time.
And here we go. We saw it before, we see it again. Carrot is absolutely unreal with that op. You've got to be kidding me. A little bit of life on the bottom side. Kind of rare to see Carrot at the bottom, but sure enough, I figure shortly he's going to work his way to the top.
Yeah, he's going to be finding himself up there shortly. And like we talked about, losing that round to the Eco put their money in a very, very tough spot. And now it's just going to be cut down to the Sheriffs here.
Sure enough. Save a little bit of econ, of course. They look to regroup and regather as they're finding themselves down 3 rounds, although playing relatively well.
Yeah, that they are. I mean, it is a defensive-sided map. You're looking to get some rounds on the board here. And I mean, as long as you're keeping the damage in on these ecos, you can walk away pretty all right with your standings. Obviously, keeping that money from blossoming is the name of the game. Banana, a bit of a tough spot here. He will back away as the Blade Storm comes up for B-Man, but they're waiting on this execute. Now here it comes. Double Cloudburst to deny short control, and B-Nana trying to spray through. However, Gitsune up over the top finds him. Now they're forced into this retake with the Hunter's Fury. Fantastic ult usage to find one, and DJ to capitalize. Blade Storm towards spawn. The shots go wide. That was B-Man's opportunity. Now it's taken away. Now he has to reload. And Carrot, if it's not the op, it's a shorty.
Why not? The opposite end of the spectrum, and they take advantage of the rare mistakes that you'll see.
Yeah.
Well played there for sure, and a clear advantage here as they're on a mission right now. They've been absolutely outstanding through these first 6 rounds, and although, you know, a couple of wins on the defense, or on the attack rather, would be super important here, you gotta get more than one. Let's see what they can piece together to try to get that second one.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough decision to make. Thus far, it's been generally leaning into these kind of 3-2 contact executions. Not much defaulting and not much hard set plays. What they have to deal with, well, it's Carrot with the op. His shot will miss this time, and that's a good chunk of information. The repeak, not going to find anything either, but B-Nana still tucked in here, trying to spray away. He'll hold down in the fragment for a moment, and it's for good reason, because the dismiss gets him out. Dacky sprays too. B-Man for the trade, but up top, it's the movement. It's Carrot. Blade Storm not going to work, but it's iDynamic. Duo, duelist for duelist, and now a 6-1 scoreline.
And Carrot kind of used as a distraction there as a tailwind out in order to allow Reyna to come in, aka Banana, to get that last kill. It's a very clever move there too. Although Carrot gave the picks, that's also showing that Carrot has more than just that aim, also able to help his team as well.
For sure, yeah, and I mean, that's really crucial for Jet players, especially like newer players to the Agent can oftentimes get caught in that kind of selfish utility usage mindset. But the Cloudburst, they're so good at helping out your team as well.
No doubt about it. The Cloudburst has been super handy, and you know, sometimes electing to use it before taking a fight, which isn't very common. Typically, you want to use it during the fights. That being said, the way that you use it, if you can be effective, it doesn't really matter. So, Spike going to be heading towards B here. Carrot, of course, with the connection here, try to get 2. Not connect on the second though. Now, back on the Cloudburst. As DJ waiting, nose and waiting. Banana able to get one. DJ as well, and again, just numbers and numbers for CZ. Look at Banana again, the 3K to close out this round.
Yeah, that it is. And I love the patience shown there by DJ. He's committed to playing the contact off of Carrot's operator. The second that a shot goes wide, he doesn't even overswing it. He just chills out, knows that he's that second line of defense, that his teammate can always tuck, and he'll be there to take it off. You have a beautiful little wide shot to show just that. And well, Banana, Carrot, they're the heroes. The rest of the squad has been looking fantastic in the support department.
Has been for sure. On the other side of the coin though, Monkey looking to figure out, you know, the A push hasn't really worked. B through hookah is what they started out with as well, which of course it wasn't there either. And so now you see them line up towards A from mid as Carrot right off the bat that quickly.
I mean, how many times has he been in the right place at the right time? The mobility of your Jet Opera is huge, and he's doing it perfectly. Spam, good enough for some damage. It won't connect a kill off of it.
Close. They will continue to push. 1-3 showers as well. Omen picked off by Frosty. Jackie will add one as well. B-Man to get 1 too. And now B-Man twice. Again, that big on Carrot, but again, left with 1 nonetheless. You have the P-Man. We'll get this spike down, though. That's the good news, but unfortunately, in a compromising position, as you've got all 3 here from the defense coming back. And sure enough, there it is. Get their 8th win the round. They're just dominating at this point.
Yeah, that was a big matter of timing there with the rotation, because the flank was coming through, but he couldn't get the dismiss off in time. If he gets that dismiss, maybe we see a different story where he escapes the spawn, is able to garner the information on the player towards hookah, and possibly wins that round, but it's not happening. And at this point, I really want to see a tactical pause, right? Slow things down, ice out your opponent, take a second to try and reset, because this momentum, I mean, when you're playing up there on the stage, you can feel it.
Yeah, absolutely, and we emphasize all the time that this is a best of 3, so it's not, you know, crucial that you get a good start. Obviously, it's preferred.
Sure.
But at this point in time, right, when you kind of assess the situation, all things considered too, right, we're on Ascent we're on Bind as well, which of course, it's defensive minded too. But given those factors, at an 8-1, you got to calm down so you can calm this man down. Carrot's been nuts.
How many rounds has he gotten an opening frag? It feels like every single one. I mean, Frosty, now he's adding it too. Another op shot. Great little flick there from Carrot. And I mean, I've never seen a Carrot that's this deadly.
Frosty gets one too. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. The jet op combination, obviously in the bag of tricks.
Yeah.
B-Man left by himself, and again, that's not the first time we've heard that one too. Another flawless round, and ZZ Top just rolling.
It is. You can see some of the players of ZZ Top there. I mean, everyone's just focused, right? They're getting excited, but they're not getting overexcited whatsoever. Looks like we have a bit of a technical pause coming in. The admins have to chat things through for a moment. We'll get you guys back into the action as soon as possible. But, I mean, it almost works just as well as a tactical pause here, to have a technical one, because normally the only advantage to the TAC is that your coach is allowed in the equation, but that's not true here. You don't have a coach. It's just your 5 players, and here's their chance to talk it through.
Exactly right. And if you're, in that huddle and trying to get the communication, you want to get that going. And when you're talking about things and discussing things, right, one of the things that you have to address is, of course, the fact that Carrot comes out every single round and gets that first blood. You have to find a way around that, right? And it's easier said than done, don't get me wrong, but I think it's a little bit more patience, maybe, in their gameplay. You have to change something because, obviously, with that many rounds in a row, it can get discouraging.
Yeah, and I mean, Carrot's clearly hungry. So many of these rounds, he's gotten very, very aggressive. And when he doesn't make an initial contact, when he doesn't get that initial frag, we've seen him contact up, try and look for a frag further down. If they can spread into a default, change the pace a little bit, and try and bait some of this aggression out of ZZ Top, well, then there's a chance for the punish. But thus far, we're not seeing it. They've just been splitting sights, leaving the extremities very, very open. And while their opponent has been excellent to take control of that, ZZ Top has been fighting for the orb control, have been taking these ult orbs, and it has been working for them thus far. But this round, not looking too great either. That buy, not stellar.
Not the best. Couldn't agree more here, so maybe more the same, but it's up to them to piece it together, calm down, take a deep breath for sure. I think it's much needed. The many rounds that have gone their way, B-Man trying to piece together something. It has been a good answer once in a while. Many times B-Man left out the dry, so we'll see if they can fix it. I'd like to see, obviously, you have your controllers in Omen. You use a little bit more material utility. As you see Banana, that was an impressive shot from Yuka.
Yeah, that was a great one out of him. You saw this play up towards the long side, and well, out comes the KO, but the trade does come, but that smoke, oh no, the smoke is so bad. A huge gap allows a frag to come through. The judge is pushing. DJ's in trouble, but it's timing. They passed each other. B-Man will turn around and pick it up. There's no more time for the resurrection. Down to 1 man. The judge wielding jet towards elbow. This would mean double digits. This would mean a 10-1 deficit. He needs to win this. Needs to somehow, some way come out on top, but it's chipped away to 20. Position noted. A minute to work with, but what can he even do?
Close to impossible here. So he gets the bag of tricks, though. Sure enough, it was inevitable when we see it. It's a 9-round lead. It's impressive as they continue. It's the last round before the swap, but will even matter at this point, especially the way that ZZ Top has been playing.
Yeah, 11-1 does not feel good. You want at least the 10-2 here, and I mean, if you're a fan of the Monkeys, this is your time. Make some noise for them. Make them feel the support, because right now, ZZ Top just has everything swinging in their direction.
No doubt about it. They can feed off the energy, let me tell you. So, we want to see you ramp up for sure. As it has been nothing but ZZ Top with good vibes and a little attempt to keep it going. But of course, in a best-of-3 scenario, this won't be the end of the worlds. Should they fall, they got a long way to go if they want to win binds.
Yeah, that they do. Oh, hello. How are you doing today? Carrot has a free one. A shrouded step gone wrong, and now it's a 4 versus 3. Desperation sometimes breeds innovation, and well, sometimes it breeds death. Carrot now has the Blade Storm, a judge, and an operator. It's weapons galore, practically an arms dealer in close, but B-Man doing well for himself to find too. He's been shipped down to just 16 HP, and now it's Carrot to go huge, but B-Man will deny that. and it'll leave one man. It's DJ in the clutch. He's been spotted. G-Man will swing, and DJ will fell him. So now a 1 versus 2. Plenty of time to work with, and the spike still yet to be recovered. You see the Cypher headed back for that duty, and the rotation's underway towards B.
And sure enough, they go through hookah is Tsune, and will clear the way, recognizing that there is no threat, so they will take B here. They should get the plant down as well. Sure enough, here they go with it too. Spike down now from backside. You see DJ tiptoeing towards the lab, looking backside B. Waiting. Good patience here. Have to backtrack a little bit. Won't affect him too much, so now gonna try to get through the door. Quick turn. Checking the left side corner perhaps. Sure enough, finds it. Great kill. And now we'll move in. A 1v1 scenario here on site. DJ slowly taking his way, locates his spike. Gonna go for a fake here. What they're gonna do here, and sure enough, perfect timing. And there's that second round win that they were looking for.
1v3, and he gets it down to a 1 versus 1. Impressive stuff regardless of the loss.
Yeah.
CZ Top still gonna be feeling good, but if you're the Monkeys, that's the round that you at very least want, right? You come back from an early rough start, you're Omen TPing in and dying off the rip, and well, mostly off the back of B, man. You fight it back into a good position and win things out. Now this game, in a big way, lies on the pistol.
There's no doubt about it. This could be a turnaround for them, especially, I mean, it's important that they came off of the last round win into the rounds and getting, or into the half rather, and getting a round win, because now, you know, this could be a momentum shifter. If you get 3 or 4 in a row, right, maybe there's a possibility. It's all about that belief, but you have to have the right mindset going into it.
Yeah, that you do, but here we go. It's grand finals, it's map number 1, and well, it's aggression coming forward from Monkey. They'll push out that 0 point and find a little bit of information off of it, and P-Man will follow it up with a push. The timing is so good on this. He's past his opponent, tucked in towards the far side of short, but he's watching out for long. It's going to be a matter of timing here, but he goes unchecked, spots out one, the trigger, discipline, and able to pick one off, dismissed to get away. I love that he doesn't greed for a second there, but now he has to take a second. Duel and Banana will better him, so the odds stay even, and the spike comes down.
A good idea from P-Man there, though. I liked it. Letting one go in order to get that first pick. Banana from a distance there with the ghost. Hatsune. So now be Frosty kind of in a battle here. A one-on-one, a hand battle. As Carrot left kind of guessing there. P-Man will take them out as well. But low health, low HP here for the defense.
Oh, that it is, and well, they're getting whittled away. Both these players on 1 HP. The Cypher's in close. He'll find himself both the frags necessary. That was the round Monkey needed, and it just got stolen away.
The way that DJ positions himself, great positioning from him always, so you knew with the low HP coming in and them having enforced the push together that was inevitable. So a great way to end out that round, just 2 away from taking the all-important map number 1.
Yeah, that they are, and I guess now we can talk about if you're on Monkey, what's the road to the comeback here? Because it's really just, you gotta take things 1 round at a time. Don't look forward, you force buy into this one, and this round is everything right now. You can't focus on the scoreboard, you can't focus on the crowd. It's you, it's the game, it's this round, because this means it all for Monkey.
There's no doubt about it. On the line for map 1, 11 rounds in favor of CZ Top, who was just taking it to him. But we talked about consistency as well. As you see Banana with a quick pick on P-Man, it continues. You have to be consistent all the way through, and in map 1, well, it's been CZ Top, the clear advantage. See Spike now going through hookah. B-Man won, but not able to get the second one, and so it'll be Banana trying to push on in.
Oh, in the sight here, it's a good position for at least one. Needs more though. Banana will take the trade back onto the Omen, but it's a 2 versus 2. It's force five. This is very winnable, but they're both positioned out towards spawn. A rotator's coming in late, and Wizzyhar, he's actually made his way across, and he still has a sneaky cam to work with, but it's cam for cam. Revealed in position. DJ betters it in the Cypher duel, so it's Kitsune 1 versus 2, just a ghost, and DJ, he's not letting that happen. You can see he's amped up. He is feeling the support behind him because they are on the verge of taking map 1.
Full team effort from start to finish it has been, and they're looking to close it out now. And obviously you don't want any momentum to go the other way. They'll look to close it out, but on that retake, or you know, you just have to be a little bit more patient coming together. But again, on the Cypher battle, it's CZ Top on top.
Yeah, that it is. And I mean, no one's slacking in the server right now for ZZ Top, like you say. Their bottom fragger, Daki, is 10-6 on the Sova. Everyone is having a phenomenal game, whereas on the other side, it feels like it's kind of a one-man show here. B-Man doing well, and everyone else having a rough one. The judge feels like a desperate play.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do something right, but regardless, we'll see how it plays out. It's Banana credited with that one. Done. Quick turn, Omen down. Frosty. Let's win the zone 1 by 1. Looked at battle. They've already got this 5-3 advantage here as they move on site. Will likely plant this one too and force if they can get the quick plant off. But Tripwire more. Wizzy or B-Man able to get one back, so hold that thought. We have a 2-on-2. It's a Cypher versus Reyna battle.
Yeah, that it is, but the rotation will come through. They're headed back towards the A spike site and should be able to get this down scot-free. Tripwire still to hold the flank, so they only really have to worry about one angle, and they have ample time to set up here.
Plenty of time to work with. Now comes in the backside rotation to try to get the retake as P-Man leads the way. As we saw multiple times in the semifinals, it continues to be a pattern here too. Wait patiently. Find the corner 2, waits for it, quick turn. DJ able to get P-Man taken out. Now a bit 2-on-1 and not much HP either. As Banana just waiting for that one movement to go. Knowing they have to come to him, and there it is. Map 1 will go to ZZ Top as they absolutely made a statement and on binds and move in with a 1-game advantage.
Wow, ZZ Top, it was just an excellent looking game. We hyped up some individuals, we hyped up Carrot, but it was just a team effort. Every single player there looking absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, the cherry on top, that's your opponent's map pick. That is where Monkey wanted to go, but ZZ Top stole it away from Banana. Top fragger there. DJ having an exceptional game, and everyone else as well coming up huge. We're going to have to see a complete 180 if Monkey is going to be able to come back into this.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't really show a sign of life here. And again, I was maybe chalking it up to the fact that they had to wait a bit of time in order to get into the next one. But yeah, let's take a look at the replays and how we got here as well, as it was just an impressive start and a full team effort from start to finish.
Yeah, that it was. I mean, this round from DJ, I feel like this kind of set the tone early on, right? Because that bonus round, they didn't win it, but the amount of damage they did. Economy was never able to build up in a good way for Monkey, where ZZ Top early on had an operator. Things were just absolutely blossoming, and when it wasn't the exceptional team play, it was the clutch factor this squad had.
Absolutely, and I think the quick start was everything, because there was at least 5-6 rounds in a row where Garrett was allowed to just go to work right off the bat from the very start of the round, and because of that, they just weren't able to dig out of that hole. You start seeing the confidence go down a little bit, and I feel like it was just too much to handle over time, and when you go into the second half and you're down 10-2, it's not exactly the route that you want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was a tough game overall for Team Monkey, but they are not out of this one yet. Still upwards, or possibly 2 maps left in this series. Coming up, it'll be Ascent. It's the choice of ZZ Top. So something big is going to happen if the Monkeys can come back. We'll find out if it's possible, or if ZZ Top will claim the top spot after this.
Exciting night.
They also helped me get my scholarship for Columbia College.
And I'm just excited to see my son get involved.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Stay Plugged In PAX Arena Showdown and Showcase. Alongside me, my name is Bearlight. We saw a domination from ZZ Top as they were able to take map number 1. It's up to Monkeys to really bounce back in this one. But most excitingly, both teams have guaranteed themselves $2,500 in scholarships, but looking and going after that $7,500.
Yeah, that is, of course, the goal for both of these teams. I mean, $7,500, more than $1,000 per each student. Goes a long way for that college education, but there's still a chance for either of these teams to claim that top prize. Of course, ZZ Top looking fantastic. It was 13, I think, 2 at the end there. A very dominant game. Felt like it was over before we even really got started. But, I mean, Monkey, there's still a way for them to get back into this. However, as we're taking a peek at these map picks and bans, it's on their opponent's choice.
It is, and it was an impressive way to start off too. The thing is, we're on a familiar map that we've seen multiple times throughout the day, which means it's going to be dead even, in my opinion, because they've gotten the chance to kind of explore the options, see and test what works, what does not. On Ascent will be next, of course, for map number 2, and again, just right directly back to this one, no surprise, as we see the reactions here on Team Monkey as they look to rally in this one.
Yeah, I mean, they had, what, 5 minutes there on that break to try and reset, just chat things through, because when you're in a best-of-3 series, it's very tough, especially for a lot of new competitors to get used to this, but it's that idea of just kind of blacking out the first map, focusing in, because all that matters is the game at hand, the round in front of you. Nothing that happened before, the mistakes you made, the clutch you failed, anything that went wrong, that has to just go in the past. You can talk about that later, after the event. Right now, it's Ascent, and that's what they need to focus in on. But if you're ZZ Top, I mean, you've got to support the crowd. You have your friends behind you. You're riding the momentum, riding the high off of that. I can imagine the mental is just absolutely booming for ZZ Top.
I actually just got their fan club. It's the ZZ Top fan club. Make some noise. There they are. Lines up. You're looking at the team right now on your screen as they get hyped up. You can tell they're feeling it too. A coincidence that, you know, they have the fan club here and they're doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. But like we talked about, Ascent queued up. That's going to be map number 2 in this grand final series. And taking a little peek at the agent picks here, looks like we got Frosty back on the Astra.
Yeah, not a surprise here. If it's working, keep rolling with it. I don't think that's any surprise at all. Of course, the Sage on the Monkey side too. Pretty similar picks. Why change it if it hasn't been broken? For Monkey, you go P-Man right back to Reyna, B-Man, of course, to Jet. That combination was deadly the first time on Ascent. They're going to start out on attack where they did find the most success. Watch for P-Man to play aggressively. Watch him to try to take sides right when the round starts.
Yeah, that is what we're looking for from that man. I mean, I think the attacking side, we never really got to see them work the attacking side whatsoever back on Bind because it was just over before it started. But in their previous matchup, in that semifinals, it looked pretty good for them. I like the way they utilized Sage to kind of employ those off angles, to be able to fight from something special on that attacking side. We've also seen some creativity, especially towards that A site. You can pop a wall up towards Heaven. On B, you can wall off Spawn. Sage isn't the most normal pick on this map, but she's played a ton, and there is still a lot of really good options with her. So I like what we're seeing out of the comp, but it does still put a lot of pressure on B-Man, because the only flashes you have are those leers, which really puts the kind of pressure of creating space onto your Jet player.
No doubt about it. Well, I mean, taking pressure off of everybody else while playing Jet, well, that's Carrot. And of course, no surprise, Carrot back to Jet as well. So effective with that operator. So it's almost a game of, you know, how soon, what round can you get to where you get an operator in the hands of Carrot? We'll see and check that out, as obviously that's been a viable option for them. And we're back to, of course, Ascent we've been so familiar with.
Yeah, that we have been early on. Monkey looks like they might just be posturing for a quicker hit out towards the B site there. They have been a team that has just been focused on the speed, focused on the executions. It hasn't always worked for them, but here's their chance to prove what they can get done. Seattle, PAX, let's hear it for these teams. It's ZZ Top, it's Monkey, and here they go. Map number 2 underway as it looks like they're just playing contact out towards this B site.
And sure enough, you see Daki choosing Sova. Definitely Fickle has got to be happy about that one. It really does give you an advantage on this map.
For sure.
B-side push. Gonna be super slow here because Monkey want to play it a little bit more conservatively, which is not the route I thought they would take. But P-Man, no shocker, he went with a Ghost. Very confident in his early round play. the shock dart kind of missed there. It's not the best placement as B-Man looking to make that push quickly. Now around the side where Dak is able to pick off one, but now they know where he is, and sure enough, Wizzier gonna get to him very quickly, and now the plant will go down. So Monkey looking a little bit stronger here to start things off.
Yeah, but this retake is still so doable.
Yep.
Both duelists alive. There's no Lear up for Banana, which makes things just a tad bit more difficult, but there's players on low HP. One frag, he'll find himself the overheal or even the dismiss for information, but it's Frosty instead to open things up. Wizzier takes care of the Reyna, and now Frosty trying to be the battle aster. It's not going to happen, but look at this. 1 versus 2. HP, well, it's barely there whatsoever. Carrot has more than both his opponents, and he has a tailwind to work with, but this is well played. The dance around the box, he has to worry about 2, and it's the headshot. So swift from Wizzior. Maybe he had a slow start, but he is cruising along in map number 2.
Yeah, great positioning and a great attempt there from Carrot as well, by the way, because, I mean, that was a quick pop and then quick turn, but by the time that was over with, just well approached there, in a 1-0 start off for Monkey. And of course, maybe the attack is what they favor.
Yeah, maybe it is. We are seeing a bit of a buy come in, just the investment into the upgraded pistols from Carrot and Banana, but we've seen the damage they've dealt with those Sheriffs.
Yeah, they can definitely end you quickly. See P-Man quick. Oh, great job to take advantage of the aggression from Daki. Positioning very aggressive there. We'll start off strong. Wizzier gets another one too. So they will get this site yet again, second round in a row. We'll have to see what the retake is like this time. Maybe they approach it a little bit differently. Probably down 3-5 on the retake.
That they will. Banana cut off by the tripwire here. He will break that. Reveal the information. P-Man's low. 1 bullet from the Sheriff anywhere in the body, and P-Man will go down. Well, it's not the body, it's the head instead. It's the overheal garnered. And look at this setup. They can play just to dish out damage. They can lock Monkey into the site, and that's exactly what they're going for. They need to try and escape with these weapons right here, right now. But Banana, well, he might try and take the fight straight to him. Swings past the wall. That could have been a mistake because damage taken. B-Man with the judge, and well, it's a classic to end things out. Monkey, I mean, finally finding some momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you win that first pistol round, of course, that's the best way to gain momentum because Econ in their favor on that one clearly, and they're able to take advantage clearly. 2-0 round advantage, and looking stronger on the attack side. Of course, P-Man and B-Man, the likely combination to go back to it. We said Ascent is going to bring the most close outcome, in my opinion, and sure enough, it's proving to be. If Monkey gets the advantage, we all know what ZZ Top is capable of.
Yeah, money, it's generally good here. You see the punishment for those players who invested on into the Sheriff. They'll be on to possibly a lesser weapon, or at least that half shield, but still generally looking better for this squad. Pace is high here for Monkeys. There's 5 postured out towards B, but they'll just cut noise for the moment.
Enough, it'll second thought taken, but still hanging out in B main. Look to push, Jet first, B-Man. Watching him, Frosty. Right there at mid, now we'll rotate over. Expecting a rotation, and sure enough, they got him lined up. The mid push is where they're gonna go. Frosty just hanging, knowing that they're in the balance, but he's picking the time to strike here as the patience from the mid. Frosty now recognizing there are multiple mids, so there'll be an assist from Banana trying to come over and help out, but P-Man able to get Frosty, and Banana returns the favor on Wizzier. A couple of trades here. Now it'll leave it as a 4-on-3, now 4-on-2. As Muhammad Nashi able to get one. And Garrett goes down now, just the Cypher left.
Yeah, this was just their bonus round, and it's working swimmingly. Some weapons likely to have been recovered as DJ laying this one close to his chest. He's trying to find some piece of aggression, but Monkey, they're not giving that one away at this point in time, as he'll elect just into this save. 0 credits in the bank account. The weapon more important than the round for him.
Yeah, and that's the right decision too. I absolutely agree with this. I mean, you have to get a little bit of momentum. You save, and maybe you can come back with some Spectres and maybe go back to work and find that swing of things, right? Find that momentum that was helping you out in map 1. But I mean, props to Monkey coming out here and proving themselves, as they had a rough last map, but up 3-0, looking good while doing it. They've been impressive and working a lot better as a team.
I have been looking at pretty darn good early on in this one. Still, you can see they're focused in. Not going to let anything slip away from them because, well, this is an anti-eco round. That rifle was saved by DJ, and the gun is very dangerous in his back pocket as this one will begin to come underway with 4 leaning out towards B, and a bit of a lurk being worked by B-Man.
Not about it. Also, I was noticing Carrot with the classic this round, obviously trying to save up for that op, because once that happens, well, it's a different ballpark. It's so hard to go up against the talent that is Carrot with that. That being said, like a mid push yet again. Spike was creeping towards B, but he'll rotate towards A. They have the 3 stack on Cat. Mavs moving towards A to clear the way. Backside, you see the defenders already rotating. They know better. B-Man get a quick pick on DJ. And looking for more as well. As now's when B-Man uses that aggression, it would play in his favor. Spike will go directly towards A, using some utility to get the plant down now. And they will have the advantage here. Quick turn. Frosty able to get one on P-Man as well. And now have even things up here. We're 1 below Heaven. Jackie. Too much with it either. Much patient. Now the 4 stack from up top, but B-Man again staying strong. Even without the high ground, gets another one. And Kitsune able to help as well. And it's a 3-on-1, looking like another round win. Sure enough, it'll be a 4-0 advantage here for Monkey.
Yeah, I kind of question the usage of the hero rifle there for ZZ Top. I think the best use case for it is either just bait your teammates in a huge way. Just sacrifice those classics, try and find the trade frags, or at least have people kind of coming up behind you, because you can create that frag, and you'll either kill him with the rifle, or your teammate gets the trade. Then there's 2 rifles recoverable. Neither of those are possible when you're DJ and you just push up alone there, because you die. There's absolutely no reward, and say you win that fight, there's not even the ability to recover a weapon. So maybe could have been better played there, but regardless, it was mostly just the eco round, so you don't have to care too much, because Carrot, he's got the operator.
Sure enough. Looking to go back to work. You want to take it out of his hands quickly. Imagine the momentum, how much momentum would swing in your favor if you're able to accomplish that. But easier said than done. As you see Carrot peeking, knowing it's there, but not able to get the pick on this one, so we'll backtrack. We'll have to. This position has been compromised, or has been figured out quite frequently. Let's stay impatient here. Spike wanting to go A with it, but still on site are a couple of the defenders here. But, looking to pick up, clear out. Plant does go down here, and now a couple of picks as well as Monkeys continue to roll.
Yeah, that they do. 5 versus 3 here, and this post plant looking strong. Is the usage of the Sage wall there, the barrier orb will block them out. They have to commit the time to take that, and you question here, do you commit to this because you have that operator until, oh, he unscopes. Worst possible timing on it, won't find the frag. Now we start to get into the area where you're considering that save, because these weapons are so valuable, and one's already been lost, tagged out the swing. It's overcommitted by Daki, and Carrot's going to be forced to hold on to this operator. 5 in a row, more than doubling their score count for the entire first game.
Absolutely, and that proves that you're absolutely correct there, because obviously Daki wants to get out and be the hero, and sometimes if you can get a couple of picks, it'll definitely favor you. But I don't think it was the right time to strike. I think you're right in saving the op. Of course, this Carrot, that's as to be expected, as they'll move into the next round. They try to get any kind of econ going, but it's just not looking like it's not going to be a thing.
Yeah, this is a tough situation to be in, to be fair. I mean, I'd love to see them pop a pause here, and well, we have one. It's not tactical. I think it is on the technical side of things, but like we talked about in the first map of this grand final, that works just as well for you. You're still able to chat and try and formulate a plan going forward.
Yeah, because you're so effective on the first map too, and you're familiar with this one too. You know you have it in you, you know you're capable. It's just what kind of things can we adjust? And in my opinion, hopefully they'll be able to play a little bit more quick, play a little bit more confident. In my opinion, I feel like the way that Monkey's playing aggressively is working for them, and it's just, we'll see what they get back to, because moving forward, 5-0 is not the place you want to be, but in reality, it might be a reality check and wake them up a little bit.
Yeah, well, looks like we're coming back underway here in just about 15 seconds, as It's another round with a hero weapon, and this time they're changing their face. Carrot, he won't be alone. He's out towards mid with the support of Frosty just on the Sheriff. If he can find an early op shot, he can change the tide of this round.
Yeah, and of course coming in quickly, was able to get one in B main by using the Weir and then jumping out and getting the pick. Well, Cloud burst to block up the backside site, and they will hop to it. Not knowing Bananas around this corner though, good pick there with the Sheriff. And we'll rotate around, but B-Man able to return the favor. Caught him on steps. Now B-Man going around this corner, just waiting. There's not, maybe not knowing there's a 3-stack. Oh, but it does get 2 in the process, but Carrot takes out P-Man. While they were at it, now it's back to a 2v2.
Bladestorm available for him as well. This is so winnable. Rifles recover, but look at Wizior. What a lurk, what a flank. Finds the frag, but now it's just DJ. Lurk for lurk. B-Man's ready for it. Shuts it down. The flawless streak stays true as it's 6 on the trot for the Monkeys.
And impressive work. They have just, you know, this is not the same team that we saw on map 1, in my opinion. I think they've completely reinvented their gameplay here, which needed to happen. Adjustments needed to be made, but the correct ones have been made, and they continue to just keep on rolling with this year.
Yeah, that they have is, I mean, now we have to think, what do you change up if you're on the defensive side here of ZZ Top? He had that moment to chat things over. The change didn't work, but now here comes the buy, and it looks like maybe the change is in aggression. They're fighting for mid control. Banana wants an opener that he'll find. It's a dismiss a way to maintain the 5 versus 4 advantage. This is exactly what they've been looking for so many rounds.
Absolutely. Bladestorm out for Carrot. Typically it's an op, but again, that aim will come in handy regardless.
We got to stop.
Not really finding much as it stands right now, but that's okay. You have all round to use it. Frosty will now be patient here. And Spike, they thought B, but rotation coming here. So look to push through mid. It's very rare that they've had a disadvantage. Not anymore. As the res comes out, they'll go directly back to 5-on-5.
Yeah, but what they gain in player count and what they return to a 5v5, they lose out in time. Minute left on this clock. It's still plenty of work to work with, but they're losing space. You see an owl thrown out towards B main, but you see that frag there. It's Frosty cut down by Wizzy or DJ to push up towards heaven, and the spike to soon come down on this A site. The neural theft will reveal the information, but they're not ready for the swing shots going wide. Carrot eventually connects. He's looking for a double. It's the headshot there onto the Sage, but P-Man, oh, P-Man, he can completely turn this one around, but he's already revealed. Has to fall back. Banana is applying the pressure, but he's also buying time. He's vying for this position, and well, now he'll just fall back. Banana forced to ignore him. Instead having to push on to this site, the drop down, heard, B-Man ready, doesn't win the fight though. DJ's there, they're walled off from the team. It's just Kitsune alone waiting for his teammate to break down the wall to come to support, but it does not matter. The Astra's good enough. The flawless streak continues on to 7.
B-Man made a rare mistake, and they just weren't able to take advantage of it, and so ZZ Top, the struggle continues for it, but I mean, all props in the world for Monkey and the adjustments they've made so far to get the 7-0 advantage, and how long can this continue to be this domination on map 2 when we thought we might all be going home after 2 maps? Well, I'm rethinking that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking like a possible comeback here. Carrot had such a great attempt, and DJ was looking to get the heroics done as well, but I think the important factor there was the lurk of P-Man. The time he bought allowed his teammate to win that out, and well, the success of that is going to be a save round here, but the judge, it is damn good and close. 3 for Frosty. He wants more. It's not going to happen, but maybe he's done just enough. Could the Thrifty be what turns things around? Well, maybe not. Wizio's fought back into this one. Banana's there onto the trade, but 1 versus 3. The weapon's still not great, but that's not happening on Banana's watch.
There you go. There's a spark of life from ZZ Top, as the 3K definitely helps. Oh my, 3 back-to-back-to-back and impressive stuff there from Frosty, bringing the team back to life. I mean, somebody has to, and that's one way to do it, knowing that they stack, have that 3-stack and just around the corner. So that's just knowing your opponent, and not only that, but being able to execute as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you see this position from Banana, which was just important. He pushed his way up through mid very early on in that round and was ready to finish things out with that bit of a pinch. Money is still there for both of these squads, and the Bladestorm, that's going to get popped for Monkey right off the rip. They're back to the aggressive ways, but Frosty still has a judge. Frosty gets 1, 2, multi-kill for multi-kill. It's Frosty Frosty every time to try and win these rounds, but the job isn't finished. The job is not done, but Carrot is here. So is Banana. A great position. They're dancing in and out. And well, it's the dance of death. Cut down to a 3 versus 1 is the final man. Wizior, he's far from home.
Great action here to start things off. DJ gets the kill and to finish it off. That's 2 in a row now. And the momentum's starting to swing a little bit. And we saw Carrot go back to work with the op as well. But the judge, you're telling me 5 kills in the last 2 rounds, just back to back to back.
Judge is a fun gun that I think is very fair and balanced, and I'm really glad it's only 1850.
Very cheap, very reliable, especially when you know they group up and have a certain play style. There's no doubt about it here. 7-2 the score now. This is ZZ Top. Right when they start talking about how, oh, well, maybe, you know, they didn't have a clear advantage and they're looking like the team that came out on map number 1, as they will look to go back to work as well on the defense.
Oh, well, they check the angle this time because Frosty, he's out towards A main as it's 1 strong at least, postured towards mid. Banana has found a gap in the Nebula, but B-Man, I mean, he's ready for that angle, ready for the shot. The judge, surely not, surely not. How many rounds? Someone please stop this man.
I cannot believe this. Again going to work and Carrot returning the favor. This is just deja vu. Every single round. Oh, that was such impressive work. As now, you see the spike. Its way to A now. It'll be B-Man and Wazir together grouped up. What do you have? 1 on site to the right side. No way to get that intel, I don't believe. Cypher with you. We'll see what they can kind of construct here. As quick. Double cloud burst 2, but Frosty again with the judge.
Oh.
Can somebody stop this man? What in the world is happening?
I'm just done. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to watch this guy get a judge clip every single round. He's a criminal. He's on the loose, a serial killer who just keeps getting away with it. And I mean, who needs a rifle? When you start things with a judge, you end things with an op. I mean, the secret sauce, the recipe, it's been piped back in for ZZ Top.
Well, no surprise, Frosty will go right back to it.
Did he? Oh yeah, he did reinvest. He had the money. He's like, judge time, baby. This is what I was born for. And maybe it's just for judge, because one has been bought in from the attacking side as well. It's working its way towards the B site, as there's actually only 1 man to hold. However, Rotate will be here nice and quick of Carrot, but in rotating off, he'll leave Banana alone. But Banana, he is great by himself. He'll find that frag independent of his co-duelist support, as there is a refrag found, maybe a little bit overzealous out towards mid.
They trying to peek it there as B main will be the play. It's Sova, Hunter's Fury coming out. Get much with it, it didn't look like, so DJ able to get that kill on Kitsune, and we're left with the 4v2. That being said, Jet and Cypher very low on HP here on the defensive side, so they'll have to play this one relatively smart regardless. Remember, it's also Monkeys that has the Sage and heals should they need it. Things kind of calm down after that onslaught of kills. That's until P-Man able to get one on DJ and even things up here. Eric just waiting for that next optic.
Yeah, and he's ready for it, holding the tight line. He's worried about his heaven, though. The glass has been broken, but the back is turned. Carrot with the shot. Tailwind still up. Ooh, eventually finds the head there. And P-Man, well, this one is winnable. 1 versus 2. Still has both of his soul orbs up, but it's the Astra utility of Frosty to counter out. He's been dragged out of his position. He's been revealed, but he's still winning the duels. 1 versus 1, but he goes too wide on the Dispiss. Frosty clutches it up, and I mean, it's flawless streak for flawless streak, a momentum-heavy game, but it swings towards the favor of ZZ Top.
I was so concerned, I thought Frosty was gonna lose his judge. But instead he'll keep rolling with it. And again, the momentum keeps swinging. It went from 7-0. That's 4 straight now unanswered from ZZ Top, which is a lot of what we saw on last map too. The only difference is this will be the last round before the swap. So now, I mean, going in and maybe getting another round win, suddenly you're talking about a 2-round difference. And that would be absolutely insane to think about after dropping the first 7 rounds.
So I was really excited for the operator head-to-head in this map. I'm like, oh, how is B-Man going to counter Carrot? I think we should have been ready for the Judge head-to-head, because now it's B-Man versus Frosty instead.
Oh, man. And how can you expect that, though?
Yeah.
There's no way until you actually see it play out the way it has.
Oh, this is a tough spot to be in. Banana's stuck in the corner, but maybe he's not too trapped. He's the beast of the hunt. In close, it's Carrot to add on into that one, but DJ does go down. The Judge of B-Man will find itself its first bit of damage, as now we're into a 3 versus 4. The neural theft to bring that information out towards mid, and well, they've claimed the tree room. Kitsune, good walk up here. Oh, misses the movement. Carrot somehow wins that one out. That's got to have you feeling great.
Absolutely. What a battle and stuck with it. Ooh, a little pick from Wizzier. That was impressive, too. Daki got one, but B-Man returned the favor very quickly. Now, B-Man, look at the plant off, it looks like, on B site. Has a rotation. Although outnumbered, has a really good shot here, especially the B-Man that we've seen in the last semifinals, who definitely able to get those kills pretty easily. Also, rocking the oven as well.
You can deal so much damage with this weapon. The wall bang, well, it's going to be tough without the utility of a Sova, but regardless, he can try and get it done. Nah, Banana, he'll shut that one down quickly. You play the 50-50, and sometimes the gods of chance swing against you. We can see the ZZ Top fans in the crowd, and well, they've got to be feeling good, because that's 5 rounds in a row for their team.
The ZZ Top fan club.
Sorry.
Of course. There it is. Get them hyped up. And amped up. Again, that energy kind of went by the wayside a little bit when you dropped quite a few rounds in a row, but since then have battled their way back, and now a very, very pivotal pistol round. You win this one, you get the momentum swinging in your favor, you already have a map in your back pocket as well. Well, things are looking up for ZZ Top.
And I mean, they've looked good on pistol rounds previously. In that first semifinal, in the first map, I think they won most, if not all of them. So it's going to be a big round here for Monkey. And it's not a big round in way of the momentum, right? Not in way of the score count, because they have a pretty commanding score count going into this one. I mean, it's just the Judge highlight reel we're looking back at, but it's a matter of kind of getting that mental under check, because you lose first map after a big streak. You need to fix that for the second, and now that's looking pretty good, actually. A good aggressive set play out towards main to garner them a man advantage.
Definitely, and for Monkey it is crucial as well, because you didn't look very good on the defense last map. So it's good to get that quick start, at least on the pistol round, but things were quickly evened up as Kitsune able to get one as well. So now we tackle for the 3-4. Outnumbered and on site. Knows that it's coming A though regardless. Banana. Nice little pop there on Kitsune. Now things kind of calm down.
Yeah. Into a 3 versus 3 here is a bit of a push up towards mid, trying to garner this information onto the contact play. He won't get it. Will fall away at very least, and will find that rotation for his team. Wall ready to come up here. It hasn't happened just yet, but he's trying to cut off the stairway, and he'll actually be able to pinch into the site, but there's a jet up top. Carrot is above him from downtown. The frag comes through. Now it's a 3 versus 2 as the plant hits the floor. ZZ Top in a great position. B-Man funneled in by his own Sage as well. Will need a bit of parkour if he wants to get over. Oh, does sneak on top as Wizzior contacting up. Cage in close. The right click's not good enough, and instead Carrot will fall. So a 2 versus 2 head reveal down towards Dapper. It's Daki to fall. Banana in a 1v1. B-Man to clutch it up, and the pistol round to pull it to 6.
That is a great way to bounce back. You've been seeing round after round go in the favor of the other team, and it didn't look very promising. Of course, it was relatively, even there, but what a statement. What a way to jump back into this. And so now back to a 3-round advantage here, and they'll be able to go Spectres for the most part, as expected. B-Man with a Ghost as well. Oh, B-Man going Judge. A likely story.
Yeah, I'm personally incredibly surprised. I would have never seen B-Man buying a Judge. But, jokes aside, I think I might have said it was 6 for ZZ Top. It is, of course, the Monkeys who are winning out on that 1 versus 1 and find that 3-round lead aforementioned, as it is just the hard stack towards the B site. Heavy push coming forward. B-Man with the cloud burst, the shot on the Judge, but the shot straight back through the smoke. However, to go big, it's the Sage looking for his third as he plays around the utility to perfection. Carrot only has a classic to work with. He should not be long for this world as Monkey looking towards 9.
And now Carrot gets that pick quickly as Muiminashi take it out. And now Taki around the corner. Judge.
Wait a minute.
Oh my goodness. Where did that come from?
Wait, how is this winnable? This feels very, very winnable at this point. Damage dealt onto one player of ZZ Top. Ataki's still incredibly healthy, but he only has the Judge to work with. The close angles are good, but it's a 50-50. Where are they going? Towards the stairs or up towards Speedway? You have to make your choice, and well, they're splitting up. P-Man in first, and Kitsune to find the other. Good frags there from Monkey. It looks scary, but they'll still win it.
There it is. Diffusal out, so now up to 9-5. Well played yet again, 2 rounds in a row, and suddenly you're feeling it. And they're looking a lot stronger defensively on this map, there's no doubt about it. I was kind of concerned about their defensive strategies coming into this one. Obviously, you take it from a map-by-map basis, but regardless, they look a lot better as they continue to press. And in a blink of an eye, looks like, you know, a whole different team. It's so streaky in this game where it's just back and forth. You'll see one team take a majority of the rounds and vice versa.
Yeah, it has been back and forth, but you hear the chants coming out. They are excited. ZZ Top fan club in full forces. Want their team to close out this round to lessen that gap down to 3 as it's a bit of a default posture. The leans out towards B. The spike is in that position as well, but the wall keeps them away for now.
Now Carrot pondering how to get around it. Barrier orb was very effective. Sure enough, spike will just kind of pause its way here. And just continues to play patiently. B is obviously the play here. Wasn't able to get to it, but now knows where Sage is. Sage has to play another one, but does get the kill regardless. And B-Man with the follow-up as well. There's the pick. Carrot. It's the Sage to go, so no more heals. And was here with a trade. Daki now trading blows. It's a back-and-forth battle, but at the end of it, a 3-1 advantage.
Ooh, Carrot, who else but him in the clutch? 1 versus 2 now as he's cut it down from 3. The Blade Storm up and available, but he doesn't want to use that. The Phantom will do, and the utility, it's good as well. Doesn't have
30 seconds
Cloudburst, but Tailwind, 2 updrafts, the tools in his toolkit to try and build a house, to build a lead around as we see what he sees. Doesn't know of the Cypher. Last seen in close, but he clears it. Hard clears it. The dash back almost finds him safety. But B-Man in the 1 versus 1 will win the bonus and catapult his squad to double digits.
Well played all around. Wizier played that very well. Unfortunately, that's how you do it, right? You got to stick with it too. A 10-5 advantage now here for the defense. So Monkey's playing really well. ZZ Top, although the fans behind them needs to find at least 1 in order to make the momentum swing. We'll see what they can do. B-Man has been absolutely on fire this round regardless.
That he has. It's just the pistols to come out in this one, and it's the Blade Storm Judge duo for the Jets on, well, actually both sides. It's a Blade Storm for Blade Storm Pop, but Carrot, he's the one to watch here. He is the danger man because he could change the tide of this round. Sheriffs, sure, they're good, but it takes a lot. The Blade Storm, however, can turn its way into an unstoppable force. That hasn't happened just yet. It's the round goes off to a nice and slow start. The posturing, it's been lent out towards A, but the spike on rotation.
And on the backside as well, playing defense, and Ike still attacker spawn. Great pick there from Banana. Banana's been so effective of getting those quick picks early and then being able to kind of take it back, so kind of working your way back away from it. But B-Man and Carrot both with a Blade Storm. Twins in that regards. Open for the battle too here. Let's see what happens. But Carrot gets the first kill. We'll reset Knives, gets the second one. Another reset. But B-Man gets him with the Judge. That's quick reaction time right there.
Yeah, that it is. But Daki, he's still found the first first there. Needs 2 more to work with. Hunter's Fury and a post plant. The items he has to contend with is the cam will reveal him. Drop down, shot to attempt to mask it, but they're aware the swing comes through, but this is now a 1 versus 1. The res up, oh no, the shot's whiffed. Judge, now it's a 1 versus 2. How is this swung away? But it's the judge. Of course it's the judge for Daki. Needs to find at least 1 more. It's awkward. Swinging around the box, through the cage. The clutch is there. Daki with the judge to find ZZ Top on the board for their second half.
Oh my, unbelievable work from Daki there, even with the res and sticking with it because a bit of a mistake there, right? But stuck with it throughout the round. That's impressive. I love it. I love it. They're back within 4.
Oh, this is just kind of a clown fiesta of a round. It was like Thrifty for Thrifty. No, this guy's going to win. And then the judge to almost bring it into the favor of Team Monkey. But ZZ Top there with the clutch. That's what you need, right? Get the energy back in there. Get the money back in there because it was just a Thrifty round that they won. And talk of money, it's looking good. And for Monkey, it's looking awful. Classics judges, a Nova Pulse to stun and Carrot to open the round up. He'll dash on in, a bullet train into the face of P-Man. He'll fall, and now it's a 5 versus 3. Wizzier, ooh, the double dink, good enough to at least find something, but there's nothing more where that came from. It's a 4 versus 2 on the retake, and well, now the story of dealing damage, that's now the one that has to be told by Monkey.
Especially when Wimanashi is carrying a classic right now, and Kitsune with the ghost, and they're gonna elect to try to go backside here. Side A, Jet peeking. Of course, no sight line to work with. And so they'll continue to play angles here, play patiently, play time, because you have it. And Carrot gets 1 kill too, so just down to the Astra, and sure enough, Carrot able to take it. It's a 4K.
Yeah, I feel like Carrot has had a bit of a slower start to this game, but he's really finding his way on line at this point in time. And I mean, that is crucial for this squad. He's the main point of initiation. Yeah, they have the flashes behind the Reyna, but that's really it. You kind of have to rely on the human flash of Carrot to create the space, making its way onto the site. But well, lots of talk of Carrot, lots of talk of his operator, but I think for the first time this game, we're getting to take a look at B-Man's own hopping prowess.
Absolutely, which I was excited to see too, because I knew obviously capable of doing so. I don't know if we got a sneak peek of it in the semifinals matchup, but definitely getting to see it here. It's refreshing, right? It's nice. First of all, not to see the judge, but secondly, just being able to, you know, have multiple tricks up your sleeve doesn't hurt by any means. So now it'll be B-Man. Stay back. Will be smoked out by Astra. So now Daki pulling the Hunter's Fury. Not sure he got a lot of intel on that one, but does get a kill from B-Man. So make it worth it at the end of things. Even things up here. And they're definitely planning on taking A here. Empress from Banana now. The Lear as well, but not able to take advantage of much of that one though. They'll have to rotate.
Yeah, they're going to cut that one off and head their way out towards the B site. The tripwire still employed towards mid should reveal the information. Banana just going to body check that. And well, the timing was great for Kitsune there to deal the damage off of the spam. And now this play's been revealed as the Astro Stars, the wall as well, will come up. And well, now those stars will be pulled back into the pocket, usable deep into this post plant. But on the other side of the wall, outstands the troops of Monkey. They're ready to fight. They're ready to push this. But what they have to deal with first is Banana in main. He holds a huge position tucked in, but Kitsune, well, it's a big one as well, as this retake force will begin to push forward, and Banana falls immediately. Now it's just the players on the site, down a man to try and hold off against this squad. Is the first frag. It'll swing the flavor of Frosty into a 3 versus 3 now. Kitsune drops one in the backside. DJ 4-3. He's hyped up. He's feeling it, and he's found his team in 8th round.
What a play. Just, fantastic job from DJ there. Just popping off, especially when you're at the bottom, right? Things haven't exactly gone your way frag-wise. And obviously, you know, you're not the duelist, right? You're not expected to. Have that moment, super nice. They're able to pop off a little bit and get that 3K at the very end to hold things off. They'll pull themselves back within 2, and finally we have ourselves a close matchup, the one that we anticipated to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. Money's not here for Monkey. They're going to be stuck into a save. ZZ Top, they found a weakness in the A side. They want to abuse it, but the weakness, it's been strengthened. Tip in the armor has been removed, and that was through aggression as they'll find an opening frag.
Done and quickly played too, as now, again, patiently playing this one. You know, at A, typically you'll play patiently at B. Looking for a mid push here is Carrot trying to catch anything here, maybe a flank, but not available. Random playing so far back in defender spawn right now. Looking mid here, and maybe the battle will happen, but we'll have to hold off for now as the A push seems imminent, but they're definitely being very tactful about it.
Yeah, B-Man actually might have an isolated duel here. Yeah. Over towards the Cal. Oh no, that timing's not great for him. He knows that there's someone close. It's Carrot. Carrot will find that headshot in the Jet versus Jet and win out. He doesn't need to see his opponents. The spam through the cage, through the cloudburst, that'll do the trick. It's now a 3 versus 4. The aggression, it's still here. Carrot looking for more, but well, that's been taken care of. Maybe getting a little bit overzealous, a little overconfident in his own abilities. That'll have him falling down and putting this into a very winnable spot now for Monkey. Is, well, now they have a rifle to work with. P-Man up top with the Phantom in hand and Banana down low. The dart should reveal at least one, or at least keep them occupied. I think a ping found their wallbang potential with only 59 HP. This is dangerous, but out comes the Cosmic Divide towards main. Daki 4-1, Kitsune on the trade back. There's still a man in hell who has to be dropped. He will, the last player. Frosty in main, he is so far away from this spike, trusting on the utility. He doesn't know exactly how much time is left, but despite the lack of noise, he'll win it out. One grab well is all it takes to claim the 1 versus 2.
Oh man, patience is a virtue, and so is momentum. Back within 1 now, after almost counting them out at the very beginning. I'm super excited about this team and how they've been able to rally here, and there's no doubt about it. We have to say, I think the ZZ Top fan club is coming handy.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, we've got to give credit to Banana in that one because he had the discipline. Normally it's like, your teammate does, you gotta swing that, you gotta trade that, but he plays a little bit closer to his chest, just tucks in and instead bides the time, and in big part, that's what won him that round, because 1 grab well was all it took to set that one in motion. You see the rotations coming out towards B very early on. That makes me think maybe they're getting a little bit nervous, a little bit angsty, because, I mean, you can start to feel the pressure mounting. You can start to feel that momentum against you.
Sure enough, sure thing. And we're talking about their aggression, how it's working for him too, but the patience seems to be just as effective as the defense looks to have 2 on B site right now as well, although looking strong A. No intel quite yet, so I don't know really what to expect on the defensive side of things for Monkey. Now comes the push. It's inevitable. Jumping on site, the Jets. Daki able to get one though, and traded out by the Sage. Banana goes down here, and Daki might be able to get this plant off. Sure enough, there it is. Now the retake from the very top side of things seems inevitable at this point, especially with these picks that they're getting.
Yeah, that it might just be looking for 3 now. Minashi wants more. It's B-Man for 1. It's Daki. He'd need the ace here, looking for it, but B-Man to shut it all down. The momentum had swung against him, but now that pendulum of fate pushes them back to 11.
So huge for them too. I love seeing it. They're hanging with it too, and of course, I mean their championship lives are on the line here. It's being threatened at least whenever they pull it back within 1. So you know. When an imminent threat for the team comes at you, that's when you'll see a change, basically a jump in the heart of this team, and that's what we saw in that round. If you're a fan of Monkey, of course you hope it continues, but of course the way that ZZ Top has gained the momentum and the way that they had the advantage in map 1, they're going to be tough to hold off.
Yeah, it is going to be challenging for them to get this one done, but despite losing out on that round, the money is still good. Still plenty to work with in the rifle department as the lean is out towards this B site. 4 strong with just 1 player of Banana to work things out towards mid. A late round lurk could have huge impact, but to get to the late round, you have to find yourself a site, and the Cypher utility is keeping them away for that for now. It's Cage for Cage. It's a Hunter's Fury pop to try and connect something here, but thus far, the lightning, the thunder, it's not enough. The ult goes down with a whimper, but Kitsune, he'll go down as well. B-Man up and over the top and updraft towards the spawn side to take care of Frosty in this Cage. It's actually working against him. No one is checking logs. B-Man has found himself one frag, the drop down into the Lion's Den, into the Shark's pit, but Carrot will dispose of his opponent. Now, 1 versus 3. DJ Moto have to go clutch here as, well, he's turning his way around the angles. Needs to isolate a duel, but the Monkeys will not allow that one. 3 left alive as they push to map point.
Nicely done. And they have a chance to close it out here in this map. Force map number 3. As now the crowd gets behind ZZ Top. Listen to them chants. Trying to amp up their team because you want to close it out now. The last thing you want to do is go to a map 3, especially when the momentum is going to shift quickly and very clearly to Monkey, who's been effective.
Yeah, well, if you are a fan of ZZ Top, this is when they need your energy. 3 away from overtime. Their chance to bring this one back, and Monkey's chance to close out, to come back from a huge deficit in the first game, a 13-2 loss. To come into a quick victory here would be huge, and they're only 1 step away. The Sage util has been broken down, and the Nebula, it's been popped up to isolate the attacking side for the moment. They'll pump the brakes and slow things down.
If they will, as to center they go. Be a bit of a fake, just checking out and seeing who is at mid for the defenders, and nobody there. So that kind of gives them the intel that they might be able to push A, but they don't know that there's 3 there. So it's waiting, adjusting. B-Man able to get a pick off as well. Also recognize the Jet there too, so a lot of good intel there as well.
Man down here for ZZ Top, and damage already dealt. Their star player on the Carrot. He's been put into a tough spot. No Sage, no heal. Someone else will have to go huge. Tailwind not even available. If he wants to make things quick out towards the B site here. And with only 30 seconds left, they're going to have to deal with a ton of utility. Jumped into the corner, Kitsune, he'll hold things close to his chest, but he'll spray away now. Finds one, Astral Wall is up, the Cosmic Divide to try and bring this to a possibility, but they have to deal with Kitsune. He has his tripwire to play off of, he has to grab, though the time is ticking down, and it might just be the clock of death. Kitsune for 1, Frosty back on the trade, it's 6 seconds for the spike has to come down, it's been knocked to the floor, and it's a 3 versus 1, but there's just not enough time. Monkey, they'll fight back in, they'll take the map, and they'll take us to Icebox.
Oh, I love it, because everybody counting them out, and not the best showing in map number 1, but they stuck with it, and you know, they even held off an onslaught of emotion and just the comeback that was just a little bit short there from ZZ Top, but all the credit in the world for Monkey to hold off not only a map 1 performance that they wish they had back, but that map 2 where they almost gave it away, but they kept with it.
Yeah, and I mean, in that little victory moment, you can see the joy, but you can also see what looks maybe a little bit more like relief, because I think if you're a player with this squad, you could feel that slipping away. You were like, we have this in the bag, and then round after round, you start to lose out. Things start to move against you, but they hold strong. They win it out. They'll take us on into that 3rd map, and I mean, now this could be absolutely anyone's game.
Absolutely. It was super close, and you know, I'm not surprised to see Carrot at the top of the leaderboard as well, but that being said, it was a very quiet carry there. Unfortunately, defeat for them. B-Man leading the way on the other side of things. Let's check out the replay and see how we got these results, because it was quite the showing here from Monkey as they bounce back.
Yeah, absolutely it was. I mean, early on, it was the judge show. I feel like the game was so long that I almost forgot a couple of those big moments with the shotgun. And I mean, you can see the fans there back in the replay. Again, big thank you to all those folks who are joining us in person. You could be anywhere and you're here to watch some awesome Valorant. You're here to watch some students duke it out. And I mean, I guess you're here to watch a judge highlight reel.
It's simply put, that's what it was. And Frosty, it was a reliable go-to. Listen, if it's working and if it's not broken, don't fix it, is the saying. And sure enough for Frosty, that was successful to begin things. But obviously, as you play on, that can't be your go-to, right? So just a little bit short on this one. I'm excited for the map 3 as well. I think it's going to be maybe just as close. Also going to be a map that we haven't seen on stream yet.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is an exciting one. I guess to look to some of the smaller things, I think Kitsune was doing really well on the Aster. His grab wells were excellent, but there were a couple moments with some kind of grief smokes where there was a big gap, and Opshot was able to come through. I think we're, like I mentioned, seeing some of the nerves out of these players. It's a big moment for them. They're trying to stay focused. I think the momentum-heavy style as well only adds to that. But I mean, overall, this was an absolutely fantastic showing by Monkey. It was a showing of resiliency to be able to take that loss and fight straight back in.
That's easier said than done, especially at this level with all the talent that we've seen here tonight. And we're not done. We have a map number 3 of the championship coming up shortly, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What an exciting night.
They also helped me get my scholarship for Columbia College.
And I'm just excited to see my son get involved.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for map number 3 of the championship. Who walks away with $7,500 in scholarships? Alongside Mimi, my name is Bear Lights, and we could not be more excited. These are the results we're expecting, a super close championship.
Yeah, I mean, this grand final thus far, it has not disappointed. I mean, map 1, I thought map 2 was going to be a similar story, right? I thought we were going to see a situation where one team just runs away with it, and that was looking like it was going to be ZZ Top. They had such a strong showing on Blind, but then we come to Ascent, and Monkey have such a strong start. They win out not only the pistol and the buy-up round, they win their bonus, and well, the momentum doesn't stop from there. I think it was a 7-0 lead before a fight even came out of ZZ Top, and well, yes, it got competitive from then on out. It was still a very impressive showing overall, but those matchups, they're over. We have to focus our way into a Icebox right here, right now, because that is where the money is. That is where these scholarships will be decided. And of course, those bragging rights as well, getting to call yourself the champion.
Absolutely. They got to put it out of their minds, but it's definitely not out of ours, as we have learned the new meta, which is apparently is to bring out the judge. Don't know what that was all about, or I would imagine that they gravitate away from that. That will work in Icebox, in my opinion. So we'll definitely be excited to see what kind of strategies they do come in with. For me, I think possibly a Sage you walk in with, always so effective at Icebox. Exactly what they come in momentarily, as most of the players have joined in the lobby. Your expectations here for this matchup?
I think agent picks are going to change in a big way. We've seen Astra thus far from both these maps out of Monkey, I believe. I don't think they're going to stick with that. I think it's kind of not the best idea to bring Astra on this map. It's just so wide open, very hard to utilize her utility in a good way, and Viper is just so incredibly strong. I think we see a double Viper. She can work as that solo controller. She can also work paired with an Omen, even a Brimstone. You can get creative. I think Icebox, maybe outside Haven, has some of the most strategic depth in Valorant right now. You can try a lot of things. They can work, but I think if we're just talking about NA standard, we'll see a Viper, we'll see a Jet, Sage, a Sova, or a Skye. I tend to lean towards the Skye on this map, but Sova as well is fantastic. But this is the final map. This is what it is all about. So let's hear some noise. Let's hear your support. Are you with Team Monkey? Are you with ZZ Top? Show it now, because it's one more map underway.
Super excited. I can't hear you, PAX Arena. Amp it up. Let's hear you. Let's go. Icebox time. Character agents being picked now. Carrot most likely gonna gravitate towards Jet as expected. We'll see. Amped up to see exactly what the picks are. But that being said, again, Icebox hasn't been played at all today, so it'll be a nice, refreshing start here going into this one.
Yeah, we see the Yoru hover coming out. I don't think Yoru is horrible on this map, but I don't think that's actually going to come to fruition. The Sage hover, that one makes a bit more sense, but talking about the comp for ZZ Top, well, what they've locked in is, interestingly enough, an Astra. They're committing to that. It's a Viperless comp. And Frosty, well, he's sticking with that agent. I think it's incredibly difficult to be a solo Astra on this map, and especially starting attacker side. A lot of pressure is going to be on the back of this guy.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. They come in with a bit of confidence, does Monkey. But that being said, ZZ Top looking to get directly back into it after an impressive showing in map number 1, as we are about to head into this one. But again, going over the agents, Banana as Reyna, I like it. As far as Daki goes, Sova, you get that intel, ever so important. And of course, we haven't gotten to see a lot of Viper because there hasn't been very viable maps to use Viper, but in this case, of course, the exception.
Yeah, I mean, Viper, I think she's one of the best agents in the game at this point in time. She is so powerful. The Astra Viper meta as well was huge, but here we're not seeing AV together. We're seeing those Astra and those Viper picks separated. It has all come down to this one last map, 15 seconds before the pistol round comes underway. Will it be Team Monkey or will it be ZZ Top taking the lion's share of the 10,000 scholarship dollars?
Oh man, going back to work on the defense is going to be Monkey, as they were able to close it out on the last map too. And on the pistol rounds, it will look to go B here. And we're plan here is to stack A on the defensive side of things, which is a pretty common practice here. Stacky trying to get some intel here with the drone. Able to see a whole lot with it, so we'll try to push into B right off the bats. They have 4 on site, but quickly realized by the defense as you see the rotation come around. Spike already down though. Now the attempt to the retake as Frosty tried to get one, but was he able to get him taken care of. Good recognition, good reaction time. They'll have the first real advantage here, does Monkey.
Ooh, what a lurk there. Carrot will pick off one, and he'll keep pushing from this position. He has to be dealt with before they can commit to this retake, and he's still just dancing up and down. Tailwind available to get out of dodge. Ooh, knife out for P-Man. Right click is good from the top rope. He won't connect. He'll miss that one. B-Man still alive. Sheriff in his hands, but listen to the time. It's so far gone this round. At this point, it's all but over. The spike will detonate. The attackers will win, and as every single player in the server hits the floor, ZZ Top will claim victory.
Yeah, nicely done to start things off, and really you want to get off on the right foot on this map, especially when it definitely wasn't the case last time, dropping 7. So jumping out quickly is what the doctor ordered, and that's exactly what they brought. Of course, Banana has been super effective. Carrot's been most of the main frag, but those two duelists as a tandem I love.
I didn't even realize there was a knife kill at the end there. There's absolutely no benefit to that in Valorant, but you know, it's the BM. It's the feels good, man. Get the energy back in.
Bragging rights, right?
Sure. You know, I got a knife kill on stage. That's pretty cool to be able to say.
Not a lot of people can say that, well, especially because Valorant's lands haven't existed for very long. So we're super thankful again for Stay Plugged In, for allowing the opportunity. Everybody here, PAX Arena, all of our great sponsors as well, for putting on this event. It's been quite amazing. As this will be the last map. If you're just joining us, it is a 1-1 tie in the best of 3 series. But in round 2, as we see right now, the spike has already gone down quickly. Obviously, the quick B plant has been a strategy of the ZZ Top side.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're doing it without that Viper Wall yet again. But speak of Viper Walls, we see one queued up here for that retake. This will force the fight to come forward or the utility to be committed to stave off this push. But the wall's not committed. Instead, Wizgar will fall. That util will never see the light of day. Is this just a shooting range from across the map? B-Man has a shorty. He's not in the correct spot. And Karen, it takes him a minute. Little shake of the head to ensure it. But the round will be found as it's 2-0 for ZZ Top.
Nicely done. This strategy obviously working for him too, the quick B push and just relying on your fragging abilities, plain and simple. And I mean, that works. A quick 2-0 start here on Icebox, as B push has been the obvious choice for them. We'll see if they continue that trend. Looks like they might as they line up to do so. But again, the defense of Monkey right now, I mean, they're steadfast in this, on this split when it comes to the defense.
Yeah, that they have been, and well, it's still B that this posturing is showing, but it's an emphasis elsewhere, actually out towards middle, and they're just contacting up. No util has been used, and well, thus far they're completely unknown, but in exchange for that, they've lost information towards A main. A brief push-up from Monkey, but look how deep they've gotten. B-Man finds one. Carrot is there for the trade back, but P-Man doubling down to take away 2 frags is now 4 versus 2, the walk up and route towards A.
Not looking very likely, but they do have the numbers on A as they slowly work their way around. Kitsune gets one, but then traded out. But now they know exactly where you are. The defense rotates around. Can Jackie get the plant off? No, knows better. And takes a peek there, able to get one. Patiently plays around the box. Knows exactly where they are. Try to get around to get that kill. Will go top side. He loads quickly, but gave away position, and P-Man finishes off an impressive round with the 3K.
Monkey onto the board there. It was the rifle, so you expect him to win that one out, but I think overall you take the damage if you're the likes of ZZ Top. The push up towards mid, not a lot of teams rock with that, especially not Dry. That's kind of a confidence play to just realize that they're not playing someone up towards middle. They're not watching that headshot angle, so we can find that space. However, it was very astute from P-Man to retake that control and to find himself the crucial double. Is now the buy will come back on in from ZZ Top, but the buy for Monkey, it's looking pretty bad here.
Yeah, it wasn't very impressive here, and I think that's gonna at least help ZZ Top try to accomplish what they did in the first 2 rounds. Sure enough, it's a B push as expected, and a couple of picks right off the bat. And And it continues to work for him. Just a Viper here, which will get a kill there. But was here completely taken out now. And 3v1 now. Although B-Man got one, a lot of work to do. And the spike is down yet again. Jet on jet battle. As B-Man looks to peek. Coming from kitchen, gonna go backside instead. Quick tailwind to get over. Fights off and waits out. The freeze too. Good pick there on Carrot. So hold that thought, 1v2. As B-Man looks to retake the site. Frosty on the right. Also, pops the ult and gets taken out by Frosty. We moved to 3-1.
Yeah, that round, that one hurts if you're Team Monkey, because not only did you put your all into that, you invested, I think, 2 additional rifles on top of the ones you saved over from the last round, as well as the kind of other scuffed force buys they could muster. They just popped the Bladestorm right at the end. That's normally your tool on an eco to try and pull off an upset. Now that's gone as well, and well, now they're still looking for answers about how to deny this B play.
Yeah, it's been super impressive, and there's been no answers. I mean, you could stack B, but that's definitely not the play here. And so they'll continue to work. I don't blame them, especially knowing that this is probably going to be the case, right? The attack, again, now going towards A instead. Trying to change things up. Maybe throw a curveball, if you will. P-Man missing on that one, though. The backtrack does get that one off of Banana, though, but unfortunately, the animation a little bit too long and ran right into harm's way. And now down to 3v2 Frosty. Another pick, 4v2 now. Sage wall up, but quickly taken care of. Carrot gets 1, but not 2. And now we're into a 3v1 with the spike down. Gonna be a tough play. Sure enough, Frosty says, I'm not gonna wait around. I'm gonna go ahead and take him out, make it 4-1.
You know, I was a doubter on the Icebox Astra. I'm starting to believe in it a little bit more. It's rare you see someone that's so insistent on being an Astra player that they play it on the off-meta maps. I have a lot of respect for that. The fragging power that Frosty has put up on this agent and the utility usage as well has been absolutely excellent.
Absolutely. I think one of the things about this level of play, too, is, you know, you go with what you're good at. And although it doesn't make sense for the map necessarily, it's a showcase series. You have to show what it's all about. And then if you can pull it off on Icebox against, don't get us wrong, the talent here is absolutely existent. And if you can pull it off here, you can pull it off just about everywhere. So definitely making a statement with that Astra play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the goal is to show yourself off, try and prove your worth. And thus far, both these teams have done that. But Kitsune, he'll prove himself better than Frosty, at least in this round, as he'll find a nice early advantage for Team Monkey. ZZ Top trying to fight their way back into this one, and they're retreating back towards the flanks. But look at this push up in towards mid. There's a sneaky position from the Viper of Wizzior, and he might just be caught off guard. No, Carrot's not ready, nor is DJ. Spike is down. Wizzior goes massive, and now they're in a crunch. Sardine stuck in towards A main. The 2 remaining players of ZZ Top are trying to get this one done. Daki for at least 1. A dink connecting, but it just has to be Banana, and he's not going to pull that one off. Monkey double into 2.
Yeah, that defensive push-up is more common in maps like Haven, but change things up, right? Experiment a little bit while you got the chance, and good to bring it back within 2 as well. And they'll begin this round a little bit more confident with a little bit of money in the pockets too. And so you'll see P-Man and B-Man go directly for rifles. Looks like Kitsune to go along with that trend as well. Was your with the Spectre, and now just about all rifles there for them. So that was a very big round, and surprising to me that ZZ Top wants to go back A when B has been so successful for them.
I think part of it is just applying the early pressure, forcing out rotations, because Monkey wanted to stack towards B. Now that's being denied. You see rotates already underway. I mean, maybe a bit of an over-rotation, to say the least, but position out towards mid here from the attacking side of ZZ Top. They might just get caught out by the players towards the headshot angle. That hasn't happened yet, as Carrot just lurking, waiting on the break of the Sage wall, as instead it's B-Man to break first contact. He'll find the info, knows his life is more important, so will fall away, but with a tailwind to work with, he can continue to play this angle back. Yellow as 1 jet tucks there, another gets aggressive. It's Carrot pushing up towards Kitchen. It's a matter of time because the Cosmic Divide comes forward. B-Man tucked in. Banana will win out on that fight. And the flank, well, it gets absolutely nothing done. Very astute frag there to shut down Carrot as we're into a 4 versus 3. Viper's Pit is available for the defensive side, and Spike is still yet to hit the ground. Through the wall, you can't hear it. You have to swing for the information. Banana still bettering players left and right. It's 3 frags on the round, but he'll be shut down. And well, at least now the man advantage a bit more even. Resurrection available, but time against them. Up comes the res. It's P-Man returning to active duty as the dart comes through, and Frosty looks to play off of his abilities as DJ towards back yellow. Picks off one. Kitsune up top, makes noise on the drop down, and P-Man's in close. He's the last man now. Needs to find at least one, but they're just ping-ponging in and out of cover. He has no clear shot until now. Finds Stacky, no bullets. Oh, the classic sound. P-Man finds DJ, but the time's just not there. How many times will one piece of utility, will one shot from Frosty close things out? He's the insurance policy for ZZ Top, and he's closed out the 5th round.
You said it best. What a way to close out that round. Play of a time, and sure enough, Spike goes off. You got yourself a 3-round advantage and feeling good in the process as well, as P-Man did just about everything they could, but Frosty has been that X factor so far. Banana obviously top fragging with that Reina choice. That's no surprise either. Carrot a little bit quiet in this one. Guess it doesn't really matter.
One enemy remaining.
Definitely gravitated away from that op, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I mean, it's attacker side still, so we'll have to see if maybe he pulls something up a little bit later in this one, but this is an interesting piece of timing. Good movement from B-Man. Oh, they don't know. Now they're aware. He's dropped down into the den of Frosty and has been picked off, but talk of operator, here it is. Carrot has one out.
Sure enough, going right to it. And as they push B, of course. Now it's slow orb out, and so they're just playing positional, playing quiet. DJ had a really solid round last time, now looking to go back to work. Dacky with the plants. Now with a minute left in this round, and we'll try to peek. You have eyes on Carrot right now, and the operator. Checking for flank, nothing there, so DJ now try to step up. The spike down, we'll see what kind of plan they have on this retake. E-Man right through, great job and use of the Leer. Gets 1 kill, but Zaki returns the favor with a double kill.
Oh, KO knife line up there to try and find info. That's not gonna happen. Daki's on the case. 4 kills for the Sova, 6 rounds for ZZ Top.
Man, you felt it building for ZZ Top too, and you knew at some point someone's gonna step up and change the course of action, and that for sure was Dacky in that round as he stood fast and gets the 4K very late in that one, and they continue to press. A clean 6-2 advantage moving in to round number 9. As you see, just bull buys, all rifles, and of course Carrot with the op.
Operator and Carrot, a dynamic duo. He didn't get his chance in the sunlight last round, but here's his opportunity. It's a heavy lean out towards B, but this might not be the right call because ZZ Top already worked their way out towards the A site, and Kitsune in a very tough position. He'll pop the null command to try and slow the force. I love this ultimate. It buys him time. It buys time for the flank of P-Man. He's already up. Ooh, spots out one, but he's more worried about the players in close. Good for the first. Will dismiss back, but Kitsune, he's downed on the site. This pinch, it's not working out, but P-Man changing that fact. However, his team has fallen around him. 3 versus 3. It might have to be the retake if A-site is committed, but ZZ Top slowing things right back down.
Sure enough, and looking maybe the other side, they're very good at playing the patient play, right? And you see the defense, they're confused. They did go A originally, but able to kind of rethink and reassess, and with the knowledge given, they will rotate around B, and Carrot with that op pick, as expected, make it a 3v2, so now they have numbers as they move out on sites. You see the Jet on the back side of site right now, waiting for a clear shot as B-Man. Watching him, Carrot missing, so that'll allow B-Man to get 1 pick on Frosty, but Banana takes out Wizzier, and now 1 left. It's B-Man on this back side of the site.
10 seconds. Time is in his favor. All he has to do is deny the spike plant. Spam through the wall is doable, but Carrots ran away. The spam's not going to connect. The spike will come down, and now B-Man has an impossible challenge at his feet. 1 versus 2. The top performers for ZZ Top. There's opposition as he'll push forward. Cloudbursts are gone. That means nothing to cover the spike. The defuse, it'll have to come through. But that is not in his favor. Carrot with the final frag. And ZZ Top, they're feeling good. The fan club is hyped.
They are absolutely feeling it right now. Also the fans too, but B-Man doing everything they can right now, but unfortunately it seems like every time that they have an answer, every time that they have a solution, unfortunately the team falls directly after making a good play, and you know that consistency is important. You have to have a full man effort, full 5-person effort, and in this case, they're just not quite getting there yet. We know they're capable of it. We saw it last map. We'll see if they can jump back to it here as we enter in this round number 10. As B-Man will now try to push mid. But maybe he's second guessing that after seeing how many individuals stacked in that mid side.
Back bolts will be employed. There's the Cosmic Divide was the play here. No Viper, no problem. You've got that divide to work with, and talk of walls, another will go down. The plant at the hands of DJ and the operator. The dual face of holding the flank and of preventing his teammate from dying in the plant animation. Is the money, it's there, the guns, they're there, the flank, it's trying to come through. Cosmic Divide keeps him away, but stuck in the Cosmic world is Frosty. The bullets run out and Carrot finds one. B-Man and Wizior both on the trade back. The pit's up, the knives are great, the shot needs to hit, doesn't happen. Classic's there, tailwind up, it's not in his favor. B-Man for the final frag. It's the thrifty round for Monkey.
Nicely done, well handled, and a bit of life as well into the eyes of this team. So again, battling back, they're within 4 here, as there is 2 more rounds until the swap, and you know, a couple more would definitely feel good if you're a fan of Monkey. That being said, ZZ Top has had a clear advantage for a majority of this. We'll see what they come out with, and looks like they'll peek mid, try to get as much intel as possible. They know the defense, cheating in that fashion. It started out, you know, stacking the A side, but they've definitely second-guessed themselves in that way. And ZZ Top and their abilities will make you do that. Jet hop up mid, but does not see P-Man. And take out Banana. Carrot just missing. Not able to connect. Wild burst to an updraft. Back on this one, but not much developing here.
Yeah, it's a slow one here. Resurrection to come out for Banana in a 5v5, but Carrot will have the punish there, and DJ to find one as well. A crucial frag onto the Sage. Hop shot just over the head. B-Man receiving a free cut, but now he'll be taken care of as well. Blade Storm is up. He wants to continue this damage. We'll find, I think, 2 connections with the Blade Storm from so very little HP to work with here if you're Wizier. And now he'll just have to push through spawn. Banana's directly above him. The drop down there, and Wizier to find it. Still, it's a 2 versus 4, and DJ holds on to kitchen control.
Kitsune now looking to push through kitchen. One there though, and so DJ able to take care of business. Now make it a 4v1 and a long shot for the Viper to his backside on B. But still maybe looking to accomplish something here. Wait for the smoke patiently. Does get one Wizier. Second kill of the rounds. Knowing that somebody else is on site. But Carrot, quick dash, but didn't look the right way, so Wizier able to get one more. But time running out there regardless, and Frosty able to clean up as expected, as he's always been doing.
Yeah, no time left. A valiant effort, but a round will not be happening. Last round of the half here, it's the decision between a 4-8, 9-3. Either way, you're not going to feel good about that. It's your defensive side, generally favored on Icebox, and well, you have a pretty good comp for it. You have the Viper, you have the Sage, you have the legitimate Sentinel, and you have kind of the de facto Sentinel in way of that Viper. So it's a round that you really want to be able to win out, but not looking good for that thus far. Still, it's doable. They have rifles, besides the one Marshall, and well, they have a push up towards A from P-Man.
Man did push up a little bit too. Frosty able to take care of him. Jackie with the Hunter's Fury will try to find anybody. Be connected on one, able to get the intel on it. The Carrot lines up his shots. he's been doing all day long. He needs to try to get back to work. Daki, jump up on site here. Recognizing nobody here, is gonna go for the plant right off the bat. Turn up, it goes down now. There's a chance for the retake. Kitsune waits and waits on the backside, trying to let the play develop for itself. He has no idea what's coming for him. One taken out now, so a 3-on-3. But Banana with a great trade there. You have to get that trade, and he did.
Yeah, that he did, but still, it's a 3 versus 2. Wall goes up. They need to spam this one down, and Carrot has opened up the sight lines. Finds one with the operator. Daki with the pinch. It's 9-3 in the half. Monkey will have to pull something phenomenal if they want to fight back for this championship.
Yeah, this squad wants it. You can tell ZZ Top wants it right now. They are feeling it, but not only that, but like they're playing for each other too. You can see the excitement they have round after round as you're seeing them right now get back into focus mode. Obviously, they want to close this thing out, and of course, pistol round coming up for the squad as they will transition it to the defensive side of things. And of course, heavily favored defense, so should be good. That B push was so effective earlier in the rounds of the first half that, you know, it just kind of gave them a higher advantage where it's so tough to dig your way out of it.
Well, this is going to be a very tough one for them to be able to win out on. Is for this attacking side of Monkey, they're putting pressure early on towards the A site. The KO knife comes out, so does the Viper wall. Maybe they're looking for a quick plant here as the spike on the back. But their Sage player rotates have come underway so quickly. 4 players here ready. It's Banana top the off angle. Ready for a shot as, well, they're just waiting for P-Man. This lurk could go huge.
Huge, and there it goes. Frosty able to get it, just walks in and takes what's his. Able to get one. Now it'll be 4-5 in advantage of ZZ Top. Looks to continue their tradition of just owning the site here on Icebox. Okay. Waiting patiently just through the Viper wall and able to get that one as soon as Kitsune came through. Plant does get down, but Carrot gets one. Tries for the second one, does. Now he uses tailwind to try to get across. Not able to get to it, but the defuse should get there because Viper is so far out of the zone.
Ooh, but the mollies, it's paired with the utility. Oh no, it missed, goes wide. Too much time left on the clock. Crisp as could be as it's a flawless round for ZZ Top. They've made their way to double digits, and now what? You're at a deficit of 7. You have to make that difficult choice. Do we force?
Absolutely. And at this point in time, there hasn't been many solutions to vines. If you do, it's do or die, right? Throw in all your cards, it's all in. And I mean, it would make it exciting, but at the end of the day, is it the best thing to do in this scenario? I wouldn't argue it is, but we'll definitely find out here shortly. As looks like they'll go with Spectres instead to at least try to get a few picks. I don't think it's a bad choice.
I mean, a few picks isn't really good enough at this point, though. 10 rounds down, you need this. You can't let this round slip away from you, because that means 11. You're forced by it. Means your economy will be punished as well. Loss bonus hasn't built up. This is a necessity. And P-Man with that early dink is trying to get that one done. Frosty to fall away. They're committed to this retake, and Spike should be able to come down, but what goes up must come down, and it's B-Man knocked down. Humbled. A peg is puts it into a 5 versus 4. One player stuck out towards danger. It's P-Man who's forced to retreat. Everyone is back yellow. No position held. Sure, you have those lineups, but you have to buy the time. That only garners you about 12 seconds. But the smokes, the smokes are keeping them at bay. The knife is well to try and find something, but the information aplenty. The dash is perfect. Carrot for 2. Banana chiming in. It's one man. Lineups left. With your needs a 1 versus 5, and well, that's not happening. The lineups are there, but time is on the clock, and it's 11 now for ZZ Top.
My goodness, they're feeling it. This could be it. You're right, that was so pivotal, and now at 11-3 advantage. Not only that, feeling it on the defense. ZZ Top looking more and more likely like they might be pulling this one out. Of course, you just gotta keep going with it. You have 2 more rounds, so you can't get too confident. You just gotta go back to work, which they've been doing a lot of, especially Carrot. We talked about him going a little bit silent earlier. He's not silent now.
Yeah, I mean, Carrot has woken up, and what an awakening he's found at a crucial time. 17-9 the scoreline. on the Jet is, well, now the weaponry, it's not that great for the likes of Monkey. They forced into this round. At this point, it's a matter of desperation to try and win this one out as P-Man has walked up towards middle, trying to punish Dacky. Ooh, the Guardian, it gets damaged. No frag.
Doing yet Sova so low on health though. And Carrot going down right off the bat too. The Lear, a great opportunity, but not connecting his banana. And so Wizzier able to walk away with that one somehow. They will get the spike down. That's a rare mistake coming out at ZZ Top. They had a confidence alone as Dacky waited out now. But a 5-on-3 and a tough retake at hands. Although they get one, it's still gonna be a 2-4 advantage. They make that 2-3. But Sova's so low on health too. DJ able to get one as well. Time ticks down. And it's gonna be a long way to go here. E-Man gets one. They trade off a 1v1 as well. Both very low on health. But it looks like Viper's just gonna hang back here. Not a lot of time.
Yeah, Molly's, they might just buy enough, and when you're in that orb, you're knocked down to 1 HP. It only takes a quick tap from Wizzior to be able to take care of that round, and will Monkey, they'll find themselves to, at very least, a 4th here. But the money, it stays in an incredibly weird place because it was force buy into force buy, and in those force buy wars, they win the 2nd, but the battle can continue because there should be at least some kind of reinvestment, some kind of reply to attempt this, to get this one done for ZZ Top.
No doubt about it. Now is the importance of that round. You win the first one, you gave yourself a chance. You wait until the second one, win that one. And for Monkey, it might have been a little bit too late. As Frosty, and a good first pick there. Now somehow Kitsune gets out alive as they push B. But a couple of ZZ Top members just waiting in the likes of the B site. Up top now and waiting, Spike. And the hands, P-Man able to get one on Frosty as well. So now 4-2 advantage. DJ another one, nicely done. Now Dacky getting one too, or Carrot. Waiting for it, DJ. We'll get another one. And there it is.
Banana to close things out. It's now match point, championship point, series point. It's all on the line here, and only 4 rounds to work with. If you're Monkey, 8 in a row, that's what it would take. A Herculean effort has to be mustered.
Oh my. DJ stepping up at the right time too to try to close things out as well. As we've seen DJ pop off a majority, or quite a few times, but hasn't been recently, so good to see him right back in the groove, especially when it's most needed, which is to close this out. Obviously, it seems like it's probably gonna play in that favor, but you wanna close it out now as the chant grows. 1 round away from the championship. And you can feel it here in the arena.
Yeah, absolutely you can. ZZ Top, everything they could ask for. Weapons aplenty, an operator in the hands of Carrot. They have the tools, they have the wherewithal. It's just a matter of finishing the job. Monkey cut down to a terrible buy, and well, the player might just get cut down now. Instead, it's a great headshot, and it's B-Man to find one. They might just upset this round. Ooh, Dacky has an opportunity. He'll capitalize, takes down P-Man, and we're into a 4 versus 4. Flash through the wall, a fight ready for Kitsune, and well, the burst, it's good enough. Carrot's down, needs a second, but there's no ammunition. Dacky to win that out. Now a 3 versus 3. B-Man up top to fight as it's a 2 versus 3 still. Ooh, the shots eventually found. DJ to win that out, but remember the lineups. Those can buy a lot of time. Just about 14 seconds to work with off of those. And DJ wants this frag. He'll find it. Again, it's a clutch situation for the lone Viper of Wizzior. 1 Molly used. That buys him some time, but it's gone half. It's already halfway. He has to find these frags. The Mollies, you cannot only rely on them. Now he's been smoked off. Here comes the second Molly, but it might just be too late. It's getting stuck. There's no damage. ZZ Top are your champion.
Oh my, valiant effort there, closes it out with the clever play too. And ZZ Top, your Stay Plugged In PAX Arena Showcase champions. Let's give it up for ZZ Top. What a performance here.
Wow, what a performance out of ZZ Top. They showed an absolutely dominant showing in the first one, and well, in the second map, they put up a valiant effort, but once we got to ice spots, it just looked fantastic. But that is it. However, we still have an award to give out. We still have a Check 2 award. Let's throw that on over to Alex to close the show.
There you go. There's your show. That is the end of the Spin Valorant Showcase. We have our winners. Let's go ahead and give away some scholarship cash, guys. One more round of applause for your winners, ZZ Top. Woo! Now, before we give away a big novelty check, which I've wanted to do my entire career, let's go ahead. The reason for the season is here. We have a spokesperson from Spin here, Rick, just for a couple words for what you guys are trying to do with this event.
First, congratulations to both teams, Team Monkey, as well as the winners, ZZ Top. Great job. For us, it's really all about, again, connecting those students to the next level. So super stoked to be able to give away this scholarship dollars, and congrats, ZZ Top!
All right, let's do it. We have cut it down to the wire. This was back to back to back. So PAX is over. Let's go away and give away the check. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the Spin Valorant Showcase, ZZ Top! All right, I'm gonna ask one or two very important questions. What does it feel like entering here yesterday, just entering into the tournament and now standing up here with this, again, fantastic giant novelty check of scholarship money?
Oh man, I don't know, it's been really crazy because we did not think we were gonna make it this far. We had a lot of mishaps during creating our team. Like, we went through 3 different players to get onto this team. So this is like a crazy experience, and I'm glad that we can be here and that my friends are here supporting the whole time.
And how does this organization, this money, how does this help or change your path for esports in college? Does it encourage you? What does it do?
Oh, it's definitely encouraged me. It's really made me want to actually play and get better at the game. It really motivated me. So, I don't know, I hope I can get better.
There you go. There's your show. Guys, one more round of applause for ZZ Top, your winners. They got the win, they got the money, and if they're lucky, they won't get the cease and desist from the band. That has been it for PAX Arena. Thank you to Spin for putting this on. Thank you to Cope for being here. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We have Fluid, AMD, SteelSeries, Razer, ViewSonic, and all of you guys for making this possible. Thank you so much. We'll see you at the next PAX for more PAX Arena action. Goodbye.